She's safe and sound. Hi, BB. Just thinking about that you really working these things. Alright, see you later.
Alright, have a good one.
Girls, take care. Do they like the new food flavor?
Yeah, they do. Been eating it.
Alright, see you guys later.
Alright, bye-bye. Where is he? Come inside. Where's Joyce? Sorry. Sorry, Charlie.
Worst Turtle gets back in there, and that's his kill.
Yeah, that's his. He earned that one.
Yeah.
He zoned away Warchi. That's big play.
Really
for him.
zoned, yeah.
He earned it. You know, it's about keeping everyone else at bay,
Good.
and then making sure
Thanks for
that
coming
he's
inside.
going to be there for the actual follow-up. That's big plays by him.
Yeah, if they had needed him to hit that stuff, he would have. But that was more about convincing Warchi not to fight there. Obviously, having a bit of fun. Worst Turtles had a magnificent game so far as the Fire Giant appears to be on the menu, and they've got a substantial lead at this point. So they don't even have to heavily commit to it. This could be just try and force Poppies to defend, but it looks like only Creed is going to be nearby to look for a light steal. Everyone else is zoned out. They've got Warchi looking for the tier 2 tower on the left. In comes Creed with that Eagles rally
Too
to try
early.
and strip it away, but they halt DPS, blow him up, and secure the Fire Giant very cleanly. Though this is about as good a trade, I think, as the Poppies could have asked for, aggro.
Perfect play by Snake Pit. Stop DPS as soon as Creed goes in. Kill him. Finish fire. Terror Rep zoning out. Checkio so he can't be anywhere close. That's exactly how you get it done. You lose the tier 2 tower on the left-hand side, but that's no problem at all. Unit's back, and frankly, you want to be pushing that side anyway, so the fact that the wave is really pushed up isn't too much of a problem. I love what Snake Pit are doing right here, pushing up every single wave. I think too often we see teams say, all right, we're going to push duo and mid, or mid and right, and we kind of leave that third lane pushed by our towers. That leaves you with, okay, we won the team
Lucy.
fight, but not enough to end the game. We can go over and get another
Love you, baby.
Phoenix, but we don't have a wave. So then we lose that option to try and keep going on these engagements. Good teams are going to keep waves pushed in their favor where they want them at all times. So that's a smart call by Snake Pit. Keep all the waves pushed, and that's going to give you more options down the line.
I like these builds, though. The Spectral Armor there for Terram to limit some of the effectiveness of Warchi on this Jing Wei. And Dazer's used his early lead to leverage into a rather cheap build with the Relic Dagger and Lotus Crown and still be effectively tanky. Checkio, though, could be in trouble. Worst Turtle just ulted and is looking for a target, but he comes underneath the tier 2 tower instead, does not find Checkio at all, and these last can still be effectively
See that
tanky.
again.
Checkio, though, could be in trouble. Worst Turtle just ulted and is looking for a
Yeah.
target, but he comes underneath the tier 2 tower.
It looks like he was
instead,
definitely
does
going to
not
blink there.
find Checkio at all. And these last two ults from Worst Turtle
That's
have not
funny.
been spectacular. He's got to make sure he reins that in a bit as they threaten this left side Phoenix.
He was hoping to catch the flicker from Checkio. He's trying to read exactly where the Merlin was going to flicker.
Which would have been badass.
He gets out that way anyways. It's not too big of a deal. Would have been nuts if he hit it. So you got to give him some
would've been
sort of credit there, you know?
Yeah, and hard to complain when they end up getting the left side Phoenix and the tier 2 tower in mid, right? They are going to lose the tier 2 tower because Marcus has correctly identified he's more useful split pushing than in the fights, but Draco Mariano gets blown up, so the apple passes right on through, gets to Checkio and forces out his Aegis.
Oh,
Creed
boy.
goes with the contractually obligated up down, ends up paying for it. As
Contractually
Checkio
obligated.
is now racking up a triple kill, and Marcus has to disengage. This game is over in an instant as Snake Pit are all the way onto the Titan room. They still have Warchi and Marcus up, but the Titan's starting to buckle now, aggro. I don't know if they can defend. They're going to turn around, try and blow up the Bakasura, who does leap away, but the Titan is incredibly low. Snake Pit bowl over the Poppies for a swift 2-0.
Wow, that is not what I expected coming into today, Finch. I mean, I
Very
started the
well.
show talking about how good the Poppies have been,
Doggo.
how good they looked last week, and this is Snake Pit's opportunity to prove how good they are. They proved they're pretty darn good. They just spanked the Poppies in 2 back-to-back games, neither one
Spank me,
particularly
Poppy.
close. Snake Pit team is for real, man. This, the first thing off the top of my head now, after watching this set, is how far behind are Freshly Forged? If Poppies
Right.
played like that against them last week, and then Snake Pit does this to the Poppies, I mean, that's a concerning measuring stick to add up if you're Freshly Forged at this point.
And as much as that might be scary for Freshly Forged, I think it's good news for Snake Pit, because I think you can make an argument that at different points throughout this set, all 5 members of their team played at carry level, right? I mean, Dazer early game single-handedly, I think, got them this lead for them in game number 2. Tarum had some great moments too. Angry might have carried the first game by himself. Worst Turtle and Spudio both were popping off at different moments in game number 2. So if you're Snake
Popping
Pit, I
with the
think you say that
poppies.
everyone on your team was feeling it at a certain point in that game, and that's got to be a big confidence booster for them going forward. That is going to do it for this first set here, though, Aggro, but we got 2 more in Europe. So give us a quick couple of minutes to get that next set ready for you, and then be right back for more SCC.
Word. Oh, just F6 and belt slap? I mean, different team back then, though, a little bit. Very minorly different, but anyways, what should we do here? The 147 in the PMs. I do need to shave my legs, but let's get West Slippery and shave each other, then we can have more fun later. Yeah, Blue, that'd be fun.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Smite Challenger Circuit. Aggro and Mackenzie, joined by Caleb Mifflin Sullivan. Miff, I'm sorry to do this to you, to bring on Mackenzie during your set. It's just, I'm in the chair 1 seat for this set, so I have to really ingratiate myself to the audience. Best way to do that, of course, is with Mackenzie. And she's going to help us here with a pretty good set. Belt slap up against Just F6. Just F6 have a lot to prove in this one, because Belt slap seem to be the team that might just run away with this region. They have the level of talent to do it.
Yeah, Belt Slap, this star-studded roster that we've known about the entire time. Arco, Trix Tank, Zeros, Johnny, and Julio. I mean,
Oh my
that's
gosh.
about as good as it's going to get. But Just F6 have shown that they're able to compete at the highest level in this league. I'm really keeping my eyes on Captain Odie this set. He's been popping off largely in every set he's played so
Captain
far.
Odie.
It's not fair to say that Just F6 has great odds, but saying that it's like a 7-3 in favor of Beltslap, I think would be fair.
Beltslap certainly a team that looks like they might just be the best in this region. As Mackenzie's getting antsy, she wants picks and bans. Well, we can do that for her right away. Picks and bans ready. As Just F6 gonna be in that
Doggo.
first pick position. First pick, I mean, I don't know if you were watching that last set, Myth, but Camazotz went through and did not get picked or banned in game number 2. I do not think that that's going to be the case here in this game. Camazotz, I imagine, will still be a priority pick.
Yeah, Just F6 have shown that they value that god very highly, and for good reason. He's got some of the highest damage output of any assassin, as well as so much sustain. And I love ultimates that can remove you from the playfield, and that's exactly what Camazotz does. Bat out of hell, just going to take you up into the air, can't be damaged, and you're also going to be dealing damage to anyone near you. It's pretty good. I mean, it's all you want, right?
Interesting. A lot of soul lane bans here by Just F6. They look like they want to take Julio out of the conversation.
Yeah,
you wanna
because
go back
Julio's
on the bed?
crazy.
She wants to go back on the bed. She was sleeping. I did wake her up for chat. But it looks like Just F6 may try and prioritize something for Captain Odie, but they ban 3
Merlin
soul
first
laners
pick.
and then don't first pick the soul laner for themselves. Usually you do this in order to first pick something like King Arthur, right, in that slot to try and get yourself the only good pick left in your mind. But seems like Just F6 is pretty content to just ban away 3 soul laners and then see what happens.
I like the pickup of Merlin, though. We've seen that Just F6 really plays off their mid laner as well as their soul laner, and Merlin's going to be able to control the center of the map and also get them some early objectives.
So we don't have to watch this anymore.
Merlin
But
has some of the best objective burn in the game.
I do need to do my Smite stuff.
Super nuts at those objective burns for sure. As Trixtank seems to have liked this Sobek as well so far, but I love the Terra pick up against it. Can't toss her back with that charge prey as long as she has a monolith down. So that's a pretty good selection there as Kali gets through. That's a pick that's been very hotly contested in EU Challenger Circuit in particular. A 100% win rate for it I just saw on the bottom ticker as well. So certainly for a reason as the soul lane focus continues. Another soul lane banned by Just F6 with Tyr, a Hercules banned by Beltslap, and now it's a couple mid laner rather in Giannis. Osiris still open. That's exactly what I was about to say. He gets picked up. So Beltslap end up with a pretty strong warrior. I wonder what Just F6 is going to do. Maybe they put Terra solo?
Terra could go solo. I would prefer to see her elsewhere on the map because her ultimate's going to be so good dealing with this sustained damage from Kali in the early. You kind of want her somewhere she can get involved before level 10. So support would be ideal for Terra. It looks like Achilles will be going solo lane. I'm not a huge fan of that matchup into Osiris, especially now that, as you said earlier, Gladiator Shield got that nerf. Berserker Shield's going to be popping off. Osiris is going to benefit greatly from that.
Man, no Odin in this game, no Kukulkan, though. Yeah, okay, I was about to say, where is he? Zeros has loved this pick. If Zeros doesn't pick it here, then something's going on. Maybe there's a ruling that they can't use him, but they do end up picking the Kukulkan. Beltslap get 10th pick Kukulkan. They get Kali for Johnny, Uller for Arkil. Feel like they came away with a pretty strong draft, but I'm surprised at how the soul laners got so much focus here, and still we ended up with Osiris, Achilles, 2 picks that are usually prioritized very early in drafts.
I mean, it just shows that in Season 7, the meta's changed a little bit to focus on these other gods and King Arthur and Camazotz, gods like that. So maybe these high-tier picks from Season 6 that haven't really been changed throughout the season are still good. They're just not as prioritized as they once were. And now King Arthur and Achilles are going to be able to go through relatively uncontested. On the other hand, I'm really confused as how Kukulkan made it all the way to 10th pick. That blows my mind. He's so strong.
Giannis ban instead? Crazy. I mean, I don't know how we got there, but Just F6 may be scared of the mobility that Giannis would provide. Certainly Zeros won't be able to match that with the Kukulkan, but damage output is a little bit of a different story, and he's been playing this Kukulkan very, very well so far in this SCC. Bit of a different start in this game than what we saw in the first set. So, support starting on this left side of the map is Toddy in a lot of trouble. Already has to get shelled by Rotwen, and Arkil just walking him down. Trixtank takes a tower shot, but now Arkil is actually getting awfully low, gets stunned by Rotwen as both ADCs end up taking quite a bit of poke. They both got pots to spare.
I mean, Rotwen played that so well. Immediately, Toddy was caught out of position, but Rotwin moved in onto Arkil, just slamming autos into him the entire time, preventing any aggression. This wall's nuts.
Rotwen might have gotten baited by how
Jeez.
good that wall was, though. He feels like he could turn that fight around, but instead, it's Arkil right there with the combo First Blood for Belt Slap, and I'd wager that they are getting a lot of First Bloods with Arkil on this Uller. They've been picking this early and often for him, and he's really just been dominating people with it. A lot like what he did last year in the SBL. Pick him a pressure hunter like Ho Yi or Uller, and kind of just let Kenny go to work.
I mean, if you've got it, you flaunt it. Arkil's definitely got it, and he's already flaunting it as well. A slight gold lead in favor of Belt Slap, a minute and 15 of the game. I imagine that's how that lane will go largely for the rest of the match until the supports start to rotate out. Maybe Rotwin elects to stay in that lane a little bit longer as Arkil does have this early lead. And an Uller with a lead is relatively untouchable in that 1v1.
Not even Hachiman can really stay safe as Toddy gets his dash interrupted by
Oh
Trix
my
Tank.
God.
Bladed Arrow should be coming up soon here for Arkil, but it's a little bit wide left. Toddy ends up surviving based on a little bit of a miss there by Arkil. Non-juke catches Arkil off guard, but Trix Tank is on point so far on this Sobek. That's a couple initiations by him that have netted near kills or outright kills for Belt Slap.
They're playing really well in this long lane. I want to keep my eyes on Captain Odie in that solo lane, however. That matchup should be pretty impactful. I believe Osiris will get the pressure out early and might be able to open up a gank potential onto himself from this Circuit with the true damage and the execute from Achilles. However, in middle lane, it seems like both teams are just electing to farm up naturally. They're not really doing anything aggressive as of yet. If they want to get a good pressure out from Belt Slap, they need to start focusing on this Merlin, make sure he can't get off the ground running. Unfortunately, they do have this Callie who is more late game focused, so her ganks onto this Merlin might be a little bit stunted as opposed to a Circuit gank from just F6.
Well, Zeros has a lot of damage potential right now as he's gone with a build that we're going to start to see a lot of in competitive in my mind, which is this Purple Boots Rush. You sit in base for that extra 50 gold and you end up leeching speed XP anyways as you're walking past, and you get there in time for the first few minions. You don't miss anything. Means you don't get any pots to start out with, but you have the innate sustain for the lifesteal, a little bit of mana now on these boots. Little surprised that we see Zeros do it on Kukulkan, a god that just wants to get Book of Thoth as early as possible, but I think this Purple Boot start is going to be really, really strong.
It is a little bit surprising that he would elect to go for the Shoes of the Magi rather than the Focus as well. You'd get the additional mana from Focus to work with his passive, as well as CDR is just going to be really good on Kukulkan no matter what. But let me tell you, I've been playing a couple ranked games recently, and mid laners are doing this boot rush start, and it hurts. As a jungler, I don't like it. They just walk by my buff, take my farm without helping. I'm slowed down now that I've got less gold for it anyway. I mean, mid laners are selfish human beings. I'm going to go ahead and say that right now.
What? Me? No way, man. Listen, buy Hog, you have a consumable to help you. You don't need my help anymore. You're chilling, and it makes sure that, you know, I get mid pressure and I can go and push my wave and make sure that I'm getting red buff on time, which I will I tried to hold red, but I just did more damage than I thought, so it got cleared early. So sorry I didn't hold that for you, but you know how it goes. You'll be there for the next one, and so on and so forth. I'm not here for the jungler complaining hour. That no way am I standing for that. Mid laners are the people, and we love mid laners. That's all I'm saying.
Mid laners are the people indeed.
Uh-huh.
As you were saying earlier, Kukulkan is electing to go into that Book of Thoth rush.
That's
Should be able to
funny.
get that online relatively quickly. While on the other hand, Merlin
Not really a
should
rush
have better
anymore.
fight potential as
Second
he's
item.
the CDR and he's moving into the Chronos Pendant early. Whether or not the jungler is trying to put the pressure out in that lane could be very indicative of this first Gold Fury.
Gold Fury, certainly a pick that both teams have to worry about because of the gods on each side. You've got Merlin with that great objective burn, as you highlighted during picks and bans, and then Zeros with the great objective secure in that spirit of the 9 wins. So both teams do have to keep their head on a swivel on this left-hand side because Gold Fury certainly in play early, especially if Arkil can continue to press his lead on this left-hand side. It hasn't materialized into too much right now. They're both at the same point in itemization, but you imagine that Arkil certainly has a lot more kill potential in this lane, not only based off the lead that he has, but also just his god selection. Uller, the premier I'm gonna solo you ADC that you can pick.
Luckily, Hachiman is one of the safer picks with the CC immunity in his ult, as well as the ability to just hop on a horse and run away, but that's not exactly how you want to use that ult.
Gallop
It's also
away.
a fantastic team fight tool, so if the fight does move over towards that Gold Fury side, even though there's a slight lead on Ullr, so long as that bleed doesn't continue to grow, just F6 might have the edge in the fight just from the AoE off of Hachiman's ult.
But Johnny has a little bit of a lead, so you can't really sit around and wait for Toddy to get there all the rest of the game, because you got to keep in mind that Kali time bomb that is just waiting. Johnny, in my mind, the premier late game assassin player in the SEC across both regions. As Trixtank looks for the pluck, doesn't find it, but Rotwen has used
They look good in the SPL
that
too.
Earth and Fury. You get the ultimate for not a lot of commit in that moment, and you get to steal away those left side minis. Belt Slap looking like the more aggressive team so far, but Trixtank has to be careful. Dashes away, and Sotos a little bit out of range. Haven't seen Serket jungle in a little bit, Mifflin, but with the changes to her ultimate, no longer true damage, but now with physical power scaling, are you surprised at the lack of Serket we've seen, or do you think that we should be staying away from this pick in the jungle?
I personally really do love Serket, insofar as she is a jungle assassin that has the ability to just solo an enemy god. Her damage output and burst is so high that she doesn't need follow-up from her team a lot of the time. And I am a selfish player, I think most junglers are. That's kind of how you want to play. If you can get the kill yourself, it's almost always better. However, she also has some of the fastest early game jungle clear in the game with her first ability, almost single-handedly taking out back camps and speed buff as well instantly. So she should be able to get the rotation path a little bit quicker online. However, she needs to start applying some pressure because she doesn't scale into the late game nearly as well as Johnny does on this Kali. So she needs to make her stamp a little bit earlier on. She can't really rest on her laurels as she has been.
A little bit down at XP right now. Quick amendment, it is still true damage on the ultimate for Serket, but just lower base and now with physical power scaling. So still true damage overall though for her. I mean, it's a matchup that you think might be okay against Kali, shutting down the healing in that ultimate, but can be awkward at times, especially when you get plucked back in like this. Spear of the Nine Winds does not land, but R-Kill on the rotation over
Could've
from that
been good.
long lane. Trixtank trying to lock down Rotwen, gonna knock him up. Johnny right there, and R-Kill's gonna find his second kill of the contest. Zero's ultimate nearly absolutely flattening Sotos in that jungle around the Gold Fury. But with that ultimate down for Zeros, that means that kill isn't going to amount to too much. Can't really go for gold after that ult is down. Back to the Serket though, I mean, you usually want to last breath the Kali right before she gets that heal off in that ultimate that does shut down a lot of what you're picking Kali for. But in the early to mid game, a lot of times, and even in the late game, Serket, you're kind of using last breath and then walking away, letting your tick damage do the work for you. Can't really do that against Kali either, as R-Kill in trouble on this left-hand side. Trixtank shows up right on time. R-Kill was close there to falling down, but of course he only played it that way, Mifflin, because he knew Trixtank was coming, right?
Yeah, I mean, R-Kill, a completely infallible player, of course, as you just said. But it's worth noting that Hachiman had to use his beads there, as well as he doesn't have his ultimate available for that fight. That's probably feeds into Arkle's decision-making to stick out that fight as well. But now that the beads are down and Arkle has this enormous lead, it's going to be so hard for Toady to just sit in that lane safely. We might have to see Rotwen rotate over there and help him out until those beads are back up, or maybe his ultimate's back up. But this lane is getting really bad. 3-0 for Arkle on the side of Belt Slap. 100% kill participation. Someone needs to go over there and help out Toddy.
Now the good news, in some ways, is Sotos plucked back, and Trixtank actually going to have to use his ultimate, making sure that he doesn't get CC comboed by Sotos, as Rotwen again left to the Wolves, and Johnny gonna get the first kill, not named R-Kill on Belt Slap, as in the solo lane, Odie and Julio, you're gonna trade out ultimates on that side. Is that all the kills and all the lead pretty much so far is on to R-Kill, as Trixtank overextends, eats that ultimate combo from Sotos, and ends up losing his life for it, as Julio getting low, but Odie just a little bit short in the damage department, but Johnny's jump off the mark, maybe enough to let Odie off the hook.
Oh my god.
Johnny still has his ultimate and will use
This
it.
guy.
Because he knew that turn potential from Odie was coming, but Odie fends off
Oh.
until he doesn't. Julio with that
That was
spirit
some good
flail.
jukes.
eventually gets
Good
the kill, but
jukes.
that solo lane going the way you expected so far is a lot of kill pressure on that side, and well played by Odie to live that long. Arkill looking for a little bit more, won't be able to find the axe, so Toddy is out of there.
Man, that was a tearjerker for Audi. He played it so well. There was almost nothing more he could do. I mean, he played nearly perfectly if he avoids that last hit from Osiris, he lives. Unfortunately for Arkill, he didn't quite play that one perfectly as Sotos gets the blink in rotation and picks up that easy kill with that huge bounty as well. That's going to be huge for Surcat.
That's where I was going to go whenever before that fight happened in mid and right, that this lead for Arkill, he had 1,000 gold by himself. Just F6's lead, or deficit rather, is about 1,800, so you can knock out over half of that lead just by taking out Arkill, and that's exactly what they just did. Also looks like he lost his purification bead, so you end up now where this lead looks bigger than it really is, as long as Arkill isn't a part of the fight or is on respawn, and maybe with those purification beads down, Sotos can head on over and grab himself another kill. 2-0 for him. He has both kills of the contest so far for just F6.
That's the downside of Uller as well. Once his beads are down, the only true escape he has is that leap on his third ability in Axe Stance. No CC immunity on his ultimate, so Sotos, if he decides to rotate over there, that should be a relatively easy kill, especially with Hachiman in that lane, able to chase down the jump with a slow on his ultimate. But instead, it looks like Arkill's going to continue to play aggressive.
Man, Toddy again gets his dash interrupted. Maybe we start holding that for after Tail Whip comes out, but now Rotwen left in a bad spot. Feel like I've been saying that a lot so far, but here comes Sotos. That wall makes sure that Arkill doesn't get CC'd, and in fact, it's
God.
Sotos who ends up falling. Doku's damage not enough to bring down Arkill, though it was close. That's a 2 for 0 in favor of Belt Slap. Looks like it was going to go really poorly for just F6. Then you get a glimmer of hope, but ultimately it still ends up going Belt Slap's way handily.
There comes a point in every jungler's life where you realize a lane is losing so bad that you need to get involved over there. So you rotate over, you're trying to find that kill, and then you just get bopped for it. When that happens to me, my brain shuts down completely, and I just ignore that lane going forward. So I imagine Sotos might be a little bit deterred from moving over to Arkill's territory again, especially now that he's got this enormous lead as well. The Transcendent's nearly fully stacked. I imagine he might be moving into the Aussie, getting that lifesteal online. It's not looking appealing to fight him ever. You might look towards Soul Lane to start establishing a little bit of a lead for yourself.
And Julio is a level 14 Osiris who's forcing Captain Odie's ult, so that doesn't seem like a particularly viable gank path for you. The Breastplate of Valor, and Surcat is not a great matchup up against Kukul Khan, as I'm sure you've been on the receiving end a couple times, Mifflin. You hop on with that last breath, and you feel like you're making plays, and then you get absolutely one-shot by Spirit of the Nine Winds because you're locked in place. So it's, I don't know where Sotos really goes with this Surcat from this point. Where would you be going?
My back camp's on cooldown, as Sotos is electing to do now. And, you know, if you take a peek at that map, that purple farms up. Usually you leave that for the hunter, but when every lane's losing, you take what you can get. And it looks like he might even elect to move in and leech this wave as well. Sotos, my heart goes out to you, man. This is a hard game to play from the jungle.
Pick and the way that the lanes have been playing, but he's... That's where I was going to go whenever before that fight happened in mid and right, that this lead for Arkill, he had 1,000 gold by himself. Just F6's lead, or deficit rather, is about 1,800, so you can knock out over half of that lead just by taking out Arkill, and that's exactly what they just did. Also looks like he lost his purification bead, so you end up now where this lead looks bigger than it really is, as long as Arkill isn't a part of the fight or is on respawn, and maybe with those purification beads down, Sotos can head on over and grab himself another kill. 2-0 for him. He has both kills of the contest so far for just F6.
That's the downside of Uller as well. Once his beads are down, the only true escape he has is that leap on his third ability in Axe Stance. No CC immunity on his ultimate, so Sotos, if he decides to rotate over there, that should be a relatively easy kill, especially with Hachiman in that lane, able to chase down the jump with a slow on his ultimate. but instead it looks like Arkel's going to continue to play aggressive.
Man, Toddy again gets his dash interrupted. Maybe we start holding that for after Tail Whip comes out, but now Rotwen left in a bad spot. Feel like I've been saying that a lot so far, but here comes Sodos. That wall makes sure that Arkel doesn't get CC'd, and in fact, it's Sodos who ends up falling. Doku's damage not enough to bring down Arkel, though it was close. And that's a 2 for 0 in favor of Belt Slap. Looks like it was going to go really poorly for Just F6. Then you get a glimmer of hope, but ultimately it still ends up going Belt Slap's way handily.
There comes a point in every jungler's life where you realize a lane is losing so bad that you need to get involved over there. So you rotate over, you're trying to find that kill, and then you just get bopped for it. When that happens to me, my brain shuts down completely, and I just ignore that lane going forward. So I imagine Sodos might be a little bit deterred from moving over to Arkel's territory again, especially now that he's got this enormous lead as well. The Transcendent's nearly fully stacked. I imagine he might be moving into the Aussie, getting that lifesteal online. It's not looking appealing to fight him ever. You might look towards Soul Lane to start establishing a little bit of a lead for yourself.
And Julio is a level 14 Osiris who's forcing Captain Odie's ult, so that doesn't seem like a particularly viable gank path for you. Either Zeros is building in a Breastplate of Valor, and Serket is not a great matchup up against Kukulkan, Khan, as I'm sure you've been on the receiving end a couple times, Mifflin. You hop on with that last breath, and you feel like you're making plays, and then you get absolutely one-shot by Spirit of the Nine Winds because you're locked in place. So it's, I don't know where Sodos really goes with this Serket from this point. Where would you be going?
My back camp's on cooldown, as Sodos is electing to do now. And, you know, if you take a peek at that map, that purple farms up. Usually you leave that for the Hunter, but when every lane's losing, you take what you can get. And it looks like he might even elect to move in and leech this wave as well. Sodos, my heart goes out to you, man. This is a hard game to play from the jungle.
Pick and the way that the lanes have been playing, but he's looking for something on this left-hand side as he eats an axe right away, but Arkel's already used both relics in response to this gank, and he will end up falling. Toddy there with a little bit of assistance, but Trix Tank and the boys are en route. Johnny blinks in. Hey, our tower's gone, so there's nowhere for us to go. Johnny gets Toddy, and now it's going to be Serket next up on the list, though a really good attempt off that Cobra's Kiss. Zeros eventually knocks him down. Looks like Odie's actually teleported in to this left-hand side to try and keep this fight from spiraling too far out of control. But even with Odie here, I wonder if Belt Slap feels like they can go for this Gold Fury. Would be the first one of the game, and they have Zero's ultimate still available.
Not only could they go for the Gold Fury, but they know that every blink active on the side of Just F6 is down, so it's going to be so hard for them to gauge into that gold. Instead, it looks like they're going to back up and farm. Ganking duo lane when the tier 1 tower is down is so impossibly dangerous. As we saw there, the rotation was late from Belt Slap, but it didn't matter. There was no solace in a tier 1 for Just F6 to retreat to.
Now Johnny, after that kill and assist, is up to 3-0 and 4 with that Kali, Hasten Katana included. That is not where you want that Kali to be at 15 minutes, Miff, is level 15, outpacing your Serket. It's not a good spot now if you're Just F6, because that time bomb that we talked about for Johnny, it's accelerating at this point. It's going to be going off pretty quickly.
If Kali pulls a lead at any point in your game before level 20, you've already misplayed your jungle. You can't allow Kali to hit the ground running. 3-0 and 4 on the slash line for Johnny. That's a disaster scenario, truly. Now that he's got the Hasten Katana online, he's going to be able to stick to his enemies. I imagine he's moving into the Executioner or maybe a Chin size here. It's going to be so hard for Just F6 to send anyone to peel off Johnny as well. If this is the Chin size, he's going to be tearing through all these tanky targets as they pick up this Gold Fury completely free.
And Zeros doesn't even need to use the ultimate at this point. The gold lead grows to over 5,000 now for Belt Slap as Just F6 in a tough spot. Trixtank gonna walk up, 2-level lead over Rotwen, and he finds Sodos again, but Zero's ultimate only finds Rotwen. No knock-up because the Monolith was down. Might have been enough lane pressure earned by poking out Rotwen, but looks like that's not the case. Tier 1 tower will still stand for the time being, but it's not just gold that's the problem here, Miff. Over 5,000 is a lot at 16 minutes, but how about the XP lead? A level for solo, 2 levels for in the jungle. You got 2 levels in mid, 2 levels in support. I mean, every single lane on Belt Slap is just up right now.
I mean, there's no way to sugarcoat it. It's not a good look for Just F6 right now, but if you take a peek at their comp, they do scale very well into the late game with this Merlin, with this Achilles, and as well as a standard Hunter and Hajimon. It's just whether or not they can get there before, as you said, this ticking time bomb Cali pops off. Arkle in a little bit of trouble as Toddy aggresses.
Arkle already has to use the jump, and Rowan should be able to find him here. No beads for Arkle. Has the Aegis, gonna just try and stand and fight. Aegis comes in late, and Toddy does manage to take down Arkle. So despite the great start for him, does have 3 deaths. A lot of that is Soto spending significant time on that left-hand side as Odie uses his ultimate to get away. Check out the Thorns pickup for Trix Tank, by the way. Not what you usually see for the Sobek, but guess Trix decided he wanted to reflect a little bit of extra damage today.
The double Thorns pickup from Belt Slap tells me that they have very little respect right now, and they fully intend on sending every one of their teammates in with the W key the entire time. Johnny in a little bit of trouble as he takes the Cobra's Kiss.
Still has that ultimate available if he needs it, and he's trying to hold it as long as he can, but Remag Doku showing up is going to force Johnny's hand. Johnny does have Blake, but needs to stay out of combat for 3 seconds, and Soto's not going to let him. Interesting pathing choice by Johnny there. Why doesn't he just head up towards his own side of the map? Was trying to run towards the danger zone, so to speak.
He spotted out the Terra towards the Fire Giant side. You can't really move in once your jump is down, knowing that Terra has these huge AoE abilities, especially at his health pool. But as you said, moving downwards towards the enemy's fountain is almost never a good escape path. I imagine he maybe just wanted to move in towards a tower and die to one of those instead of giving the gold up to the enemy team. Instead, gets picked out by the 4-man rotation.
Toddy gonna go aggressive here on Arkle, knowing he has no relics. Again, Sotos has set up shop on this left-hand side, and Arkle's KDA gets evened up. Well, at least the KD still has 1 more in the assist column, but 4-4-1 now after a great start for Arkle in this game. That lead has been cut down, and that's Sotos making plays on the left-hand side.
Junglers making plays? No way. That's kind of all they ever do. Soto's doing the absolute most for his team right now, as you know most junglers would anyway. But 5-2-0, you need to start getting this lead onto other people as well. Maybe get a kill to land on one of your allies off these ganks. He is pulling himself up to even with Johnny on this Cali, which at this point at level 17, it doesn't really matter. That ticking time bomb has already popped off. Cali's going to be doing so much already. It's only going to get worse from here. However, he could, Sotos that is, try to elect to give these kills up to Remag Doku or Captain Odie if he does gank Soul Lane, or at least try and get Toddy online a little bit earlier, as he knows that he himself, Sotos, is going to scale a little bit weaker into this late game. It's time to start spreading the wealth out a little bit.
Zeros is progressing in his build at the same time, so maybe Doku can get a big shutdown kill there. That would be huge for him to close that gap, because he's down about a full item at this point, a little bit less, but not by much. Still a pretty good experience gap everywhere, but experience becoming less relevant as Beltstop approaches level 20.
And level 20 is a big deal, especially considering Belt Slap is approaching it rapidly, where on the other hand, the XP gap is closing a little bit. Soul Lane saw theirs closed up, Jungle as well. The main XP deficit is coming out of the mid lane with a 2-level lead in favor of Zeros. I imagine we're going to see the next team fight around this Oni Fury that's spawning shortly. Both teams have very good objective confirm ability in the fact that Merlin has that objective burn, and Zeros on Kukulkan has that literal objective confirm in Spirit of the Nine Winds. Whichever team gets the defensive positioning with their warding is going to have the huge advantage going into it. I imagine Belt Slap's going to be on top of this cooldown, as they've already got 4 members on that side of the map.
Interesting pickup here by Julio as the Frostbound Hammer comes in as his 5th item in this slot. Why Frostbound? Osiris already has a low cooldown slow as it is.
I'm not a huge fan of the Frostbound pickup, but I understand that he might have elected to pick it up for those auto-attacking slows to deal with this Merlin, who has a traditionally worse escapability anyway on this Flicker. It's a very short jump as on a long cooldown, so Osiris should be able to stick to him relatively well. However, as you said, the first ability is such a good slow on such a short cooldown that it's nearly infinite anyway. I imagine he could have used that gold better off towards some more defensive options, or maybe even a higher damage output item if that's what he wanted.
But at But now you know at least no one's getting away from Julio. Should he start to stick on them? As Oni Fury getting low, ultimate comes through and Belt Slap secures it just as you ride it up. And Trickstank doesn't want to stop there, plucks in, but he's immediately gonna get cut down. Toddy with his second kill of the game. That's usually where you immediately back up after doing gold, right, Mifflin? You use something on the objective. We don't take the fight afterwards. Trix wasn't interested in that sort of idea.
I mean, we knew it from the get with this Thorns pickup that Trix was only going to continue to press W. Unfortunately, it doesn't pan out for them there as Just F6 start to aggress onto this mid lane tower.
Tower's taking a long time to fall, though, as Julio's doing great work in the middle of 4. Big tether kept him healthy in the midst of everybody. Is Johnny now going to go in? But his ultimate's already down, and Soto's going to pop his ultimate. Soto's going to take down Johnny with ease, but Julio finishes off Toddy. In the meantime, Rotwen down to a sliver of HP. Arkill's auto will finally take care of it, but Odie still has that execute. Finds one with it, and now Zero's in a bad spot as Achilles looking to chase him down. Arkill, meanwhile, handling Soto for what feels like the 85th time this game. And just like the other 84, everyone goes Soto's way, 7 kills for him, 4 kills quickly for Just F6. They even the kill total at 11. The lead isn't gone for Belt Slap Mifflin, but that's the first 5-on-5 team fight that they've had, and Just F6 held their own.
Let's call it a 5-on-4 as Trix hit that Into mode button at the very beginning around that gold free to get picked out. Unfortunately, Soto's ultimate spread to 2 members from Johnny's death, landing onto Julio and Arkill, dealing so much damage. I think maybe Johnny thought he was going to be able to survive it out with his ultimate, so he just continued to move towards his team, but unfortunately, that last tick does make him drop, and that ultimate was a huge changing factor for that team fight. Finding it onto 3 members, Circat ult, that's huge. It's going to be so hard to fight into that. You don't have any healing afterwards, as well as that damage going to be ticking away at you. Unfortunately for Belt Slap, defending that tier 1 tower just wasn't the right decision this time.
Trickstank again in a bit of an awkward position, but still has his dash available. Still uses looking in the water, scared of a potential stun coming from Achilles. That fight in mid lane is an exact, it's a great demonstration of why you like Circat up against Kali. Johnny pops that ultimate, is going to try and snowball the team fight, and immediately just gets insta-killed by that ult. Knows that he's not getting any healing, can't get his target, and make sure that he gets that healing like Kali often tries to do. Soto shuts him down, and then gets the cherry on top with the spread. As you mentioned, Tier 1 tower falls as Just F6 were a little bit preoccupied on this right-hand side, but they did get Pyromancer in the meantime. They're down about 3,000 gold right now, 3,500, but experience now irrelevant. Everyone level 20 save for the supports. Feel like Just F6 are really in an acceptable position in this game all of a sudden.
They truly are. They went from bleak to completely even so quickly. One misplay around that gold free results in that team wipe for the side of Just F6 into a tier 1 tower as well. And they get that Pyromancer off it, completely evening up this game. As you said, it's only a 3,000 gold deficit, but split between 5 members. That's not a huge deal. It's not even an item for anybody. This is a completely even game outside of the compositions. Belt Slap does have that time bomb in the Kali that we've been talking about this entire time, who has now hit level 20. She's got the chin size online, which is so core on this god. Executioner as well. The Executioner passive does work against Kali's passive just ever so slightly, but is still a decent pickup for high DPS for that god. But there is so much on the side of Belt Slap that just is going to project them further into this game. If they do fall behind, they do have this Kukulkan able to zone out of the Phoenix, so they have a sick defense. They've got this Spearhead composition with this Osiris able to move in onto these enemies' gods if they do pull the lead, so they can aggress into enemy Phoenixes as well. Just F6 has every step to prove going forward. This next Fire Giant is going to be hugely indicative of the game, and I'm a huge proponent of the defensive warding position. If you can get your ward down first and camp up around it on Fire Giant, you are at the advantage.
Very easy to use that to your advantage as we jump back in. Looks like Trickstank has already lost his ultimate, but Soto's committed with his. That's a big deal. I was about to say that it's pretty just important at this point. Yes, Kali is nearly to 6 items. She's level 20. This is normally where she takes over games and ends them herself. But as long as Soto's has that ultimate, doesn't that just kind of stop Johnny from doing what he wants to do?
It stops him from getting the reset on his health, However, Callie is still absolutely potent outside of that reset in that she is still death immune when she presses that ult button, so she can just fully commit onto somebody and likely get at least one kill, possibly more, even without the health reset. So, yes, Serket is a decent counter pick in that you'll stop her from absolutely decimating your team, but you can never put a stop to a late game Callie fully.
Fire Giant low, below 25%, but Zero's ultimate doesn't do it. Belt Slap still managed to secure the Fire Giant, but boy, was it close. Just F6 now grouping up, trying to see if Trixtank will make the same mistake he did around Gold Fury. This time, Belt Slap playing it slow, except for Johnny. Blinks in, finds Doku all by himself, and cuts him up. Aegis never went off for the Merlin, and here's where the Kali eats. Double kill for him. Blink already down, so he will be able to catch Toddy. But now it's just F6 who make the mistake around the objective. Trixtank claims one of his own to put himself on the board. And now the tier 2 tower will fall. This should be a mid-Phoenix. And that's the concern. Yes, we've got the counter pick, but you have to be in the right spot at the right time. And Remake Doku got caught sleeping.
This could potentially be game. There's so much dead on the side of Just F6. They've got all of their ultimates available in Johnny and Trixtank here. This Titan is falling fast.
Johnny has to use his ultimate. Last breath on top of him, trying not to spread it like he did last time. Sotos does get one, but Belt Slap get the game anyways. A game that was all Belt Slap for a large majority, and then just F6 almost brought it back, but one objective fight ends up going Belt Slap's way, and they end the game off of it. That's the late game prowess, man. I mean, Johnny, the premier late game assassin player, showed it off there in game number 1.
Callie is an absolute chainsaw in the late game, instantly melting away all of these enemies in front of her. Standing near Callie is a death sentence. However, that game really does show that making even a singular mistake at this top level can completely shift the dynamic of any match. Just F6 gets one nice play around the Gold Fury and goes from completely out of the game to completely even, and then in turn they make one mistake around the Fire Giant, and Belt Slap literally just wins the game off of it. At this top level of play that is at these high tier SCC teams, you can't be making basic mistakes like that.
No, it's just getting separated and not knowing exactly where that Kali is. Definitely a fatal flaw there for Doku on the Merlin. Johnny doesn't do that much player damage, but frankly doesn't need to. On the Kali, you kind of do all that late game, and the game ended before you really think that Kali is going to do the majority of her great work. Trixtank, I thought, had a phenomenal game on the Sobek, save for one really bad decision that basically evened up the game. But overall, Belt Slap looked like they were playing very well. But I got to give some credit to Just F6, man. I honestly thought that this game was much closer than I would have given them credit for coming into this set.
Yeah, looking just at the rosters, I mean, everyone's probably favoring Belt Slap, but as I said at the beginning, Just F6 have proven that they can compete at this level, and I have to shout him out by name. Sotos, man. My heart goes out to you. You were really putting in the work, the true workhorse of the Just F6 lineup. It just wasn't quite enough. I believe he was 5-2 around 15 minutes in the game, the only one really doing anything for that team, keeping them afloat, but it just wasn't quite enough as he got outscaled by the Cali.
Wow, mark your calendars, Chad. It's, March 21st, according to my calendar. And Mifflin talking about how well junglers are playing? Crazy. Would have never guessed that. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with game number 2. Welcome back to the Smite Challenger Circuit, everybody. Aggro and Mifflin along for the second set of the day. Just F6 put up a pretty considerable fight up against Belt Slap, but still end up falling sub 30 minutes. But Mifflin, they were making plays. Sotos in particular in the jungle was able to turn some things around, but overall, I don't think you can let Arkil do what he did to Toddy that game and expect to win a whole lot. He was dominant in the early game.
I'm sorry, who did you say turned things around on the side of Just F6?
Yeah, I mean, it was a team effort. Just one guy who happened to be not in a lane a whole lot, who was really clearing camps that were in the jungle more often than not. It was Sotos in the jungle, yeah. It was the jungler.
Yeah, Sotos kind of popped off that game. If I'm on Just F6, I know that Belt Slap is the favored team largely, right? 7-3 is what I gave the odds for Belt Slap. So that game shows me that Just F6 can compete. There was a point where that was anyone's game in the late game. That gives me a little bit of confidence going forward. So maybe Just F6 doesn't even take a morale hit here. Maybe they're feeling a little bit better.
I agree. I mean, that game goes about as well as it can go for Belt Slap early game, right? And still Just F6 were in it towards the end. So I think that's a confidence booster as much as losing a game can be in that moment. As Belt Slap now in that first pick position. I wonder if you ban Uller here if you're Just F6 and try and take that out of Arkill's hands. I feel like that would be something I would consider at the very least with how well Arkill plays that pick.
I mean, Belt Slap showing a bit of respect there, banning out that Circuit for the jungler on the side of Just F6. You know, earning himself a bit of a respect ban. Got to feel pretty good going forward. However, if you're wasting one of your bans on Circuit, who is not in the meta right now, that makes you imagine, what are you giving up to Just F6 here as Camazot's getting hovered by Belt Slap?
Camazot's really wasn't a factor too much in our first set. Now was banned in game one of this set. Now gets let through and first picked by Belt Slap. And the Uller, instead of banning it, Just F6 decided to take it for themselves. I think this is smart to not let Arkil get that pick for himself yet again. Kukulkan Khan is on the table, but Just F6 decided to go with the Athena. Not the pick I was expecting, and based on your face, not the one you were expecting either.
I mean, I am a huge proponent of Athena in that she single-handedly runs the show in late-game team fights. You can leave Athena up to initiating every fight as well as she has a fantastic peel. She's got that global presence as well. But she's not a top pick god. As you said, Kukulkan was still available, but Belt Slap doesn't elect to take any of these top picks either, instead going for the Onher and the Sobek, which is a traditionally aggressive lane. And Onher is one of the few gods that has very good trade potential into Uller. If he uses his ultimate to immune the Axe Stun, that should land you at least 3 of your spears there, as well as the Impale is going to be a very good determining factor in these fights. Whoever lands their stun first in that dual lane matchup, once it becomes a 1v1 when the supports rotate out, should have the advantage in any fight.
Interesting that no Kukulkan or Kali pick there for Belt Slaps. Trickstank must really love this Sobek, man. He keeps taking it really, really early in these drafts, and that opens the door for Just F6 to get the Kukulkan for Doku, and that's the exact type of pick you want with Athena. The great setup. Thor gets let through. He gets all the way down here and instantly picked up by Just F6. So I love the comp that Just F6 has put together so far. It's a matter of execution now, it feels like, is King Arthur and Olarun being hovered. I would be shocked to see this Olarun go through, but it does. Wow. Is that going to be on her mid then? No, that doesn't feel like what you want to do. You want to put that on her in Arkill's hands as much as you can. Olarun's a very surprising pick here, though, and a Guan Yu is perfect to answer it. You want CC immunity and gods that can stick on you if you want to try and counter Olarun. Guan Yu does that perfectly. I think that Belt Slap definitely got the worst end of the draft. Doesn't mean they're going to lose the game, but Just F6 have certainly set themselves up for a good position.
Olarun going mid. As you said, they did want to put on her in the hands of Arkil, but Olarun in the middle of the map, that god doesn't do very much until he's about full slotted or at least late game in terms of XP around level 15. It's going to be hard to fight around that 3v3 in the middle lane. However, Johnny on that Camazotz should be able to make up for the majority of that pressure, as Camazotz does deal immense damage and has great stick potential onto Kukulkan. But I'm not a huge fan of this Olarun pickup. It would have been better in the long lane just because that's a safer lane, as well as you can farm up a little bit more easily over there. But taking away the on her from Arkle into this Uller matchup onto Toddy would have been pretty crippling as well. I imagine maybe they chose this comp fully intending to put Olaron into the long lane, and then they realized that Toddy is on Uller, and that would have been ill-advised.
Either way, it's an odd one, I think, for Belt Slap, and we'll see how well Zeros can do on this pick in the mid lane, and if Toddy can end up standing a little bit taller in this lane. Now, he eventually evened it up, but it took a lot of help from Sotos, though Sotos on a guy that camps duo very well. Thor known for walking over to Gold Fury and channeling that ultimate and being able to dunk basically the whole lane all at once, so certainly an option available to Just F6 to camp Arkle out on this left side of the map. Is Arkle starting with that light blade, maybe this Aussie rush that we've seen some players go for? Usually it's on gods like Jing Wei, not on her necessarily. You want power on her. Is that the direction that makes the most sense to you?
Power is certainly the direction that makes the most sense to me, especially on her, as you said, as he has that additional in-hand auto damage from his passive. But the Aussie pickup has been shown to be favored extremely heavily on the European side. On her does benefit greatly from that flat pen from Aussie as well as the attack speed. However, it's not going to be able to get as much value. He's going to have to be trading into this Uller the entire time. Maybe he elects for that early lifesteal pickup because he knows he can take a lot of poke, as we're seeing some aggression on the Toddy to jump out from Arkle, but it's not quite enough to land there, as Toddy has to use his to escape as well. And that lane's going to go ahead and reset back to neutral.
Man, Arkle probably just didn't have that impale up at the time. As Soto's in trouble in mid, just able to hammer out as the Devour was on its way. Toddy uses the beads as Trix Tank just blinked in. You know, the Olaron mid is something that I definitely wasn't expecting, but the more I think about it, the more it does make sense, not necessarily for a team comp perspective, but for a player perspective. Zeros has always loved these magical ADCs. The new Purple Boots rush that we highlighted in game number 1 does work very well for magical ADCs, gives them some sustain. They don't usually need as much mana anyways, and a whole lot of power. And Zeros loves his soul, loves Kronos. Olaron, the third magical ADC, alongside Freya, who Zeros also loves for what it's worth, kind of checks out at some degree. We'll see if it works out for him, though, as Soto's nice secure on that blue buff, an important one, because Guan's certainly a mana-hungry character in that solo lane. That hammer secure was big by Sotos.
That was, had Guan lost that blue buff, he likely wouldn't have got the next couple ones either, so getting that there is a huge deal. I want to highlight the fact that even though they have Kukulkan and Thor in that 2v2 fight in mid, we saw that even regardless of it being an Olaron who has historically low pressure in any role that you put him in, Johnny on the Camazotz was able to box them out early and win that 2v2 lane, getting the pressure, moving him into that blue buff, which opened up the avenue for that steal, but unfortunately it doesn't go, as you said. Sotos stole it away very well.
Johnny definitely playing much more aggressively on the Camazotz than on the Kali, and that tracks. That's how you should be playing those two characters. Kali, a late game hyper carry, Camazotz, a hyper carry that starts at minute 1, basically, with the base damage and the scaling in the kit. There really doesn't feel like there's a whole lot of bad points of the game for Camazotz. Is there a particular time you want to try to attack him, Mifflin, or is it just run away as often as you can?
So if Camazotz really just like doesn't have any cooldowns available to him, like at all, like 1, 2, 3, and 4 all down, I think maybe sometimes I will fight him as long as there's no passive pools for him to stand near. Then it's really time to hop onto him, you know what I mean? But outside of that, no, there isn't a real great option for moving in onto this Camazotz. As we said, he has huge sustainability and damage output for himself, as well as the leap to escape anything that might come his way. And if all fails, he can use that ultimate to completely remove himself from the playfield and just continue to escape or aggress if he so chooses.
You know, I really thought you were going to go along the lines of, yeah, I usually fight Camazotz when the wind blows exactly southeast. I flip 3 coins, and they go heads, heads, tails, in that order. I play rock, paper, scissors against my mom, and she goes rock, then scissors, and I win both of those. And those are the only times where it's okay to fight Camazotz, because it feels like it's that rare that you get an opportunity to do so. Is on this left-hand side, Toddy on the receiving end of that Defender of Olympus, Shell as well by Rotwen, but in the mid lane, Johnny jumps out just in time. Trixtank claims first blood. Toddy falls on the left-hand side. Sotos in the air in mid lane, but feel like he's not going to be able to find anything. Instead, just heading towards his own red buff, where that might get contested. Though it looks like Belt Slap content with just getting that first blood.
With Spirit of the Nine Winds no longer available and Anvil of Dawn down as well, I would have liked to see them move in towards that red buff invade, Belt Slap that is, but instead, Oleron was a little bit out of position, couldn't get the follow-up for Johnny, so he elects to play it a little bit safe, steal away those small mid-camps instead. But it's still a completely even game. First blood has gone down to Belt Slap. We're looking at about a 1,000 gold deficit. That's mainly off playing the map just slightly better, forcing out the enemy gods in mid lane a couple times, forcing them to slow down their farm. However, this game is largely even. Taking a peek at those comps, I still do favor Belt Slap going into the late game purely off the fact that they essentially have what is 2 hunters, one with a huge teamfight ultimate as well. It's going to be hard as Guan Yu falls, Captain Odie getting ganked out by Camazotz. Not much you can do about that. It's a Camazotz.
And no ultimate there for Odie. Julio had done good work to poke him low and make sure that there was no ultimate available for the Guan Yu. Johnny there for the cleanup. It's a beautiful pillar impale by Arkil. Starts off this fight nicely. Use of the CC immunity as well. Toddy just one auto from death, but Arkil can't afford to take too long because Rotwin is on the way. And Arkil loses out on what should have been a very, very clean solo kill. That's what makes it hard, man. That's ADC's tough. You end up missing 1 or 2 autos, and it goes your way. It goes the other way after everything before that was perfect.
I mean, you missed 3 auto attacks. That's the only thing that happened there that he didn't do absolutely perfectly, and he loses his life for it, falling down to Ullr as well, the worst target the kill could have landed on. My heart goes out to him. In those situations where you know that the enemy team is coming, Arkil definitely spotted him on the side of his eye as he jumps in there. He knows he has to get that kill or it's going to go completely sideways for him. Thor up in the air.
Johnny still has the ability to get out of there, though. Has the Devour ready to go, gives him some space, and then the ultimate right on top of that. Sotos could have landed right off that axe stun, but it would have had to be pretty quick. That is not a long stun duration for Ullr, so just a little bit short on that quick execution. Still, getting Johnny's ultimate, never a bad start for you. As we check in with the mid lane, by the way, this build for Oleron, normally it's Bancrofts in that slot. That's usually what you see for magical ADCs. Book of Thoth here for Zeros, trying to get a little bit of extra scaling, as now he's going to drop that ultimate. Rotwen
Big
knocked
burst.
up, but slowly lurking in the waters is there, and Johnny finally able to get that killing blow onto the Athena.
I really do like the power stack onto Oleron so we can benefit a little bit more off those magical air quotes crit auto attacks that Oleron brings. Getting the early lifesteal is good, but he's got some on the boots, which is just enough to sustain as is. So instead, electing to pick up some higher damage output items is going to let him work off of his passive a little bit more so than maybe a Bancrofts would. I imagine we will see some further lifesteal in the build a little bit further on. I would like to see him move in towards a demonic grip potentially going forward in that 3rd item slot.
Something with attack speed is beautiful impale. Beads a little bit too late from Sotos. He took too much damage, but maybe didn't know that Arkil was lying in wait for him. Arkil, despite losing that kill and getting a death himself, doesn't stop him from playing aggressively on this left-hand side. He's already gotten Toddy's beads and forced him to back again as Trix Tank gets axed. So Toddy will prevent that CC chain from happening on that left-hand side. Nicely done by him. Arkil, despite that death, pretty even right now with Toddy.
Toddy, he is pretty even despite the death, but take a peek at Toddy's build. He's electing for this Transcendence, and we're 9, almost 10 minutes into the game, and he hasn't even finished the item yet. He hasn't started up his stacks, so every time that Arkil dies, he is forcing out the Ullr, and he's not able to finish off that Transcendence early enough, so maybe going for that stacking item is going to come back to bite him in the end.
And remember, it's not as easy as it was for Transcendence. You have to actually stack it now to get that CDR. That's a big difference in power level for Ullr in particular. Maybe more so than just about any other god that was building Transcendence regularly. Feel like Ullr loses out the most by not getting that immediate burst of 10% CDR. Finally, Toddy does finish it off, but now has to stack it up, as we mentioned. Arkil not done with his Aussie, though, so feel like this is still a position where Toddy should just be dealing outright more damage than Arkill, as long as Arkill isn't perfectly accurate with the impale
Thor's up.
in the ultimate. Soto's looking for something, but finds his back
Finds the back
harpies
camps.
instead. Hey, he landed that ult though. You gotta give him credit on that one. Nailed that one pretty consistently. Just wanted to see if Johnny and Beltslap wanted to go aggressive in mid. Trix Tank now wants to go aggressive in mid, looking for Remag Doku. Blink in by Johnny. Devour doesn't get him out of range of that ultimate. His ult's gonna come out now that Athena has landed. Shell as well. Great body blocked by
nice.
Trix Tank. And Johnny's gonna find his third in a row. Get some sustain off those vampiric bats. Hammer lands, and Soto's gonna put Johnny down. But now Zeros drops that Sanctified Field, but just doesn't have the damage in order to make it work. Toddy gonna jump in. Zeros, no choice but to try and turn and burn. Odie gonna beat Julio on the rotation to his own side of the jungle. And it's a 2-for-1. Doku falls, but Beltslap lose their mid and jungle.
Beltslap playing overly aggressive in the middle lane there. They need to recognize the fact that Oleron's only going to pop off the later this game goes, and the fact that Kukulkan has fantastic self-peel in his second ability, and the Tornado is able to get him out of danger. Not fully enough to save his life. Remag Doku does fall, but he deals so much damage and puts the enemy team so far out of position. They took that fight between Just F6's Tier 1 and Tier 2 mid-tower. That's rough. Toddy losing his beads here as Arco goes aggressive.
Oh,
Wow.
accurate enough that time with the Desert Fury. That's what he was looking for earlier. Arkill gets the solo kill. What do you know? As soon as he backs and gets that Aussie, that infusion of power and flat pen make all the difference in the world. Arkill gets beads and the kill. It's Toddy again on the respawn. Julio ganked on this right-hand side. Sotos' dunk was accurate this time around. Julio needs to get some energy up if he wants to be able to find that ultimate. Odie's used his ultimate as well, and Julio won't be able to get away this time around, but Beltslap, the classic play. Gank on the right-hand side, Gold Fury up. We get the Gold Fury in response to that kill, so the gold lead staying pretty stable around 3,000 gold. It's Just F6 trying to answer back with a Pyro.
The 1-for-1 trade, or the 1-for-0 trade, losing the Gold Fury but getting the Pyromancer, it still goes a little bit in favor of Beltslap, I'd say, overall. That gold and XP from the actual main objective in that Fury is so important, as Trix Tank blinks past the Zephyr in the back looking for Remag Doku, completely alone, by the way.
But he's so low that Trix can basically solo him from that position with lurking in the waters, and Doku has to respect it. So he uses beads, not knowing who else is in tow. No wards on that side of the map really at all, except by Pyromancer for Just F6. So that's understandable that he has to use the beads in that spot. Trix Tank trading Blink for beads. He'll do that every single time. That's ideal for Sobek.
It really is. Burning out any carries beads at any point at any trade for a support should be good, including your life. Supports, stop playing passive. Please play more aggressive. I don't value you
here's
as...
here's
Go
the
ahead.
deal, okay? You living as a support is basically irrelevant to me. Your job is to go in there and just suicide for as much value as we can get off of your body, and that's should be your end goal. It's just good. It's good smite to hard into support. Can I say that? Is that too far? I think it's true. I really do.
No, you're absolutely right. Let's take a peek at some of the SPL supports that got picked up. Inbound is traditionally a huge inter, as Remag Doku taking a lot of damage here from Oleron.
And now he's gonna fall. Trix Tank gobbles him up on that side of the map, and now Arkill's in a bad spot. Great Aegis, though, immunes a lot of damage, and he's gonna return it right back the way it came. Desert Fury gets that job done. Johnny gonna be able to claim the last hit, though. 4-1 for him. Is now Arkill using good relics there. That's sometimes a weakness for him. Good relic usage that time. Ends up buying Beltslap another kill, a 2-for-0 on that dive. Tier 1 tower on this right-hand side, rather. A little bit low. Julio willing to tank this up pretty considerably. And now with that back, Captain Odie's going to have to use a teleport if he doesn't want to lose a tower.
Forcing out the teleport here isn't as huge of a deal, as Gold Fury's down on that side of the map, so he doesn't really need to use it to move over there as quickly. But Johnny aggressing in, might be able to find this easy pick. The slow lands.
No, still ultimate, though, is still up, though, from Odie, so he's A-okay. Trix Tank still pretty far forward, but he's okay. He's Sobek. He's got that tank boots pickup alongside the Gauntlet of Thebes. Love the tank boots up against this composition from Just F6. They've got dots with the Cuckoo Con Tornado, so it's going to stack up that passive quickly. And even more importantly for me is the CCR on these boots is going to be huge. This is a CC heavy composition by Just F6, and it's easy to get Thorwald into an Athenaton. And that CCR will make all the difference.
Nice
Julio
juke.
jumps out of the way of that Thor ult. Beautifully done. A little wiggle just to the side, and he's out of there, no problem.
That's so unfortunate. At that point, had Thor just aimed for him, he would have found it, but Toady beats Aegis drop. The ultimate coming out from Arkil, not quite enough damage yet, but he falls anyway from a fantastic gank from Johnny. Remag Doku's the only one in position to defend this tier 2 tower. Athena's rotating over slowly, but red buff available to be stolen.
And Johnny's going to heal up quite a bit off this one between the Assassin's Blessing and the sustain there for Camazotz. Fury's coming up soon, so no surprise that Belt Slap want to get as much map control as they can on this left side of the map, maybe even force down a little bit on these tier 2 towers, and it looks like Zeros is doing just that in mid. Taunt onto Trix Tank, but doesn't last very long thanks to that crowd control reduction, so he's A-okay. As we check in with Zeros again, I really thought that this build, the same one that Doku's gone for, the Book of Thoth into Breastplate, works very, very well on Kukulkan because you're double dipping on that mana conversion passive, so the Breastplate doesn't lose you too much damage. On Olorun, I think you will notice that lack of damage, but the CDR certainly helps as look at this. Belt Slap on over to the Fire Giant, Just F6, none the wiser. A great call here by Belt Slap.
None the wiser they are. Fire Giant going to fall uncontested. To touch on that Breastplate of Power pickup onto Olorun, I'm actually a fan of defense when you're ahead. We saw there under that tier 2 tower, he took the double tap from Thor, and it did nearly no damage to him based off that defense. And yes, he is losing out on a bit of damage, but because he's ahead, he's already got this ring online as well as the tier 1 of the next one. It's Thor's in the air, though.
Johnny has to use that ultimate early and doesn't. Gets stunned and put down. An easy kill once his beads are down. Johnny, look, man, I know Camazotz is good, but maybe not 4v1 good at this point in the game. Primal Fury secured by Just F6. They get something in their back pocket. But still, 4 members of Belt Slap with Fire Giant. Getting it off Johnny and the Camazotz is important, though.
It is huge, but Camazotz is one of the few gods on the side of Belt Slap that can sustain outside of the Fire Giant buff, and the sustain from Fire Giant is some of the biggest determining factors on these late game sieges. You want to go into these towers, try and take the damage from the enemy gods, maybe burn some of their ultimates, then back up and heal with the Fire Giant, then move back in. That's where the real potency of Fire Giant comes from, is the ability to stay in these fights longer. Camazotz kind of has that in his kit already, so he can stay in these fights a little bit longer anyway, regardless.
Tier 2 tower on this left-hand side, down to the blink of an eye, as you would expect from a team with this much extra sustain. Looked like Arco wanted to back up and get this purple buff, but the rest of Belt Slap surging forward. Not Johnny, though. He's in mid lane, still a little bit separated. Taunt onto Trix Tank. He doesn't take too much damage, as he's awfully tanky at this point in the game. Spirit Robe going to help with that after the CC. Great wall going to lock off Julio, but that's a level 17 King Arthur. Not enough damage onto him quite yet. Odie going to drop that ultimate, and he's going to get a pretty big stun here with help from Athena. Soto's lining it up, and it's a double dunk onto both backliners. Relics use, and Doku flattens Arkil. Now it's Trix Tank in that front line. Johnny has returned to this team fight, blinking in, looking for the Cuckoo Khan, but body blocks going to make it difficult to do just that. A great fight for Just F6.
Just F6 made masterful use of the Guan heal there to maintain their lead in that fight. It's kind of unfortunate that Belt Slap only elected to pick up 1 anti-heal item, and that's on Johnny and that Brawler's Beat Stick, and he wasn't even available in that fight to participate. So Guan Yu went largely unchecked with his healing and got to survive from nearly dead. He was below 300 health at that point. Just F6 defense comp displayed right there, I didn't get a chance to talk about it beforehand, but is really good. Remag Doku on the Kukulkan can drop tornadoes outside of his Phoenix to keep the minion wave out, as well as close up half that lane so that they can't rotate through that. Rotwin, when the game is simplified around the Phoenix, he's only got to taunt people in front of him instead of having to worry about people rotating in from the sides. It's going to be pretty hard for them to move past that as well. It's very difficult for Belt Slap to get past this wall of defense that Just F6 can put up.
Including the actual wall from Sotos, which was critical in that team fight as he locked off Julio and got him low, and it looks like it's locked off Zeros this time around. Zeros gets picked in the mid lane. Doku finds a 7th kill for just F6, and Mifflin, this is feeling pretty similar, isn't it? I mean, Belt Slap doing everything right. One fight doesn't go their way, and all of a sudden, just F6 gets a lot of momentum. Still a 9K deficit, but working towards it. Johnny's lurking, finds Doku. Good damage onto him, but that breastplate pays off for Doku for the moment. Now plucked back into Julio's waiting arms, but Sotos has the dunk lined up. He's looking for the right target, and it's Arkil. No relics for him. Sotos one-shots the enemy hunter. Now stuns off Julio. Castanodi gonna find him. And just like that, just F6 has found another team fight in their favor. They lose Remag Doku, but they get 2 more. There should be some more gold off the back end.
It seems to me like Belt Slap really struggles playing on that back foot. The second they lose one of their members and they're not 5-stacked, they keep looking for these fights as if they are largely in the lead 4 versus 5, and instead they get punished for it. Just F6 taking fantastic privilege there to make that fight happen in their favor, taking away that tier 1 mid tower is going to open up the map a bit, make it easier for them to contest this Fire Giant once it respawns in about a minute. And they're moving in towards this tier 1 tower on the left. A little bit less impactful for map pressure, but will get them some gold if they elect to stick around and take that down. However, as I always say, defensive warding position on this Fire Giant is so important, and right now that side of the map doesn't have a single ward on it.
I wonder if you even contest this, though, if you're just F6, because your Phoenix defense just went really well. You won that fight, which was not on Phoenix, but it was a 4-on-5 with Zero's dead. Feel like that maybe we just take these fights on Phoenix, especially with how they lost last game, Mifflin, where they defend pretty well, they're doing okay, and then they end up losing immediately on the Phoenix or the Fire Giant fight. What would your call be if you're just F6?
If I'm just F6, I'm one of the most cautious players ever. My shot calling is so cautious. I'm worried that this next Fire Giant is going to be the game. At this point, there's only one tier 2 tower available for just F6, as well as the fact that the majority of Belt Slap has hit their entire power spike as Johnny gets aggressed on by Sotos.
Sotos tries to one-shot him, but Johnny, that Void Shield ends up being the difference. And now he's like, yeah, I'm low, but I can get you lower. Johnny blinks in, has to use that ultimate, and Sotos ends up falling. A good idea, knowing that Johnny has no beads, but Sotos just a little bit too light in the damage department. Not a whole lot of pen, maybe, but I mean, between Jotuns and the flat pen from Heartseeker, normally that's enough. Not the case up against Johnny.
Sotos, I'll say it once and I'll never say it again. If you're going to step to the king being Camazotz, you best come correct. Take his head with your first shot. Unfortunately, you didn't. At that point, he kind of hovered around the red buff after his kill didn't happen, and he had to use his hammer defensively later. He should have immediately disengaged over the wall. Instead, Johnny was low health. I know where that bloodlust comes in as a jungler, where you see someone below a quarter and you want to stick around and find that kill, especially considering the fact that Sotos was full HP and mana after the dunk. Unfortunately, though, Camazotz has so much damage.
But Mifflin, I mean, they have an Athena ult. They don't use it in that moment. Feel like that could have gone better for sure. Right side Phoenix down to about half HP. Julio first in. He's going to take about half his health from that Phoenix. As Sotos has respawn, so they do have to respect that. His ultimate will be back up and ready to go. But first, poke out Johnny a little bit. No anti-heal really at all for Sotos. No Brawler's Beat Stick, and maybe that is the difference maker in that team fight as well. Now they're going to try and brawl it out again in the 1v1. Johnny willing to tank up that Phoenix for a little bit and try and get it as Zero's ultimate comes down, but Guan Yu doesn't have to care about that. He's got his horse. Good jump away by Arkil to avoid the stun, and Zeros has to use the Aegis to buy himself some time. Soto's going to dunk on the backline again. Another good dunk by him, but this time he doesn't one-shot both backliners. Arkil in some trouble, but not as much as Sotos. No hammer for him anymore as Johnny and Julio zone away the rest of the team. Good pre-beads, but Julio's got him locked down. Sotos gonna fall to the sword of King Arthur, as now Belt Slap gonna have to try and re-engage underneath this Phoenix. Johnny returns to this left side, this time trying to deal with Toddy. He's gotta be careful here. Phoenix is weakened and he'll grab it. And Johnny actually able to get out scot-free, still holding on to the beads and the ult.
That was a disrespectful Phoenix take from Johnny. Had Toddy found even 2 or 3 auto attacks there, he might have been able to take Johnny's life. Instead, Johnny electing to just juke around, doesn't take a single auto attack from Toddy, just kind of plays him like a chump. Instead, now 2 Phoenixes down, they're moving to the left side.
Woo! Big ultimate though from Doku. Both backliners get absolutely eviscerated. Neither one had purification beads, and Rotwen and Doku combined nicely to take them down. But that doesn't mean that the fight is over. Johnny still up at that ultimate Tricks tank, trying to buy some space for his assassin, but it looks like that taunt's gonna pay off once more. Johnny hanging out in that pool. Good lord, man, somebody hit him.
Missed.
No way he turns it around. Thank goodness. Finally, Doku gets his third kill of the fight. A great Athena taunt sets up for an easy ultimate for Doku.
That could have very easily turned around had they not found the damage there onto Camazotz after that Zephyr missed. He was around half health. He could have turned that fight completely. Fortunately for Just X6, they do find that kill. Their defense is strong, but not strong enough to completely reflect that aggression from Belt Slap. 2 Phoenixes falling now. It's going to be very hard to close that gap, as well as this 10,000 gold deficit. Experience is nearly a non-factor at this point. The lowest level on the side of Just F6 is their support at level 18. That's not a huge deal, as well as the fact that they are mostly full build outside of that Kukulkan, who's still working on his 5th item. It's gonna be hard for Just F6, but at this point, the gold deficit is starting to mean less and less as it goes forward. Yes, they still need those 6 slotted items. However, XP is not a factor anymore. If they can get these Phoenixes back alive, this is an even game.
Man, this is again, Bout Slap looked really, really good and then made a couple of mistakes. That left side Phoenix attempt is a greedy one, and Arkil and Zeros end up holding hands way too close on that siege. You really can't afford to let your backliners get double Athena taunted, ever. Especially when you don't have beads. Sotos had pulled those out earlier with a good dunk. And good adjustment by Just F6. If Arkil and Zeros are going to stand next to each other, gotta hit them both. And Rotwen did just that.
Yeah, Rotwen playing very well in this Athena. Athena also gets so much better on the defense as well once the game is simplified. As I said earlier, it's very easy to find those taunts. I know that I've seen some success on Athena myself in the past. It's one of my favorite supports to play. She is incredibly simple. I would like to see Defender of Olympus used a little bit more aggressively. It seems like they're pigeonholing themselves into using Defender of Olympus alongside Guan Yu ultimate. Instead, if she elects to use it with Thor to dunk down on these enemies, maybe he'll be able to finish those kills himself.
Sotos is up right now, but he's going to disengage, but Rotwen might not have a choice. That Cuckoo ultimate does a lot less than the last one, though it's hard to match that level of output. As Odie getting picked has started this whole engagement in a bad taste for Just F6. Odie ends up surviving, cost him his blink, his ultimate, though that's less of a big deal for Guan Yu. He's got a lot of CDR, and of course the ability to get his cooldowns back more quickly with that heal. But it costs 4 ultimates in total, or 3 ultimates rather, for Just F6, and make sure that there's no chance of the Fire Giant defense, though. I don't really think that they were going to do that anyways. Johnny may have gotten caught in mid, though. Has the beads, but hasn't used them yet. Now he will. No stun coming from Odie that time around. And Julio to the rescue. He's going to be A-OK, will Johnny. But look at Trix Tank. He flanks in, finds Doku. After that blink, no Cuckoo ultimate quite yet, but Trix doesn't have his either. Does have the pluck, though, and Odie right back into the teeth of the team. Johnny has returned, and Zero is going to put himself on the board. That's his first kill of the game. As mid and right side Phoenix have respawned, but it's bad timing for a couple weakened birds to pop up because Belt Slap's going to be able to get them quickly. Mid Phoenix gone in the blink of an eye. Right side Phoenix follows quickly. And without a wave, Belt Slap's going to try and go left.
Complete minions pushing in onto the Titan right now. All ultimates available from Just F6 though. This could be a heroic defense. They need to help out Rotwen in the back, however.
Zero's in a bit of an awkward spot. Arkil taking up the Phoenix, and Soto's going to find him with that dunk. Both relics used by Arkil, and Soto's going to be able to escape, at least for the moment. But Johnny doesn't want to let him go, and he'll find number 14 for Belt Slap, his 7th. That's half of Belt Slap's kills on the Camazotz. Titan as exposed as it's going to get 10 seconds on Captain Odie, and he will have his ultimate when he respawns. So Belt Slap going to slow it down a little bit. Just wait for these fire minions to come in and wait to take the set. 30 minutes just about approaching on the clock. Arkil gonna cut down Rotwen instantly. That Cuckoo ultimate does flatten the enemy on her, but I don't know if that's gonna be enough, Mifflin. Titan down to about 2/3, but it has reset as Johnny's forced backwards. Soto's on the respawn at about 25. That's got to keep your eye on at this point, as he's the next one coming up for Just F6. Julio still wants to stick around, as does Zeros. No ultimate for Zeros for a little bit, though. Belt Slap kind of hanging on the razor wire as Johnny gonna go in. No ultimate or beads for him, but Odie plucked back again. Trickstag finds that frontliner cleanly. Julio in onto Doku, finds that ultimate, but the Titan has been able to stay healthy this entire time, and now Sotos is up with ultimate. This should be a disengage by Belt Slap, whether they want it or not. Another big dump
Nice Aegis.
by Sotos. The wall is good. Zero's ultimate comes up right on time, and that's gonna be enough to make sure that he survives despite a great dunk from Sotos. Just F6, hold the base.
They may have held the base with 3 Phoenixes down. It would be a historic moment, I believe, in the entirety of Smite competitive history. We've only seen 2 comebacks from the triple Phoenix down. I'm not sure that Just F6 has it. Their comp does have defense, but once they switch to aggression, it's going to be hard. Seen a little bit of trouble as Toddy falls quickly into the back.
Julio finds a stun onto Sotos as well, and Sotos in trouble. Julio healing up so much, they finally bring him down as Sotos tries to exit stage right, but Johnny not gonna let him. He's gonna cut him down from the sky. Zero's in trouble in the mid lane as he's a little bit weak, but should get some sustain from his 3 and that Fire Giant. Odie has now been left to the Wolves, as with no ultimate, no way he gets away. And that should be the game. Only 2 members left standing. Julio's dead, but they've got 3 waves of fire minions coming down, and Belt Slap look poised to take game number 2.
Kukulkan, no ultimate available, and beads down as well. The only thing really helping him here is the fact that he has Aegis, but it won't likely get a chance to use it as the Titan falls quickly.
Remag plucked back and ultimately will stay alive, but his Titan will not. 18-14, Belt Slap take game number 2. But if you would have told me, Mifflin, that Just F6 looked this good, I don't know if I would have believed you. I think that this is a team that, look, getting 2-0'd is never a positive feeling. You never feel good about getting 2-0'd. But when it's up against that team with that level of talent and you played them that closely, there's things to build on for Just F6. You can go back and watch this VOD and learn from it. And that's not always the case when you play up against these top-end teams.
It really isn't. I know that had I been in the shoes of Just F6 there, I'm proud of what I accomplished. I'm thinking just realistically, looking at the comps and the history of both these teams, you wouldn't have expected Just F6 to take a game or even to play it as close as you said earlier. So, as you said, it doesn't feel great to lose, but this is a good feeling knowing that you can compete at this level, showing that you can bare your teeth to these top-tier players as well. Just F6 have shown time and time again that they are a team to look out for, and the level of growth that we've seen since just the beginning of this season has been insane. Just F6 is getting better exponentially every week.
Johnny on the Camazotz was a nightmare. What do you expect? He actually had the most damage taken on his team. He took more damage than Julio. It just absolutely insane. I believe Tricksec may have actually beat him out, but it was still right there alongside it. Johnny, look, man, Johnny's really good player. Camazot's really good pick. No one should be surprised that this is how this game went for Johnny.
Yeah, you can't be letting Camazotz through, especially when you have a star player like Johnny on the enemy team. Yes, he took a lot of damage, but the sustain that he had was also insane. He would move in aggressively on these Phoenix Sieges first, find some poke damage on the enemy gods. This play right here was also phenomenal. And then he would back up, heal, and do it again, and there's not much you can do about it when this god has so many ways to recuperate his health in the jungle or on these passive pools on the map. It's very hard to keep a Camazotz down.
Will Belt Slap remain the team to beat in the European Smite Challenger circuit? They are a team that you got to watch out for, but you got a couple other ones that you got to keep in mind as well. Just F6 not done today, by the way. They've got another challenge ahead of them up against Freshly Forged, which should be a very, very interesting match. So stay tuned. We'll be right back here with the Smite Challenger circuit.
Welcome back to the Smite Challenger Circuit, the SCC. We are in Europe today. My name is Finch. I'm joined by Goremizer. And Gore, Just F6 just had a pretty tough loss up against Belt Slap, a really strong team. But now they're taking on another team full of SPL talent here in Freshly Forged. But Freshly Forged hasn't looked quite as good.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing coming into it. Freshly Forged needs something to kind of revitalize them, because the last few times we've watched them, it hadn't really clicked. And, you know, when you look at it, Joshi, Kalis, Pretty Prime, Fails, those four names you should be seeing and you should think, man, they're supposed to be really good. The question mark I have is actually coming into it. I know a lot of things is coming down, like you see Deathwalker on this team as well. And when you have such a huge 5-stack, you have to wonder where it's falling apart. And a lot of it has felt like maybe communication, maybe something just not quite clicking with them. And it's the same kind of thing Just F6 are going to need work on. And actually, based on the last 2 games we just got to watch for them, this is something that they could maybe showcase today against Freshly Forged. Or maybe we'll finally see Freshly Forged show up in the form that we've all expected for the last few weeks, and they'll just blow it out of the water like we've all been wanting.
You're exactly right, man. And I think that what's really going to be important about this match, like you said, how it could be potentially one that's indicative down the line of how these teams' path is going to go, is this jungle matchup. Because Sodos, I think, probably looked like arguably the best player on Just F6 last set. You know Captain Odie has some pop-off potential, but Sodos looked great. And I think that Fails has struggled for Freshly Forged personally. He's been part of the issue from where I've been sitting. So this is a chance, I think, for Fails to come out and show the level that we know he can play at. We've watched him in the SML the last year and in the SPL before that. We know he can play better than this. So maybe this is his chance to kind of outclass Sodos here and get Freshly Forged back on track, because he should be just about ready to hop into those picks and bans. See, I had a feeling it'll be Just F6 in the first pick spot.
And honestly, if I'm looking at this, for Just F6, actually for either of these teams, realistically, this is your time to show what you have, because both of these teams haven't hit the same standard I think they wanted to coming into the circuit. So they have a little bit of change to be able to make coming into it. Picks and bans, like playing the meta, picking up maybe some of these off picks that have worked really well for them. Those are the changes I want to see them make. And my eyes, like you said, kind of fall onto Freshly Forged more or less to show what they can do. It's 5 huge names that I've been watching and expecting a ton from, and 5 huge names that I haven't gotten to really see accomplish that much. So this is that game where it's just, I want them to stand out. And I don't care if it's a good standout or a bad standout, but somebody's got to stand out here.
Hitting a little bit of that Goofy movie, perhaps, there. Stand out someone here on the squad as Merlin gets first picked by Just F6. And I want to make sure I clarify, I don't think that Fails is the only problem with Freshly Forged. I know I kind of singled him out earlier on. Clearly, if a team this stacked with talent is not doing well, there's a lot of issues, right? It can't just be one thing. That's just one thing I noticed. I just know from having watched Fails, he can play at a higher level than what we've seen. But really, the whole squad can play better, too. So we'll have our chance to see as Freshly Forged take the Thor and the Jingwei. Kukulkan still notably available, but Just F6 select the Merlin instead of him in that slot. So maybe Freshly Forged can come back and grab that.
And I think Freshly Forged feel comfortable grabbing that Thor and Jingwei instead of Kukulkan, only because they already grabbed the Merlin, right? You're not going to try to put both of them on the same team, so you have a little bit of leeway there. And I'm actually interested to see the Merlin come in so heavily early on. I mean, I feel like Jingwei was actually very kind to Just F6 in the past. Thor has been very kind to a lot of these teams as well. And so going for him overall, we've seen him be a top pick lately, but I think it was Aggro actually earlier who had pointed it out, hasn't been doing as successfully as you would have expected to be someone who's picked up this often. Granted, you have to take it with a grain of salt, as if everyone is picking him, sometimes it'll be the teams that win, sometimes it'll be the teams that lose, but he's going to get picked up no matter what. So Just F6 maybe have to deal with that, maybe playing against them. His objective shred and his target shred is really high, but his confirmability on objectives is low, and that honestly might be why we see him suffer some.
Well, Freshly Forged prioritized the Achilles in solo over the Kukulkan, and as a result, that gets banned. We've seen Discordia be an option for the mid lane pick when these 2 picks are gone, when the Merlin's already picked and the Kukulkan has been banned away. Persephone obviously banned out too, so a lot of options available for them. I'm also curious where Just F6 going to go in the jungle, because the Unboss and Serket were banned. I think those are good heads-up bans by Freshly Forged, and that's going to push Just F6 and Sodos down to this Kali, which can be strong, but can also be a bit slow to come online.
Yeah, that's, I think, the biggest thing. I'm looking at Xbalanque and Kali, and I'm thinking, man, you guys are really trying to just wait for like 20 minutes here, right? Like, you want this game to go about as long as you can. and they just need to hold their own early on. Khepri ideally is going to help you kind of find that status quo. The same thing with Merlin. The problem is that Achilles, we actually got to see this, I think last week it was, that they came through, where that was just a beautiful counter pick for these teams. I expect to see a lot from Freshly Forged, specifically from that Achilles.
Yeah, I think this Achilles made some sense. Perhaps that's why it was picked up even ahead of something like a Kukulkan. Especially they had been planning all along to go at this sort of late pick, 10th pick hell, so that it couldn't get countered. Then they pick it up in response to that Khepri. So I think I really like the way that Freshly Forged handled that pick ban phase. I think they're going to be good at multiple stages of the game. Deathwalker and Fails should be pretty competent on this Achilles Thor early. And then late game, you've got a Crit Jingwei and a Hell being bolstered by this Fafnir. So I think Freshly Forged have a good claim to multiple stages of the game.
Yeah, if you had any questions about whether or not you wanted to buy anti-heal, honestly, I think against both of these teams, there's a little bit of warranting for it. Like, you don't want to deal with Sotos getting that heal, and just likewise on the other side, you don't want to see Pretty Prime just stocking up the team in late game team fights. It's going to make it very difficult. So I actually expect, if we're looking at Sotos, who's actually right now getting bullied away from his jungle pathing, so that's going to be huge. His goal is going to be getting to the back line. First off, right now, getting online, but then getting to the back line and dealing with Pretty Prime, which I think is going to be the big question mark. If that hell runs rampant, that might be enough.
Well, that should set up for what is a relatively easy invade in 2v1. Captain Odie comes over, gets stunned out early on, and the blue buff does get stripped away. That's all because of the pressure that Kalis had on Sotos at the jungle buff. And Sotos started with Hand of the God. He started with Hog. He did end up using it for the confirm, but took so much poke, was so delayed, and so forced out of his normal pathing that now that's starting to hurt Odie as he ends up missing out on his first blue buff. But at least Just F6 respond by coming over, grabbing oracles, and looking for pressure and left.
I think that's the glory of having something maybe a little more aggressive, kind of like the Fafnir. Like, he's not going to come in and kill you at level 1, but he has a lot of damage potential early on with that hammer along with the stun. It's just enough to make you a little frightened in the jungle, and because Khepri wasn't able to apply, or wasn't anywhere nearby to apply that kind of pressure onto Fails, that gives them a pretty distinctive lead. Right now, nothing enough to skewer them so far ahead, but they're really only lacking in Kalis' level right now. And admittedly, you give Kalis' levels away if it means getting Fails levels online. Him hitting level 5 first should result in a free kill because of how potent Thor's ult can be.
Yeah, Fails should be able to have a pretty good time here this game on that Thor. I'm looking to him to drive this early game for Freshly Forged. But I think you were right to kind of highlight Fafnir and Kalis on it, because I would say that this is one of his signature picks. Maybe the Ares a little bit more signature Kalis back when Rival were really in their prime, but this Fafnir is right there with him too. So to see him on a pick like that and to making impact early as Toddy gets caught out and left, that's first blood for Joshi. I thought that Shibalunke was out of there, Gore, but absolutely not.
So it seems like Just F6, they understand their memo is, hey, let's try to make this game last as long as possible. Freshly Forged got the same memo and have decided to shut them down as fast as they can. I mean, that was aggressive from Joshi, and more aggressive than we've really gotten to see out of him in the last couple of weeks. I like the play, though, because if they can keep this amount of pressure up, you've already been winning in the jungle. Now you're winning over here in the dual lane. Rotwin has to fall back. This is really good pressure from Freshly Forged.
Well, they want to try and get a second blue buff invade. It's Fails that rotates over. This wall cuts off all escape for Captain Odie, and it lasts long enough for the stun to come back up from Deathwalker, but some backup is there in the form of Sotos, but Rotwin in trouble and left. When it rains, it pours, as Freshly Forged must have just come from the forge itself. They're starting to look a lot better here at the start of this first game.
This is a lot more comfortable as a team. I was kind of wondering when we would get to see this, and this is what I expected out of them when we were in qualifiers. This is what I expected out of them in week 1, and now that we're getting to see it, it's a lot more akin to what I would expect when I see the names on Freshly Forged. Still a slower pace, and I'm excited to see how they can maybe take this lead they've cultivated and grow it, because 1,000 gold, it's not a whole lot. That Gold Fury is going to be coming up in about a minute. I don't expect any teams to get it around then, but that's going to be the big objective that can still swing Just F6 in this. And with something like a Shibalunke, they're going to have, along with the Merlin, I think is also worth pointing out, a lot of objective shred. And I expect a ton of that coming down from them. Granted, not a lot of confirm. I think Hell's damage will be enough to be able to maybe steal that away. But when I'm looking at Freshly Forged, I'm really looking at Fails as maybe being the guy to make the plays or start the plays. So that opens up, I think, more of an avenue for Just F6 to keep themselves alive in this for the long run.
It is, and I'm wondering if Freshly Forged are going to keep pressuring the right side of the map like they've done so far. They have been repeatedly looking for these blue buff invades to kind of start this game off. Fails rotated over for that second one. It was obviously Collis after pressuring Sodos that got the first one. So if Fails is willing to rotate over there, Just F6 either need to be prepared, have some backup over there for Captain Odie, or maybe they should try and pressure on the left-hand side. It's just that then they'd be trying to gank a Jing Wei, and that's just so difficult. She has so many tools to help her escape, to get her away from knockups and that sort of thing, get up over walls with the airstrike. But I think they're right to probably sit on this blue buff as in comes the rotation. Collis, Fails, Deathwalker all here. Captain Odie kind of on an island here a bit, trying to get some backup from Rotwin and Sodos, but Freshly Forwards get here first. Just F6 get here in just enough time to slow it down. They get the Shimalanke ultimate as well, and that turns off the lights. They even grab one more member and take him up to the air. That's Deathwalker in some trouble, but Fatal Strike just barely gets him out of there, Core Miser, so that means the fight keeps going.
And they're going to be chasing him down. Pretty Prime trying to get away. Him and Collis actually incredibly low. The heal's going to be enough to bounce it back, but he's still looking dead.
Captain Odie takes care of Pretty Prime, but Sodos is quite low. Gets the stun before the detransformation. That's huge from Collis. Should have the underhand tactics to get away, but instead Odie has a second charge of the ultimate available. King Arthur still gets those up pretty darn quick and shuts down Collis at the end of the fight. So that makes it, I think, a 2-for-1 in this exact fight in favor of Just F6.
Yeah.
And Remag Doku now showing up. This has turned into an all-out street brawl on the right-hand side of the map, and Just F6 absolutely brought enough people. They might even be able to get this kill on the Deathwalker as Captain Odie's sticking to him well, but good sustain should get Deathwalker out.
Finch, what world are we living in? Why is the duo lane over here so early? Joshi as well as Toddy making pretty big rotations early on. I mean, they're just going all in on the fight. That was great for Just F6, though. They get a couple of kills. Yeah, you're going to end up losing one more overall in that fight, and it is unfortunate because Sodos getting taken down, along with the fact that your duo lane has already been taken down, means that the level lead is going to start to skew just a little bit more in favor of Freshly Forged, but you get just as big targets. Getting rid of Pretty Prime and slowing down the healing level on him, it's going to help that curve stable out for you, and you can get some of those anti-heal items online a little faster.
Well, this trade and left has got to favor Joshi because he's already got some life still built. Toddy, on the other hand, since he's going Transcendence, is not going to be able to stand up. So, yeah, he's got to take the back. Rotwin won't pose much threat. Neither will Sodos once Joshi sees that the gank's coming, so he starts to fall back. But you're right, man. What a huge focus on the right-hand side of the map to talk about that last fight again. And it was like I was pointing out before, that's where all of Freshly Forged pressure is coming from right now, is that they have that blue buff timer. They were there for its spawns twice in a row. And that third time, everyone emptied the whole chest to try and secure that one. I think the Kali defended it as well. Nice play from Sodos to defend purple. But yeah, it was all in on that blue buff.
I mean, just being able to commit that much, I think it's big for Freshly Forged continuing this amount of aggression, but I think that last fight, now honestly these last couple of engagements really are showing us that it's not going to be enough, right? You're not so far ahead that you're going to have this control on the lead, and unless you can pressure out where you're already in control, get Joshi even further ahead, that one level lead doesn't feel comfortable just yet, right? Like, I don't feel comfortable with any of the effort that they've been able to put forward with it. I want to see a little more pressure in the jungle, maybe a couple more ganks here. And it actually looks like Fails might be on the same page. This is
Prime
the spot for Thor to try and go for something.
Yeah, they were ganking him. He gets all the way back to the tier 2 tower, though, and makes out. So the question is, can Toddy escape it? With Joshi channeling a back, I think so. There were two situations in left and up by the Chaos side jungle shrine where there were action, but you both end up kind of petering out. And yeah, Deathwalker, I like this, but he was considering stepping in for the blue buff invade by himself, but all of Just F6 are rotating over. He would have been gobbled up.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. Trying to stay safe in a lot of these engagements is going to be difficult for Pretty Prime more than anything. Like, Hell does a lot of healing, and honestly, once he gets that breastplate online, it'll make it a little more difficult for someone like Sodos to sit on him and potentially find those kills. But she doesn't have the escapability that you want to see out of anything. She doesn't have anything to keep herself safe outside of those heals. Granted, she does have a decent amount of damage, so I expect a power curve. Looks like Doomorb might be something in the future here for Pretty Prime. That power curve will absolutely help him out in turning fights around.
A bit surprised, though, if he's going to be going the breastplate, that we don't see something like a Book of Thoth to convert that mana into power, as Sodos wants to try and keep this fight going, was looking to defend the buff, but that gets stripped away, you can tell, because Prime just scooped it up. Freshly Forged do find the stun as well, a little bit more damage, but I don't know if they're really looking for the fights. They're content with these jungle buff invades for now, and I think that's smart.
Yeah.
There's way more risk for Freshly Forged in these big battles, especially after the defense just F6 made a couple of fights ago on blue. Instead, they should just try and take the buffs where they can.
Take the farm away, strip it down. It's one of those things that it's not as flashy. It's not going to be this crazy, hey, we just got a pentakill level play, but it's going to win you the game, and it's going to do it gradually. It's just a little bit of XP here, a little bit of gold there, and as you accrue it over time, you confirm that purple buff 3 or 4 times in a row. All of a sudden, you have a 2 to 3 level lead, and then you're soloing anybody who tries to fight you. That's kind of the goal. It's just play the long con. You don't always have to rush it into a fight. You don't always have to run in there and just kind of hope things go well and that your mechanics are going to be fundamentally better. You can play it on the map much as they have. It makes it much more difficult for this Merlin to stay up because he doesn't have the red buff to keep up with Pretty Prime. You don't have the purple buff to keep up with this Jingwei. And even with a gank coming in like this, I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Well, the stun was good. The knockup is there to try and cover the distance, but Joshi is likely to need the airstrike.
Wow.
He gets away, and it's a nice dunk down from Fails. The wall leaves a bit to be desired. So does the hammer, and now he doesn't have the spin, and he's stuck trying to fight too, but is still avoiding the Kali for now. Joshi can't afford to come back in, so Fails just waiting on cooldowns, but destruction should mean there is no way to find the turnaround. Joshi nearly takes care of Toddy with one shot, but it's not enough. Just a good gank from just F6 and left, and they take care of Fails.
Joshi has a little more mana, he's going in there. And Sotos is actually hanging around. Just try something cheeky. I expected maybe a little more out of him, but they're both incredibly low. If it's just that mana cost. If he had just enough to dash in or dash out, I think Joshi commits maybe a little more heavily there and they find some kills. But that was really well peeled from Fails, and then his cooldowns just weren't enough. I think if you have something like a Jotun's Wrath, maybe your spin comes up a little faster and you're able to do something, you're stunned, but fortunately for him, he gets caught out, much like Pretty Prime is right now.
Pulled back into all the Merlin damage. He's still, though, on the way out, healing up quite nicely, and has Collis there if more peel is required. So, yes, he takes a bunch of damage, doesn't have beads any longer, but is still alive, at least for now, though he is low on mana. That might be why Just F6 are still trying to keep this fight going, Gormizer, see if they can find a bit more, knowing that Prime might have to back soon. They'll even take these mid-Harpies. But look at these net worth charts. There's a good amount of leads for Freshly Forged all across the map right now. This Jingwei has almost 1,000 gold up on the Shibalanka. That's pretty substantial. Even in the supports, take a look at how much more that Collis has than Rotwin in terms of his net worth too. Somewhere close to 600 to 700. Spread out, I know it doesn't seem like a whole lot, but individually, these players are a good bit up on the direct opposition. So they're slightly favored here in these fights.
It's really interesting to see that the one person who feels like they've been the most ahead is falling behind, and that's Fails.
Fails,
Just
yeah.
100 gold behind the Kali. Again, not something that you'll see as too big, but a gank like this, maybe a really big ult here, could help find that deficit, but he's going to end up forced to fall back. And it's just early aggression that kind of came through from him. He was able to go in, or we actually didn't see him do anything. We saw Collis zone out Sotos.
Yeah.
But Fails hasn't been able to make anything of that pressure that was gained. They got that first blue buff, but since then, it's not really been coming up for the jungler here.
Toddy's having a hard time dealing with Joshi, who wants to dive the tier 1 tower. That's an easy cleanup kill for him. Meanwhile, his team is in the jungle keeping tabs on where the backup was. They keep Rotwin out, and Sotos just couldn't find his way in either. So Joshi gets away scot-free and is already working on stacking up that rage. Meanwhile, Toddy is still sitting on the balance blade, so it's going to be difficult for him to win, especially without any lifesteal at this point. They're going to keep trying to threaten the tier 1 tower. Sotos does get knocked up by the persistent gust, but it's a teleport. Captain Odie wants to come over to this fight to try and keep the tier 1 standing, and he gets the wall stun on Odie as well, but there's even further backup. They did catch Fails, and Remag Doku comes in to finish off the kill.
And now Collis forced to retreat. Pretty Prime's here, so the healing's going to be available. But that's a really good route to try and lock him down. They want to jump in. They want to keep fighting. And they have the health bars to do so. Joshi's in trouble.
Joshi gets off with the airstrike, but Deathwalker wants to come in. You guys gonna rotate in your solo laner? Well, we could do it too. Captain Odie was an execute threshold, but he holds on to the fatal strike because there's a potential triple kill in the works as he shuts down Rotwin. Doku quite low as well, and Deathwalker gets the double. Maybe not all 3, but still does plenty of a good job cleaning that fight up. And Toddy, yeah, my man, got to go the safe route underneath to the tier 1 because he absolutely cannot contest right now. That should be the tier 1 for Freshly Forged.
As a tier 1, and they might have enough time to rotate over for that Gold Fury as well. It depends on how fast they can burn this down. Once you lose Joshi, that's when the question marks around objectives start getting thrown up because you just don't know, like, where is our damage going to come from? Is Pretty Prime going to be able to do enough? And it looks like for them, the answer is going to be no. They're going to try to strip away the jungle. Again, enough of this will keep them ahead. They get that tier 1. Now that Joshy's back in action, he can come over, rotate in, help them. And there's no one from Just F6 in the neighborhood to try and stop this.
Well, this Gold Fury belongs to FF. They earned it on the back of that last fight where they came out ahead and grabbed the tier 1 tower. So I think Just F6 did such a good job, Gormizer, defending the blue buff earlier on those invades, rotating people over, going even with Freshly Forged. But that last fight, while not a backbreaker, it does start to open this game back up a bit, which is why they have to come over and get this Pyromancer. I don't think Prime can make it in, and this at least gives them something.
Yeah, just a little too slow to try and make that big rotation over. Could have had the damage, but again, when you're looking at trying to run into 4 people for a steal, you really have to evaluate what it is and is it worth stealing. Pyromancer? No, you don't want to commit to that hard. So Pretty Prime making the right call, falls back, and it's going to fight back a little bit of that around 3,700 deficit we saw, but they're still sitting very comfortably ahead here if you're Freshly Forged, enough that they're going to be able to have a little bit more vision in the wards, upgrade some of those relics if they want, or get that 4th item online for everybody after those blessings. That's going to be, again, playing such a huge role in these fights in terms of comfort, and honestly, I think in terms of what we're going to see in terms of engage. I mean, Collis can just kind of ignore things right now. He's got enough protections too. He's finished off stacking that Thieves. He can just ignore whatever. I think, again, with this lead, I want to see more out of Fails. Has the Jotuns, so he won't get caught out like he did earlier. He'll have those cooldowns a little faster. And I want to see him use it. Just go ahead, pop it, try to find some kills, and get yourself ahead. Find the lead in the jungle, and you'll find a win in the game.
Sonos got poked out early on in this engagement. Deathwalker trying to keep Odie out of this one too. Look at the disparity though, Gormizer, in the Hunters. I don't know about you, but 4 better than 3 is pretty easy math for me to handle, and Freshly Forged Hunter Joshi is a good deal ahead. They're going to try and make the dive on the tier 1 tower and use this power spike to their advantage, and in the back, Deathwalker keeps 3 people zoned out. That should create enough space to start the tier 1, but Odie leads the charge. They want to lock down Deathwalker with this extra tower damage coming in. The cleanse was there, but it wasn't enough. Pretty Prime had the right mindset, but it just must have been off the timing, but Odie pops like a pimple. What a bunch of damage that was. Freshly Forged shut down the solo laner quite nicely. Now they'll grab the tier 1 tower, and without that extra frontline help, Just F6 got to give it up.
And with Collis in this dragon form, everyone getting a little bit of a buff. They're either going to go for the fight or the tower. Either way, you're losing something here if you're Just F6. And Toddy looks like he might be losing buff, both, as he ends up getting pushed out. Fails, dives deep. But, I mean, that was just a clean engagement and a clean pickup here, I think, for Freshly Forged. They're recognizing where the weaknesses they can poke is, and they're jumping in on them. I mean, Deathwalker zoned 3 people. You pointed it out, and I still kind of have to say it because it baffles me that he's able to do so much. That's the presence he commands. And that's the reason this Achilles is going to be so good. The minute you're low, theoretically with a Khepri on your side, that's supposed to be your saving grace. You look to Rotwin to be, you know, your savior. But he can't be. If Deathwalker's in the neighborhood, he's just going to take you down. He's going to execute you through the Khepri ult, and then you're dead anyway. Not only that, you might have just reset him to be in a more comfortable position there on the Achilles. So they have to play it carefully. Losing 2 towers in mid makes things incredibly rough. You lose a lot of pressure over here on the right side. That tier 1 tower in the right is also just as good as gone. So Fire Giant looking a lot more open here for Freshly Forged than for Just F6.
It should be in a pretty good spot here, Freshly Forged. I mean, they're up 5,000 gold at this point, Gormizer. They're definitely the ones that are in control. And like you said, they've got such substantial leads on those side lanes, right? It's Joshi and Deathwalker who are both tremendously far ahead. Really Fails played well, but has not gotten particularly far ahead in his lane. And even though Prime is moving towards a hell late game, whereas Rebag Doku is moving towards a potent late game in Merlin, but it's not going to match the utility that Freshly Forged has. So they're definitely ahead as Odie commits a lot of cooldowns and walks right into Fails' waiting hands. I think he recognized that the trap was there, but that doesn't mean that he can make his way out. Not when 4 members rotate over. He does get up to the sky in time. Here comes Rotwin, but can't get there in time to use the Scarab's Blessing, so Deathwalker shuts Odie down. Rotwin now just trying to make his own escape path out as Freshly Forged successfully killed a solo laner again.
And they looked like they wanted to keep chasing for a little bit, but again, pressure from Freshly Forged on the right side. I don't care. In fact, actually, I'm happy Xbalanque's over there split pushing, because guess what we have? Joshi, Pretty Prime, Fails, Collis, all poised and set for a Fire Giant pit. This is a clean and easy call if you're freshly forged. Maybe you can send someone to split off and deal with this Kali, which it looks like Fails is going to do, but no one's going to be able to contest the FG.
No, this Fire Giant is going to go down for Freshly Forged, and they don't get the Tier 2 tower in left. Deathwalker rotates over to stop that. Sodos can't threaten the Tier 2 tower in mid. In fact, his life might be in danger. He'll leap over the wall here, I imagine, to get a little bit of extra safety. He does make the leap, but now they're waiting for him. It took him too long because he stopped to do mid-harpies. He will use Destruction, but even once Destruction's over, he should be in trouble. The blink allows him to cover some distance, but Joshi gets in range for one perfect auto, and Sodos gets punished for his greed. And now things are starting to look pretty bleak for Just F6.
Now, I always hate to do this just because it looks bad on Sodos, but that was a good read from Joshi, right? Like, there's nothing Sodos could have done there that would have helped him out. Joshi did not fire where he was, just made a prediction shot. And the fact that he was able to trace that and kind of think where Kali was going to go, where does he feel safest, and make that the most dangerous position for him is just big. And that's kind of where he's been this entire game. Joshi, from that first kill in the duo lane, pretty much to what we just saw, has been commanding a lead that, again, it's kind of felt, I don't want to use the word lacking, but maybe not completely there for Freshly Forged. Like, he's been maybe like a more solid than Ghost, but not quite a full person solid of himself, if that makes any sense. It's a very weird analogy.
Lucent, maybe, right? Not,
he's there, yeah. Like, if you took him and you dipped him in, I don't even know where I can go with that one. I don't know anything.
I couldn't have helped you with it. I'm glad you pulled
Either
up.
way, I'm going to go ahead and bail myself out and say he's doing really well now. This is what I expected to see out of him.
Yeah, this is much better from all of Freshly Forged. Deathwalker having a good game. Joshi, I think, really has played well for this team all along. I do not think that he's been part of the issue, and he's just continuing that trend right now. Prime on a god he's very comfortable with this Hell, and I think that fits for him too. And Kalis back on Fafnir, which, as I said earlier, can be considered a signature pick for him. So really, it feels a bit like a return to basics for Freshly Forged, I would say, with this draft. They're not trying to do anything crazy, not trying to do anything wild or anything like that. They're just playing heads-up Smite. Better than Just F6, who, for the record, had to play, what, 10 former SPL guys today, I think? So it wasn't an easy day on the schedule.
It's definitely not easy for them to go through.
They move into this left side Phoenix core. I think Shell had to be popped already. That's Prime that picked that up. We're seeing a bit more of these min-mages getting that instead of Aegis. Kalis goes into the Draconic Corruptionist. Deathwalker sticks on top of Toddy to make life hard for him, but he keeps 3 members zoned out. Left side Phoenix not quite done yet as Fails won his matchup against Sodos over in mid, and they're ready to re-engage. Left side Phoenix will fall this time. All of Just F6 had to disengage, and Fails takes to the sky, gets the information that Just F6 backed up, and that's it for the Thor dunk.
And just goes up, sees what he needs to, and decides, all right, backs off. They get the Phoenix. That's the big win. Now you can regroup 5 in mid and try to look for the same thing. He didn't even get a pick during that last engagement. Right now, you're just looking for the zone, potentially trying to get this. But Sodos is in the back line, and that might be a good position for him.
Yeah, I don't know if they recognize that he's here, and Deathwalker's low, so he comes in and gets the easy first kill. Remag Doku's the one that actually gets credit for it, but Sodos sets it up. Can't keep up the chase, though, holding onto the destruction very patiently at this point as Sodos and does. There we go, he finally has to use it towards the end. Freshly Forged might have lost Deathwalker, but Deathwalker's got teleport in 40 seconds when he's up. Freshly Forged only have another 30 on the Fire Giant, but maybe they want to stick around, Core.
I mean, you can push as hard as you can. 30 seconds is not a lot, but with Joshi around, might be enough to find either a kill or the Phoenix. And it looks like they're kind of, again, weighing the risk versus the reward. Staying here, cool, you might get a kill or the Phoenix, but you also might just get wiped because they're 5 strong and have the fountain right behind them to refill. So I like the call to back off. Go get the Pyro. Use the last bit of this Fire Giant buff you have to whatever advantage you can, and then start setting up. You have a minute here before something that will come down from the sky and determine this game, either for you or stabilize it for Just F6 and the Fire Giant. And my eyes go to Sodos. He's been doing, like, the slash line doesn't read it. 0, 2, and 5 does not look pleasant. But his playstyle right now and his positioning has been good enough to thwart just enough out of Freshly Forged that I think they could still fight around this FG and have it be feasible for them to walk away with a big win. And right now, with the state of the game, that could be enough to turn it back in their favor and just wipe it. I mean, it could be 23 minutes erased from Freshly Forged at that point, if Just F6 can find that fire.
So far, though, Freshly Forged have been the team in control. Just F6, as you are alluding to, though, still has some tools. Kali Reset can always turn a fight around. A nice A nice revive as well. If you could avoid Deathwalker's execute, could be strong from Rotwin too. But so far, it's starting to look like it's going to require a couple of mistakes from Freshly Forged in order for Just F6 to get back into this game. And there's some things for them to consider. You know, like maybe trying to deal with this hell a bit more. I don't think that the healing has been that bad for them. It's certainly been strong, obviously, but I don't think it's number one on my list of what's gone wrong. But they have not done a lot to mitigate it, right? No, like, Cursed Onk, really just the Divine Ruin. They don't have a ton of tools at their disposal. So that's one thing they can always think about when they're up against this kind of draft. But Freshly Forged really has, I think, kind of just outplayed them from minute one.
Yeah, it's been solid. I think the pressure, the like pseudo invade, I guess, when it comes through, where it's just pushing Kali out early on, again, didn't get fails very far ahead, but it ruined the pathing that set them up to go elsewhere. And now we're seeing that kind of domino effect over here into the right Phoenix.
Well, Deathwalker took a lot of poke for that. So did Collis. That's not a bad defense from Just F6 at all. And they don't lose the right side Phoenix. And they've got the wave in left pushed up pretty far. So they're not going to worry about fire minions for a while. I think Just F6 are actually poised to make a relatively solid defense here. And they've even got the Emperor's Armor, I think, for Rotwin. That's going to make these defenses a little bit easier as the Abduct does land. Deathwalker takes some extra poke from Remag Doku, who brings him down to about half HP. And their Phoenix still looks good. Pretty Prime gets caught out by the ultimate from Captain Adi as well. And Just F6 have pushed Freshly Forged out of the base.
I mean, being able to find it, solid Phoenix defense, but they still have, what, 3 minutes left now on this Fire Giant. It's enough to find it once, but can you keep it up? They didn't have to use mini ults there. And so I expect to see them, again, find good pressure. But you have to be worried. Fails with a good dunk could isolate someone. Deathwalker has already showed what presence he has. He's already getting aggressive. They need to burn him down.
Another Abduct on the Deathwalker. They're trying to stop this initiation from the Soul Laner when he comes in, and it works out well that time. They slow him down, but that Hell Sustain, this is why the anti-heal conversation's not even that big of a deal. It's this out-of-combat healing that's really so potent for Freshly Forged, man. You can't anti-heal what's happening way out there, and into the actual Titan dive they go, looking for Remag Doku, but abducted yet again as Deathwalker, and Toddy comes in to force him to use the Abduct early. That means Rotwin should be able to get value out of the ult as Deathwalker falls early on, but fails, goes up to the sky, sees some low health members in the back, but elects to stay with the squad. Yet again, not much value coming out from the Anvil of Dawn.
I mean, a 4v5 with Fire Giant, the way they've been playing, Freshly Forged still have enough of a lead that they might be able to get aggressive here and try to burn someone down, but it's a dangerous game, and Cullis already half health, taking way too much. This is just good defense from Just F6 more than anything.
It's been solid.
I think Freshly Forged are trying to figure out, like, they're pressing the issue, right? Where are your weak points? What can we expose here? And all they exposed is that Deathwalker is still very much capable of getting burned down in retaliation. I think that's something you have to look at for Doku. Again, Merlin, not big on his objective confirm, like being able to slam down that last couple hundred damage to make sure it goes your way. But you're not just trying to slam down damage with Deathwalker. You're trying to burn him down from top to bottom, and Merlin does that better than anyone else. And I think the fact that he's been so safe and sitting in the back, he finished off that Charon's coin as well, it's just made him much more of a deadly target for Freshly Forged to try and isolate, but they haven't been able to get to him.
And I don't want to, I don't want to undersell what Freshly Forged lead amounts to. It's a lot still. They're certainly still in control, and when the next Fire Giant spawns, they'll be right there for it to be able to pick it up. I doubt that Just F6 can come out and try and fight, but Just F6 left. Phoenix is back up now and starting to heal up a little bit. That right side defense went really, really well. Freshly Forged didn't find really any purchase, and I don't think it's really on Deathwalker. He's going to get abducted a lot, and it's going to be difficult for him to make those moments. I think that if they're going to abduct him, and if all the damage from Doku is going to come out onto Deathwalker, Collis has to do a bit more with that space to try and get in there, and then set up for Joshi to find some damage to follow up on it. Plus, Fails wait a long time to go in with his ultimate Gormizer, so I think that Freshly Forged might be able to find something on their next initiation.
Yeah, they're going to have to figure out what they want to isolate, though, because like you said, like Deathwalker, in my eyes, is going to be the #1 target because of the execute. I think Pretty Prime falls #2 just because if you're Rotwin, like, half the reason you pick Khepri is for that ult, and you're not going to wait until 3 other people get executed before you can throw something out. Like, you're going to throw it out instinctively early on, so they get rid of Deathwalker and maybe open that up for him to actually feel, potential in this Khepri pick. The problem is if you're committing that hard to him, what else can they do? Fails has been ulting towards the end of these last couple of engagements. There's question marks like where can he change? What can he shift to maybe apply that damage or apply the potency from that ult a little bit earlier, a little bit sooner. Use it for vision, use it to get a stun, try and find a pick. But right now, you've lost all the big advantages you have. You still have a huge chunk of gold in your pocket versus Just F6, but there's no fire minions on left lane. That Phoenix is back up. You didn't get the right or middle Phoenix when you attempted to. The best you can do is burn down the fire giant that's respawning and hope that this time around you're able to siege a lot better.
It's so close to the 30-minute mark. I mean, I don't even know if they can burn it before they get over, but I wonder if they'll just wait for that enhance to tick over, since it's only about 10 seconds out, and they're pretty much guaranteed to get it. It looks like that is going to be the call. They're not necessarily rushing with this DPS. They'll get it down to the point where they're comfortable, and then knock it over once it gets to 30. So I like this. This is exactly what I was wondering if they would do, and they do. They elect to get that enhanced, and so that means they don't have to worry nearly as much about backdoor protections like for minions. They'll be even stronger for this next fight. I think that this is going to be the critical one, Gord, because they will come in with the enhanced fire giant this time,
Yes.
and they still have all of their lead. If Just F6 can yet again hold them off without losing much here, then the door might be starting to close for Freshly Forged.
I think the
Maybe.
pressure
A little
question
tiny
will be Joshi. Like, is Joshi going to focus kills or is he going to focus objectives? Because he can burn down anything that stands in his way here.
But he's most of their damage as well, right? I mean, Hell is really good,
Yeah.
and she can have some decent damage, but it's not quite the same as a lot of other mages would be at this point. She has so many other responsibilities with cleanses and heals. So a lot of the pressure is on to Joshi to both damage the Phoenixes and make sure he's following up, and those damage opportunities are there. So Deathwalker blinks in to force out Remag Doku. Rotwin being burned early and execute Threshold, but they can't quite catch him. Fails up in the air, I believe, and looking for a target. He goes towards Sotos, who jumps it away, negates the ult with a leap, and still the defense from Just F6 has been okay.
Yeah, these Anvil of Dawn's just not connecting right now, and they're not providing, I think, as much as they want, but that's going to connect. Big double tap from the Thor.
Whoa, but that's big damage from Remag Doku. That might have just saved the fight, despite a sick wall and a good hammer coming out from Fails on the backside. Pretty prime, and all of that healing has been taken out of the equation early. And look at this patience from Just F6. They won the fight, they took the hell out, and they're not going to overcommit. Send Sotos back to heal, stay home around this right side Phoenix, push the minion wave out, and don't get caught in the jungle trying to over-aggress. I actually really like this play from them. They've got plenty of time to get back into this, so they're just going to be patient.
The problem is you found yourself in a really weird neutral state in the game where Just F6, this is the first time I've seen them walk past that like tier 2 tower line at all in the last, 10 minutes, where they've been able to feel comfortable and confident doing so. The question is, where do they want to go with it? Are they going to put pressure? Do they think they can get some kills? Because they have been great on defense. Freshly Forged have been kind of lackluster on offense. What happens when the roles are switched? What can Just F6 do? Can they get aggressive successfully? A tier 2 tower is going to be one step of success in that direction. My eyes are more or less on this Oni Fury, because that's going to be huge and at least getting some pressure for them and equalizing the state of the lanes.
15 seconds might be too long to wait around, though, is the only problem for Just F6. I don't think they really want to take a bunch of fights outside of their base right now. I know that they have made a couple of good successful defenses, but still, for the most part, they want to fight with that extra advantage of the Phoenix and those narrow pathways where they know where Freshly Forged is going to come from. I mean, think about how mitigated Fails has been since we started these Phoenix defenses, right? He was so much better in these jungle team fights earlier on in the game. Now that it's been simplified down to the Phoenix, he's having a hard time finding his spots. He got a good wall hammer combo last fight, but for the most part, he's been a bit ineffective.
And my eyes fall back to Doku, because it's not necessarily Fail's fault, it's not Deathwalker's fault, but no one is tanky enough on Freshly Forged to withstand the brunt of the damage this Merlin is outputting, and dive to the back line to create the space that Fails needs to be able to Anvil of Dawn in. By the time that he's able to get up in the air, they've already taken half their health.
Flicker has been used early from Remag Doku, had to get away from Deathwalker, who's been locked down again by the abducted, killed, and this time fails off the mark with the Anvil of Dawn in a major way, but it ends up working for him because the left side Phoenix burned. Joshi finally gave up on following up on the setup and instead burned the Phoenix, and this time it falls quickly. Just F6 may have won the fight, but they lost the objective.
And I like that. I think that's going to be the kind of call for Freshly Forged. That's what got them ahead early on. I think that's going to be what keeps them ahead right now, right? You need these objectives. You need to get rid of the Phoenixes, and you need to be able to find an easier path into the base if you want to kill the Titan. Otherwise, Just F6 are going to continue what they've been doing, which so far has just been coasting along. It hasn't necessarily been very aggressive from them. Again, this tier 2 line has kind of been the line of scrimmage for them. They don't want to push much further past it. But if they win a fight, they kill off 1 to 2 of you under a Phoenix Siege, those last 2 tier 2s, they're gone. Phoenix, it's potentially gone. If a Fire Giant is up when that happens, it's out of there. Just as 6 are in a good position right now to still find some retaliation. And I actually love it because they were fighting from such a hefty deficit. And you can see still behind in terms of items and objectives and gold, everything. But they're still just as in this. I mean, one good fight from them could very equally win the game for them.
And you know what's really crazy, Gore? If I looked at this draft and said that they were going to make some great plays to try and stall this game out, I'd have thought that this colleague would have had to be involved. But Sodos has only done like 9k damage this game, just barely edging out the Guardians. This has not been a jungle-focused game here so far. It has been Remag Doku damage-wise on the side is just F6. I do also want to give a ton of credit to Rotwin and Captain Odie for backing him up, as well as Toddy, man. These backline carries really are the ones now that are kind of carrying the torch for just F6. They need to make sure Toddy and Remag Doku are taken care of in these fights, or they're going to crumble quickly as yet another Fire Giant. This will be the 4th one for Freshly Forged.
4th one, and the 4th one in a row where it's felt pretty much uncontested for them. And I'm going to tell you now, looking at the damage chart, seeing how ahead Joshi is, I'm scared to see him with a Fire Giant belt on him at all because he's been so big. And is the Anvil of Dawn we've been waiting for.
Yeah, I mean, like, likely Deathwalker's going to get that kill anyway, but it's good to see Fails, you know, back in rhythm there on the left-hand side, shutting down Toddy. And that's unacceptable, man. I mean, they really, really need Toddy. And Gore, 50 seconds at that Shibalanke, I mean, that is a huge deal. It could potentially even be the game. We'll have to see how this defense goes, but they've really relied on that Shibalanke damage. Remag Doku now has an even heftier burden on his shoulders. They do push Pretty Prime back out. Sodos goes in aggressively, but Joshi shuts down Remag Doku. That's it. The damage has been taken out of the equation, and just F6 are in trouble. Sodos falls as well. Rotwin goes in and does drop the Spirit's Blessing on himself, but Mid-Phoenix now fully exposed, and Gore dying near the tier 1 tower on the enemy side of the map, 35 minutes into the map. It just can't happen. I don't know, man. There's no other way to say it.
Yeah, that sums it up. And then you walk into you see the enemy team 20 seconds with free time, nothing to worry about. You're nowhere nearby to be able to get in there. I mean, that's clean. I think it's an overextension. I like the original call because they had 3 people over there, and then 1 got left behind. And I think that was the only, well, not the only mistake, but the biggest mistake that could have happened there. If Toddy is in any other position, then they're looking at another defense, potentially pushing us to a 5th Fire Giant. That probably goes Freshly Forged's way, and we'll see what happens after that. But, I mean, death timers are so long post 30 minutes that you have to be way more careful than they were. They didn't have the vision. And like you said, maybe Deathwalker gets that on his own, but a 2v1, he was guaranteed not out of there.
Right. No, and I think in that situation, Fails is right. That is just how valuable taking out one of those backline damage dealers are because of what we said about Sodos and how little damage he did this game. Virtually, I mean, 10,000 is in a 36-minute game. That's nothing, really. Effectively, is not enough, right? So taking care of Toddy takes half of the damage. That's 26,000 damage you don't have to worry about, right, in this next fight. So it just gets that much easier for them. Remag Doku fell early on in that fight, too, and suddenly the front line was left all by themselves. And I wish I could have seen how Toddy ended up over there because I'm sure, based on the way he played, he didn't just go over there and throw, right? I mean, he's a competent player, and he must have saw something.
Originally, it looked like a split push call. I saw him and Rotwin go over there, and I think Sodos might have been with him or Doku. Someone was there to kind of assist him. I just think he didn't get the memo of, hey, let's get out of here, and that was kind of the big issue. He was left behind, and maybe it was Deathwalker, I believe, actually cutting him off. The back was a little too late, so he made a good rotation. Very clean, I think, for Freshly Forged to make that kind of call, because the rest of the team for Freshly Forged was over on the Fire Giant. They were focused on a different objective. A pick like that is huge in this game, though. I mean, it changes the pace of everything. A permanent 4v5, one of your highest damage dealers off the board. If you're just at 6 there, like, there is literally nowhere else to look. That was your big mistake. Maybe you could change some things in the early game to make sure that deficit isn't there and you don't end up in that position, but that was the error. That's the only thing to fix here.
And if you're, and I don't want to give them too big of a pass because yes, the defenses were good, but we still didn't know how that was going to translate to offense for them and how their siege would look if just F6 had been the ones moving forward. But we never got to see the chance, right, because of that play. And I think that really did hinder their defense quite a bit. So if you're just F6, you can regroup. Remember to stay patient. Remember to keep playing your game, and maybe you actually can beat this talented freshly forged squad? We'll have our chance to find out, though. A couple minutes, and we'll be right back with game 2. In Europe. We're still Finch and Gormizer, and we are still watching our very final set. It is Just F6 up against Freshly Forged. And Gore, I think that Just F6 fought hard enough to where I could have some faith in the third game happening here, right? I mean, Freshly Forged did dominate them throughout the early, but they had trouble bringing that game to a close.
I think the question I'm going to have for Freshly Forged is where Fails and what his potential is going to be, how much he can contribute. Because I think if you get the jungle ahead, again, that seals the deal here. And it is very much Just F6 early game. Where do they find themselves on the curve? I mean, you don't want to be hoping for a 30-minute defense where you happen to get some kills to win the game. Ideally, you get ahead or keep it even early on so those fights can come a little earlier for you. There's a lot of question marks for them, but they have to start at the basics. I want to see how they adapt to that jungle invade, because that was probably the biggest issue they faced. Kali could not get things rolling the way that they wanted to early on, and I think they suffered from that as a cascading effect.
They absolutely did, man. I mean, if you consider how well their defense went, basically down a man. I mean, at that point, essentially they were getting a stun from that Kali every 12 seconds or so, something around there, and then the ultimate to maybe bait out some abilities, but not really much in terms of damage or the typical waterfall effect that you might expect. So I agree. There's a lot more to come from both junglers that we saw in that game. I think Fails as well as Sotos both left a little bit to be desired. The difference is Fails did enough to get the job done, right? That's really all you have to do. So right now, coming into this next game, most of the pressure, I would say, going into these picks and bans is on Just F6.
Yeah, and I'm, again, wondering what they're going to adapt. I think a lot of their draft worked really well. The biggest issue I had, and the one that's always going to stand out to me, is just Thor got locked in, what, first for them? I think it was Thor Jingwei. And then didn't really do a whole ton in my eyes that made that essential difference that you want out of your top pick. So I'm wondering where they could kind of shift it. Just of 6 being in the first pick spot, though, do they go for something other than the Merlin? The Kukulkan was foregone in the first 6 picks last time and made it to the second phase of bans. Something like that actually still available might be huge.
These are good bands, though, so far. You're right, the Cuckoo's still out there. The Xing Chen's still out there. We haven't seen a whole lot of him, but certainly still strong in the support role. It's Yamoja, Odin, Persephone, Bandaway. Those are all standard meta bands. Jingwei and Camazotz make a ton of sense to me. And just F6, continue to come back to this Merlin. And for what it's worth, I think Remag Doku played out of his mind last game for them. He was a lot of the reason those defenses worked. I think him and Rotwin were a good pair. So go ahead and go right back to that Merlin. You won't hear me complain.
I think that was probably the pick. The only thing that was keeping them as into that as it could be. They still had a decent amount of damage from the Shibalanke, but the fact that Deathwalker and Kalis could not dive and feel safe because of Doku was huge to me.
Yeah, you're exactly right, man. When Deathwalker would walk in, he would get abducted by the Kepri and then burned by the Merlin. It happened to him every single time over and over again, and it was really difficult for him to buy some space. It's going to be the Sobek this time, and Sobek is still strong. Looking in the waters is a great ability, initiating and for counter-initiating. The Pluck can be really strong as well, too. Tail Whip's a big disruptive factor. But to me, there's so many strong support picks right now, especially the Xing Chen they just hovered. I feel like you do make life a little bit harder for yourself picking something like a Sobek when some of those other top picks are out there.
Especially locking it in so early. Like, if I'm going to what Guardians am I going to ban here, Sobek doesn't necessarily fall on the top of my this is the guy we need to get rid of list. So I feel like you could have potentially pushed that down in your draft and gone for something else, but it does feel like they want some counter draft ability here. And so they lock in the Sobek to go with the Uller, make it maybe a little more of a kill lane, a lot of control over there with the Pluck and then all of Uller's abilities to stun and then melt you. And it gave them this opportunity to say, what do we want for jungle? What do we want for solo? How do we deal with Deathwalker this time?
I was wondering where Prime was going to go with the Hell Band away, and it's Ra. So certainly still some healing, and still, I would say maybe even more out-of-combat healing. It'd be hard sometimes to make sure the fight's all happening on that circle, you know, so a lot of the times that's for, like, kind of falling back and standing around on. There's plenty of setup for him. Thor, Achilles stun, Fafnir stun. These Searing Pain should be connecting from Prime, so I do expect there to be plenty of damage to go along with this utility as well, Corey.
Yeah, honestly, I'm scared. Again, when I look around objectives, I look for big ults that can take things away, and what better than, like, the Raw Beam is the original stealing ult. You go through walls, it's a ton of damage, and it's on a low cooldown. Like, you can use it, and within that team fight, have it back in order to confirm something just afterward. And so I'm expecting a lot from Pretty Prime. It'll be interesting to see what he does. And notably, we've seen a lot of those boot rush starts from some of these players today, and neither of the mid laners going for it this time around. I don't think they did either last round, so it's big for them kind of keeping up with what's going to work out. I actually like this start, I think, for him better. Having some of those cooldowns online, definitely more important for Doku.
Joshi gets absolutely bullied and left, and that's what Uller should be doing. I think we saw a game earlier where there wasn't quite as much of that value coming out as Odie takes quite a bit of poke trying to defend his own blue buff. That gets stripped away here this time. So this early game, I think, still favoring Freshly Forged, I say it, but Joshi gets grabbed. Does manage to get out of there with the Rising Jaguar, though. A bit surprised that that's what he took with that first level, but it's absolutely working for him, right, that he has that dash.
Yeah. They're going to, again, have to deal with something. It's not quite the same level of Jingwei, but someone who can get away decently easy is going to be big. Forcing that dash early on, though, means that Rotwin can kind of keep this pressure up. Joshi's at half, fails. While he was able to help confirm that blue buff, is still going to be coming in at a deficit, and this is not going to be an easy, lane to clear. Even with fails over here trying to help with the hammer, he's not necessarily known. Like, there's a reason Thor's not a main laner. He just doesn't have the same kind of wave clear that you would expect. And Joshi falling behind this early on, it's making it a lot easier for Toddy.
Yeah, Toddy's hitting his shots, man. This is what I was trying to say last game. I don't think Toddy is by any means playing poorly. I do just think that one bad decision or a situation that gets away from you can hurt a lot in the late game, and that's what happened to him last game. But clearly, he wanted the Uller. He was still feeling himself, wanted to come back in and be in control as they split that farm Fail's gonna have to start rotating soon though. Stuffy is starting to come back up. His speed gonna be up shortly. His Prime in some trouble, but maybe they can get this gank kill. Bead seems to avoid the slow teleport the hammer, and it's Joshi that gets first blood. So now Fails will make his exit as Prime avoids all the extra pressure from Sotos happening around the mid tier 1.
Man, Soto's in this awkward decision. He's gonna
He's
go
gonna die.
in for it. The tower's gonna come through. I don't know if you want the 1v1 trade there. 1-for-1.
I don't think so either.
Ultimately gonna help Doku maybe get ahead because there's no one to counter farm him.
Oh, look at Deathwalker.
He just lost a fight on the left.
Well, Deathwalker knows Sotos is dead and knows
wow.
this is when speed buff is spawning, so he's heading to it to try and punish. Joshi does get out of there with his dash, but if Deathwalker gets this, then it's absolutely not worth. It's hard to tell exactly from the minimap, but it looks like it was already dropped. So yeah, Sotos misses out on his speed and ends up dying. This is exactly why early jungle game deaths can't be worth it, Goremizer, because you're missing out on time farming.
And what did you get out of it, right? Like, you got a kill, so maybe you got to spend a little bit of your gold from that early. But you gave a kill over to Pretty Prime, which is going to help him out. Maybe gives a small farming lead to Doku, which is nice on Merlin, but it's nothing to write home about. Losing your speed buff is way more impactful, and we're going to see, again, the cascading effect of that. And it's going to be, where can Sotos find this pressure now on this dodge? G versus Fails, who's going to be moving around at full potential. I'm also going to have to throw out my questions over here. Toddy and Rotwin have been very aggressive. They paid for it early on, but that doesn't seem to have slowed them down. With Collis coming over here, I wonder if they want to maybe slow it down just a little bit.
They're going to need to, as Toddy does switch to axe stance, land the axe, and still has that leap available. Collis lands the hammer, some free damage to come in, but Toddy still has the leap. So he makes it out of there A-okay. Does not have beads at that point, so every stun or anything like that happened would have gotten max value. But this is the dash. Joshi knows that Toddy's leap is down, gets the slow as well coming out from those poison darts. So Toddy has to give up the pressure. Now like Collis has shown up in lane, but Sotos is low over by the oracles. It fails, gets another important kill. This has not been Sotos' day.
I mean, they start out relatively well in terms of aggression. And unfortunately for Sotos, I mean, both of these games have started the same way for him, which was pressured out early on. This time, I think he made it to like 0-2 and 5 towards the late game in the last one. This time he's 1 and 2, so he at least got something, but it's not been enough. And now Rotwin's out of position. It feels like Justice 6 are trying to match the pace Freshly Forged have set, but they're not executing it as well. Toddy had that advantage early on, but it slipped right out of their hands.
You know what it feels like to me, Gore? It feels a bit like frustration, and that's a hard read to make. Obviously, I can't be sure. But all this extra aggression from Just F6, it's not the way we see them play in their previous games. It's almost like they know they'd let that last game slip away, and so they're trying to come back in and be a bit more scrappy this time. Obviously, it's just a guess for me. I cannot know how these guys are feeling right now, but it reads a bit like frustration to me about how Game 1 ended.
Yeah, they have to figure out where they want to go with it, though. Because, again, like, unbridled frustration in some places will lead you to making maybe poor decisions, diving too deep on something that didn't need it and end up over.
I mean, Sotos dove a tier 1 like 2 minutes into the game.
True, he actually did exactly that thing I just described. So,
yeah,
you know, maybe it is causing some frustrations all around the map. And that's going to be, again, how do they handle it? What can they do with it? Can he get aggressive but not sacrifice himself to do so? This is the fight to try and figure it out.
Fails trying to strip away the blue buff, has to use Anvil of Dawn in order to disengage, and does make it on out of there, has Deathwalker right there with him, so they end up losing no lives. Collis finds a stun on Remag Doku, but Doku, patient, holds onto the Purification Bead, so truly no harm, no foul there. In fact, Rotwin and Doku might be looking to try and turn this around. Nothing there, they'll settle for those mid-Harpies instead. But Gore, this pace being set by Freshly Forged, it matches what we saw from them in Game 1. They are out in front right now. And I want to see them try and keep up this pace, especially if Just F6 are going to keep scrapping. But Sotos rotates over, has the Palau available, but Deathwalker still has his ult, so that gank goes nowhere.
Yeah, pretty much coming out of for nothing. All in all, I think everything that comes out as a wash, favorable for Freshly Forged. They're the ones that are kind of in control of the entirety of the map right now, and while it hasn't been the same amount of jungle invades that we saw last game, it's about 2,000 gold, maybe slightly under here for them that they have in the lead, and they're still just lurking around looking for blood wherever they can find it. If I'm Sotos, if I'm Toddy, I'm scared about what could happen.
Those beads stay on cooldown for Toddy, but he's getting back up this time as Rotwin makes his way in. Use the blink to get into rage, to drop the Lurk in the waters so Sotos can catch up and should get way more Palau value this time, but he can't even make it up in time. Prime melts him with the Searing Pain Celestial Beam combination, and we will see you later. The Daji fails still on the chase hammer. He wants Toddy. Who cares about Rotwin? Can't quite get to him though, but Prime gets himself the delayed double, shutting down Rotwin as well. Freshly forged, looking a lot better today than we've seen them before.
And now they're going to be able to move forward again. A lot of those things that got him ahead early on, well, guess what? They're going to repeat them right now. Doku's doing his best to just contest over here. And Toddy ends up maybe overstaying his welcome there, going back in. Fails, picks up a kill there. And Freshly Forged, this is a much cleaner lead than they had last game. If you wanted them to be ahead again, well, they're looking pretty much just in the same spot, if not even further ahead. Collis might get caught out, but it's still not been enough.
Doku does get this one return kill, as you mentioned just now, but all the momentum favoring Freshly Forged here so far. And I think if you're Just F6, someone on this squad has got to right the ship mentally, because we saw that they are mechanically capable of keeping up with Freshly Forged. They're not tremendously outclassed in terms of ability behind the keyboard and mouse and their ability to hit their buttons. But I do think that there are some lapses in judgment starting to show through here for this team. And they're a newer squad playing together. They're one of the teams that kind of surprised us by making it in. So I don't want to be too hard on them at all. It's impressive that they made it. But if they want to start making that next leap, these are some areas they can look at to clean up, is some of this decision-making throughout multiple stages of the game, really.
Yeah, the early game is definitely, and moments like this, going to be easy to pick apart because the team you're playing against in Freshly Forged have so much experience under their belt that you could just make one pathing mistake in this early game, and they're going to punish you deeply for it, much like they're trying to punish Joshi. But the damage output he has might actually be enough to turn this around.
Beads gets him away from the pull, and the chains are not enough, just flat out damage for the kill. Toddy can't find the hail of arrows, so another gank that I think favored Just F6 that ends up dropping. Joshi plays well there to avoid being captured by Sodos and Toddy. So we head back towards mid lane, where Remag Doku and Pretty Prime have both played well. The only problem, Remag Doku's played fine this game, just that Prime's gotten more as the hammer stun lands. Rotwin nearly falls. Underhand tactics from Collis gets him in range, and another easy kill there in mid.
Man, Ra can do so many things. He doesn't always come out, and he doesn't have everything. But between the healing and the damage output he has, he is a phenomenal mid laner, and Prime getting to show that off pretty well this game. As Doku has, last game and this game, I think, showcased why Merlin can be so solid in terms of melting people down. Collis does not feel safe getting aggressive against him. The problem is there's so many stuns, so much CC from Freshly Forged, and a lot of burn, that Doku can't really stay alive over there.
All right, we like that, though. Deathwalker.
Yeah.
Getting soloed over on the right-hand side. That's good looks for Captain Odie. And Gore, during that group stage, I really do think Odie was one of their big standout players. So I feel like he's been a bit quiet. It's hard, I think, from the Zone lane to have that same kind of impact over time. I mean, few do it that often, but they're going to need a bit more from him, too, clearly, to make up for some of what's lacking. Sodos has not had the best day, so they might need a little bit more. Toddy is struggling now at 0-2 and 0. So him getting that kill on Deathwalker, I think, could be a good sign.
It's definitely one of the biggest things I think we saw from Just F6 in their qualifying games was Odie being not necessarily the carry, but an island for them to make sure that they were stable, right? Everything that came down, he was perfectly fine being able to open it up. I guess a pillar is a much better example. He was always there for them to lean on, always something that they could fall back to, and it was safe. Now, that's kind of the start he's getting so far with that kill on the Deathwalker. The question is whether or not they can keep that up, or if it's going to be enough of a pillar for them to lean on with how well everything else has been going for Freshly Forged.
Fails might be out of range. He does end up ulting in. Joshi gets pulled. This time, Sodos is able to make the play, and Toddy gets an easy cleanup kill as a result for it. So that's a pick in favor of Just F6, a 1-for-0. And with Fails' ultimate on cooldown, there's really not much more that Freshly Forged can do on this left-hand side of the map. So Just F6 have bought themselves some breathing room, I'd argue here, Gordmiser, by getting that pick, and now they can start to breathe. The thing is, I just don't know that this draft, an Uller, a Daji, a Sobek, are they looking to just barely be breathing in the early game? I feel like that's aggressive picks.
Yeah, I mean, in my eyes, you want to get in there and fight. You want to be able to keep things going. And we saw that. Rotwin and Toddy early on were trying to get aggressive. Sodos was as well. But that dive, I think, again, you want to pull it all back to one moment. It's diving that mid-tier 1. I think he expected maybe more from Doku to make that kill happen faster, or he underestimated the amount of damage the tower was going to do, but Sodos dove way too deep there, and it's been like playing catch-up since then. I mean, it's been constant clawing back to try and get here. And it just feels like they don't have the same amount of control out of the jungle. The Powwows haven't been able to connect or confirm anybody just yet. The beads from Toddy are getting burned a lot faster than the beads from Joshi. And so it's a lot easier to, well, find maybe kills or ganks like that in the solo or in the duo lane than it is to find something out of the jungle.
I suppose Toddy trying to let Collis know he's unafraid of the Hammerstun there in the left, ends up eating it and really doesn't make him any worse for wear. But I think you're right, man. That early play from Sodos really hurt him in the jungle. I mean, Deathwalker's the one that gets the actual punish by rotating in and claiming the speed buff since he knew Sodos was dead, or at least in mid, pressuring out Pretty Prime. But that's on the back of his mistake as Pyromancer started, but Fails is in the air. 3-man dunk, as easy as you like. Freshly forward, steal the Pyromancer too. So as soon as Sodos lands, he's in some trouble. Does manage to escape by getting out of there with that blink, but Prime catches up to him easily. And that Pyromancer was ill-advised.
And if I'm Sodos, like that, you go into the Powwow there, where do you go? You don't have the range to get over the wall. You can't escape anyone. I mean, that just opens it up. 2 clean kills, a Pyromancer steal. That's a tier 1 in mid. They could push for the tier 2, or they could fall back for Gold Fury. Either one's going to be fine, but since Collis has this ult, I love the aggression coming out from Freshly Forged. This is the level of shot calling you're playing against. Like, again, for just S6, it's been nice where they've been able to, like, make things work. But Freshly Forged just have the appropriate weight to every decision.
I think Freshly Forged are not wrong on this call to try and start up this Fury, or at least to look at it. They don't have a ton of ultimates available, and so they decide to give up on it. Just F6, full-on chase, but I don't know if they can fully disengage because Just F6 are close enough to get it the second that they fall back, and they end up trading the Gold Fury for the tier 2 as well as the tier 1 and the Pyromancer. They'll stick around enough to contest the objective. Freshly Forged steal that too. Joshi gets the kill on the rot when that is the Bane backbreaker moment from Dark Knight Rises, man. I mean, that's hard to recover from. Odie's gone to a double kill now for Joshi. Yeah, was wondering if it was their spirit or their body that would break first. Well, we might have our chances.
It might be both, actually, honestly, breaking at the same time. It is not a good spot to be in. So I'll go back. You know, last game, I was comparing Merlin to Hell, saying Hell, at the end of the day, might be able to confirm, like, the last couple hundred damage on an objective a little bit better, but Merlin's going to burn it down faster. Merlin still is going to burn it down faster than Ra, but Ra's got range and damage, and what did Pretty Prime do? He found his spot, found his ult, and he, well, found a Fury for his team. Between him and Collis, everyone's staying around. It's kind of the same thing. Freshly Forged couldn't fully disengage, but Just F6, that's the second objective that was a very questionable decision to full commit to while everyone was still around. I mean, maybe you go for the bait, put it at half, and then jump in on someone, but to just put it like on a silver platter for Prime to take away, it just feels like they aren't reading the situation as well as they need to.
No, it feels like, you know, they're making these calls, but I don't know how much, you know, they're really putting them under the microscope at this point, right?
Yeah.
Or I think they'd be able to see some of these things. I mean, let's go back to the Pyromancer call, right? Because, yeah, I know some people are saying they like that call. They do have 2 wards up near the top of the FG, so they've got vision. They know what's going on, but that's what makes their positioning so crazy. As Sodos gets popped again, the Searing Pain is there to burn him, and when he lands, he's going to need to blink just to cover some distance, but Fails will be waiting for that. Covers up the option, but Sodos goes back the other way and dies to Prime's waiting hands instead. So that's not a bad ult from Fails. He was covering the option the other direction. But to talk about the Pyromancer a bit more, if they had all that information, why are they clumped up as 3 right on top of the Pyromancer so that Fails can land the perfect ultimate on the back of it? If it's a good call, if they have the information that's going on there, then they got to execute cleanly around it, and they absolutely did.
Yeah, and that's, I think, again, it's one small issue with the larger, I guess, entirety call, right? It is a good call to get that that Pyromancer, I should say. Even if you recognize it, like, you should think, Fails, when was the last time you saw him ult? That kind of thing should come to your mind. And yeah, you can't predict Fails landing a perfect 3-man dunk there, but you can try to prevent it in the way that you pointed out, standing maybe a little separate, holding on to that Gold Fury a little long. Like, it's just, it feels like, again, cascading effects that are helping Freshly Forged out. If Freshly Forged are playing as clean as they are, you can't give them any more ground, right? They have to have something that you can fall back on if you're just F6. And unfortunately for them, they haven't had anything. That was a good attempt, but Joshi's just in the right spot.
Well, Joshi's just going to stay and fight.
There we go.
I mean, like, yes, Rodwin misses the charge prey, but then Joshi's just like, I'm chilling, dude. I'm not even worried. No Aegis, no beads. I don't know if he had the dash. I assume he did at that point, but maybe just wanted to head back to base. So he'll certainly get that opportunity now.
Well, he's going to be able to buy and spend any gold. That's a good clean tier 1. And hey, if you want mistakes to be made, freshly forged, like that is an avenue to open it. I mean, that's something we saw that just ended the game for Just F6. We're not quite in that state of the game just yet, but those are going to be fatal if they happen in the next 10 minutes, if they keep happening that way. Because moments where just one pick comes up opens up objectives for the other team. If that had been on the right-hand side of the map, it could have been a fire giant.
It could have been, unfortunately. They really don't get a whole lot off that pick. Perhaps that's why Joshy was willing to play a bit loose on that left-hand side. He recognized that there really just were not any stakes to that fight happening on the left-hand side. They do end up losing the tier 1 tower, but that is about it. Freshly Forged still in control. They're up about 6,000 gold at this point here at Gormizer, and they've got several level advantages in the mid, jungle, and solo lane too. So they're feeling good. Joshy, though, still relatively even with Toddy, so I don't know if they can feel quite as comfortable as they did in the second game.
I mean, it just comes down to where that lead has been cultivated, and right now it's in the mid lane. 2 levels ahead there, 1 level in the jungle, 1 level in the solo, but I think you're feeling it the most out of where Ra is being impactful versus where Doku's being impactful. And even a lot of the praise we gave Doku last time, I think he played this Merlin incredibly well, but a lot of the damage he was able to do, a lot of what he bought his team was under Phoenix in defense, not necessarily as much in terms of their aggression. He didn't find much for them outside of that. So I think having a lead on Prime, that means his healing's going to be more potent, his damage right now is more potent. And if you look at his build, it's going to be hitting just a little harder, I think, overall than what you see out of Just F6. Does have that flat pin online. You do have some anti-heal over on the other side, but so far they haven't been in a position to utilize it.
It's time to get aggressive on the side of Freshly Forged. They want this tier 2 tower. 2 members are already beyond it. Meanwhile, everyone else is staying back trying to grab the actual tower. Look where Joshy is. He's in a battle with Sodos way back in mid as well. Does get stunned, so Sodos makes his way out of there. He's only level 14, Gormizer, so I imagine he was losing the trade.
Yeah.
I mean, Joshy still has all his relics, too, so they grab the tier 2 tower and right, and Joshy makes it out.
I wish I had Joshy's level of confidence. He has not used any of his relics in any of the fights he's been in the last, 3 minutes.
Yeah, my man is basically vibing at this point. It's hard to argue with it. Joshy, I think, one of our best young players that we have right now. I think he continually shows how mechanically gifted that he is up into the air goes, fails, and right back down, finds 2 targets, and looks for a sick wall that hits 3 members right in the middle of the fight. That's perfect from fails, and that's why I was giving him such a hard time earlier, because we know my man can execute when the time comes. That's a 3 for 0 in favor of Freshly Forged. The rest of the squad going to start up the Fire Giant. Meanwhile, Deathwalker just going to keep the minion pressure over and right.
Deathwalker in a 1v2 against the top damage dealers for Just F6, and he's the one forcing them out. Like that, again, just shows how good he is, 1, and 2, how much presence he is commanding here. He doesn't seem to care too much about this Merlin, and because of that minion presence that he's been able to push forward, and honestly just where he has been standing, Toddy and Doku don't necessarily have what they need to try and defend this Phoenix. They have the healing on the side of Freshly Forged. They've got 5 members. This should be a clean pickup.
Yeah, this right side Phoenix is definitely going to fall, Gore. It's a question of what they want to try and get in the back. Everyone back up, though, from Just F6. I'm very surprised these respawns are actually kind of short. I mean, we're still early in the game, and frankly, Sodos is level 14, so I assume his respawn timer can't be all that long, really, at this point. So Freshly Forged can't keep pushing, but they can go back. I mean, there's 2,800, 2,300, 1,600, 1,300 gold in hand for some of these guys. That's a lot. That's at least a tier 2 item apiece for these guys when they back. So that means the fight going to get that much scarier for Just F6.
Yeah, it's already kind of frightening, and well, I'm wondering what they can try to do with it. They didn't leave their tier 2 tower line for a long time last game, and Pretty Prime doesn't sniff this one out. He was in the area, but I don't think it doesn't seem to be that much ward coverage on this side of the map from Freshly Forged. Granted, if you're going to end up losing any of the Furies, that Primal probably, arguably at this point, the one that you're most willing to lose if you're Freshly Forged. Because how many Fire Giants, what's that 5 in a row that Freshly Forged have taken uncontested from Just F6? You're not worried about their ability to burn down jungle camps right now.
No, they should be very capable for this next push. They're going to come all the way over to the left. Obviously, the most valuable Phoenix is the furthest from the FG and thus the hardest one to defend without having to give something else up. And Deathwalker goes right to the back. He goes for Toddy, fails, wants to follow him up, but Toddy might already be dead. He gets into range, has to try to wait out the Aegis timer, and shuts down the Uller. Rotwin in trouble too, and Deathwalker gets the execute. Captain Odie low as well as Sotos falls elsewhere. Fails, gets the double kill, and Gormizer, this is about as over as a game could be when someone's still alive. Remag Doku does make it back into the Titan. Deathwalker gives his life to try and farm kills in the actual fountain, but Freshly Forged, after struggling to get things started, complete the deicide and shut down Just F6 2-0.
And I'm just going to throw it out there. That last kill, that's a flex in there. That is we can kill you no matter where you are. Here, have the fountain healing. We'll still burn you down. I mean, that was just textbook, I think, from start to finish there from Freshly Forged. And I will say, you know, like you said, we were pointing him out a lot and saying maybe we could see more out of him, specifically for fails. That game was him playing out of his mind. I mean, that was a huge ult, huge walls, good damage from him. And I mean, 5-0 and 11, the best slash line in the game as well. He had everything you wanted out of that Thor pick, everything I could have wanted out of that Thor pick, and everything that I wanted to see from game one picked up here in game two.
Yeah, I think Fails had a much better game. The type of game that we know this guy's capable of because he just keeps doing it over and over again. That's why I think this slow start to the year for him has been a bit frustrating for some people. You know, they know that this guy is certainly capable of performing at this kind of level all the time. And let's be honest, I do think Just F6 is probably one of the lower end teams in the league. So while this is good, this is putting Freshly Forged on the right path. A W is a W. You can only beat the people that are in front of you. I don't know if I'm ready to celebrate just yet or change our read on this Freshly Forged squad. They still have to beat some of these other tough teams like Belt Slap, like the Poppies, some of these other squads that have been around for a while, like Cold Llamas, and show us that they can compete at that high level, or else then they're exactly what we thought they were, near the lower end.
And that's the I think important part of like a mid-split check-in with them, right? When they get to come through, see where Just F6 are going to be standing, because I mean, as of right now, like today was a tough day for you, right? Coming into it, but there's not a lot of easy competition in the challengers are here right now. I mean, this was one of the more difficult days, but I can think of at least two other teams that are going to give you just as much trouble, if not maybe a little more. And so you're going to have to open up to it. This is going to be the best practice you get. And I'll be excited to see what changes they can make week to week to handle this amount of pressure.
Let's go ahead into the standings. Looks like Belt Slap, Cold Llamas, and Snake Pit are doing pretty well here so far. 2-0, 2-0, and 2-1. Obviously, we know that this has been struggles for Just F6 up until now. They've lost just about every match that they have been in here as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule for what's going to be coming up. So this is another way that you can look back at those matches. It was all 2-0s, it looks like today. Snake Pit 1-2-0, Belt Slap 1-2-0, Freshly Forged, and Cold Llamas as well. So relatively quick matches. I think we're going to get another look at those standings updated. Yeah, so we can go back and take a look. So it was the 2-0, the 2-0, the 2-1s. There's Poppy struggling at 1-2, Freshly Forged at 1-2, and then Just F6 at 0-3, Gorb. It's still early, though, on. This is the very beginning of the Challenger circuit. A lot of these teams are just getting used to each other, so nothing is set in stone yet for these guys.
I think rough day for the Poppies and Just F6, both of them losing both of their matches. But Freshly Forged, like, that win is big for them, but you can see they're still floating down there, right? That's kind of the turnaround. That's why I came in with question marks. I didn't know what to expect out of either of those teams because, yeah, Just F6 is having trouble, but that's kind of where we've seen Freshly Forged at this lately. So them being able to pick that up, come back in, have a very clean execution against Just S6 gives me a little bit of hope. I want to see what they can do against teams like Cold Llama, Belt Slap, Snake Pit as we go into the future.
Yeah, they still have some tough matches ahead of them, but an impressive win here for them today because I think a lot of people were high on Just F6 coming into this match. And Freshly Forged showed us that they can execute absolutely at that level that we expected for them. That is going to wrap it up here for us with the SCC for Europe. We are going to be doing North America tomorrow as well, so make sure you tune back in for that. For the other casters who aren't here and for my production friends who are handling everything from us, even from home, I appreciate you. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow. good morning or good afternoon if you're somewhere in Europe, and welcome into the Smite Challenger circuit. It's Finch and Aggro here to start off the day. What's up, man?
Finch, it's good. It's good afternoon here where we are. It's 1 p.m.
Is it really
guys.
1 p.m., dude? Who
Yes,
knows
it's
what time it is
not
at any
morning.
point, anywhere, at any given moment in reality or existence? We're going into Trick Babushkas up against Bloogie and the Woogies here. Listen, when I leave my house, morning, I guess, just it's always morning. You know?
It is crazy. Time is not. It really is a fictional construct. I'm learning that very, very quickly.
Yeah, we just made all that up.
Works. Yeah, it doesn't exist. It's fine.
But I do expect this to be a pretty good match, though, to stay a bit Smite focused, I suppose, here between Trick-a-Wooshka and Bloogie and the Woogies. I think we did see that there's some plans for the Bloogie and the Woogies roster to change, but to my understanding, this is the Mollis, Crimson, Half Ghost, Gamma, Bluegan version of that team. And they're going to be going up against Trick Babushka, who I think is a pretty decent roster there as well. Tons of players who've been around forever. Shadow Tear is an older player. We just saw Mineral, I think, as part of Obey last year, too. So, I mean, we know these are some capable players. I expect it to be a good set.
Yeah, whenever we watched Trick Babushka during the Open qualifiers, it was really, for me, how well Mineral was going to do. Clearly the leader of this team in-game just because of his experience in the SPL last year, and the rest of that team is kind of going where he goes, so it's a lot of pressure to have a support be your carry, basically. But that's the way I view Trick Babushka at the very least. Mineral should be the guy leading the squad.
Yeah, going to be a lot on his shoulders as we move into those picks and bans for game number 1. But I think he's the kind of guy that can handle a little bit of that extra pressure. He's clearly was hungry. I mean, you could tell that when he was here in the studio last year, he had a great attitude, was ready to learn, ready to prove what he could do. And now that he's down here in the SEC, can take some of that experience. I mean, you talked about it before. It's a big jump playing at that level and coming back down. So hopefully he can kind of spread that around.
Definitely. I mean, you saw the adjustment period, so to speak, for Mineral in the SPL. He's definitely struggled towards the outset, but that's expected, especially in a role that's as difficult as support at the highest level. And then to bring that level of experience down to the Challenger circuit once more, you'd expect him to really be a premier player in the entire league, because a good support makes all the difference in the world in a competitive setting.
Well, it looks like Trick Babushka took a bit of an eye towards maybe the solo lane with the Kamazot's Achilles bands, maybe the jungle, and then also take away the emoji. So just trying to get rid of some really good aggressive picks. Meanwhile, Bloogie and the Woogies ban away the Athena. That is something Mineral likes to play, so that makes some sense to me to ban that. Then the Merlin and the Cuckoo Khan, they tried to limit the mid lane pool. Unfortunately, that still leaves Persephone, who's pretty darn good to be first picked.
Yeah, I'm surprised at the Athena ban. That doesn't feel like something that feels more like a first pick ban. You know, one of those throwaways that you're down to throw away and ban, but it's not the end of the world. But it leaves open 2 of the premier picks. In this case, it's Persephone, Heimdall, and honestly Xing Chen as well. So Bloogie and the Woogies end up with a pretty good position. They get 2 of the top 3 selections that were available. That's the advantage that second pick has right now, is that there are a lot of really, really strong gods. And I feel like just one doesn't always complete the composition. So in my mind, I think second pick's a little bit more favored in the current meta, so to speak.
I think so, because there's just so many good picks trying to pick from. It can be hard in first pick to get enough value. I like Heimdall and Xing Chen, though. This gives them a lot of aggression. They're decent throughout multiple stages of the game. Heimdall can have some decent poke early, even if he can be maybe a little bit bullied, but really does start to come online. And now they have this Cucullin. You go over to the solo lane and have a really good time. Now I'm thinking that Trick Babushka might have to draft someone who could stand up to Cucullin in solo instead of some of those slower picks. You've seen some Guardians over there, some mages. I don't know if that's going to work against this guy.
It shouldn't, at the very least. That's the idea behind picking a pressure warrior like Cucullin, is that he's going to make sure that it limits your options in that solo lane. And if you're going to go something like Baron Samedi or something along those lines, you have to be prepared to defend every single buff. And Hunback's usually pretty good at being able to defend, pretty good wave clear, or camp clear rather, so he's able to get to those camps pretty quickly and hopefully defend it. And then obviously post 5 of Fear No Evil, your defense gets a whole lot better. But I would prefer to see Trick Babushka just go with something a little bit more standard in that solo lane, a little bit more warrior-esque to try and combat that Cucullin. But with Osiris, King Arthur, and Achilles and Kamazot's all banned, that's a lot of the pressure picks that are premier right now, kind of taken off the table. Wukong maybe is the next that comes to mind, but that doesn't particularly excite me either.
Yeah, not me either. I think that Trick Babushka were right, though. Look at these bans to expect a sort of double hunter composition, but they just thought Bloogie and the Woogies want to spread their damage out, so they banned some mage ADCs, but the joke was on them. They wanted the Jing Wei, so it ends up being the Heimdall Jing Wei combination to give them a pretty strong double hunter composition here, and especially because Heimdall can be kind of ability-based focus too, so it's a decent enough spread, I would say, between those two.
I agree. I think that Xing Chen provides at least a little bit of damage, but I wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Hebo here in the jungle for Bloogie and the Woogies, something to give them a little bit more magic damage. And turns out that's exactly where they go. This ends up being a very balanced composition, one that has good CC. That's a lot of knockups on the side of Bloogie and the Woogies. I like their composition quite a bit. I think they came away with a very strong draft.
Yeah, and we said maybe get a pressure pick in solo. Amaterasu's really good, but she's not pressure. Those first few lanes in solo, she can really easily get bullied by someone like a Kukulkan, or Kukulkan, excuse me, over there in the solo lane. So it might be a while before that Amaterasu gets on lane, even a bit more delayed. As you're ready to start moving into the action here, game number 1 gets started. It is indeed going to be the Amaterasu over here in solo for Brandon to try and go up against Gamma's Kukulkan.
I do think that even though Ahmad takes a little bit to come online, as you mentioned, her buff secure is usually very, very strong. That mirror does a lot of damage all at once, and you can't really stop it through CC or anything like that. So Brandon should be able to confirm the majority of his blue buffs as long as he's there to contest at all. It's really going to be up to Mollusk and Gamma to see if they're going to run around and ensure that no one is able to get there in time and force them out of lane. If you're going to try and invade blues, you really can't do it with Amma in that spot, because otherwise she's going to get the majority of them. She just does more damage than, with that one ability at the very least, than most other warriors.
And we've seen some solo lane pressure lately. I was a bit surprised that we'd seen so much of it. We've seen some junglers choose to kind of sit on that solo lane, make those blue buff invades. So like you said, as long as Brandon can defend that blue buff over there, then he probably won't be in too much trouble. And Amaterasu, when she starts rotating into team fights, feels really good, man. Her auras are so impactful. So as long as you can make it through this potentially scary part, I think Brandon will be fine.
Agreed. I mean, the late game for Trick Babushka is very strong, no doubt about that. They've got great CC potential between Kumbhakarna, Kernanos, Hunbats. You've got a phenomenal ultimate from Persephone and a great one from Brandon as well. It's the early game that they have to be worried about. And you think about a double hunter composition, usually those are scaling comps. But with Heimdall in the mid lane, he can snowball lanes very, very easily. Mollusk, if he gets off to a good start, can run around and just start one-shotting people with the Hebo. I think that Bloogie and the Woogies have a potential to take this one early. I think the early game is just outright better.
Yeah.
But if that happens, it'll almost certainly be around mid and solo side. That duo lane is the one that's going to take the longest time to come up.
Yeah, they're not probably looking to expect this Jingwei to be the one that's really good. But she has been so strong lately, hasn't she? She's been so safe, able to build the crit so comfortably. And we've seen some different builds on her. That Atalanta's bow build out there has been floating around, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the plan here for Half Ghost. That build starts the bow and skips out on the boots, goes right into Bloodforge after. Looks like he's already got the Spike Gauntlet, so maybe going a bit more traditional here for Half Ghost.
That build is something else, isn't it? I didn't get a chance to try it yesterday. I really wanted to get a chance to test it, but it totally slipped my mind. That's something that's on the docket during the downtime here with everything that's going on, is testing out that Atalanta's in the Bloodforge. Then did he go Rage after that, I believe? Or maybe it was Exy in that slot. I got to go back and watch the VOD, but I think on Jingwei it makes more sense. Those AoE autos proccing all 3 parts of the Atalanta's bow passive right away makes a big difference in her extra mobility that she gets added on through dashing. I don't know, maybe you can make it work on some other hunters. I believe that Space did go that build on Ho Yi later on, didn't he? Or did he go with something else?
Yes, he did build it on someone other than Jingwei, yeah, for sure.
So, yeah, could be something worth testing, but Half Ghost going a little bit more traditional route. I'd expect him to go for the Bloodforge here. The Devourer's Gauntlets have just fallen off in popularity. Players don't seem to want to take that time to stack it up, and they're valuing the power over the sustain. Bloodforge more power, but less overall lifesteal. But it has a great passive that can give you some additional sustain and kind of make up for that lack of just raw percentage on that lifesteal. Just a perception sort of thing right now, but Bloodforge seems to be strictly better. I don't know that I think that the math necessarily adds out on that, but if your opponent's going Bloodforge and you aren't, and you're behind at all, then it makes that lane basically conceded interest instantly. So if one player goes it, the other one their hand is kind of forced.
Well, take a look at Crimson's build. You go to this Transcendence right away, and I feel like if you're going to play the Hunter mid, especially someone like Heimdall, you kind of have to do this, get online right away, and then see if you can establish some pressure against Persephone. I don't know how particularly easy that is. Persephone can be a bit tough to push around there in lane. I know that you like the Hunter mid. How do you feel about this matchup and Hunter mid kind of just in general?
I think Heimdall mid is phenomenal. That's my preferred place to have a Heimdall on your team composition, because I think that his control of vision Mid lane is so much about communication and keeping track of the enemy jungler, enemy mid laner, enemy support, where they're going at all times. You're the traffic cop. You know where everyone's supposed to be at all times. And Heimdall's the ultimate traffic cop because he gets that extra vision from his passive, ping you out, and all those sorts of things. I love having that vision control in the mid lane. Plus, his kill potential is really strong there. His wave clear is good. It's kind of everything you want out of a mid lane hunter, and he's going to continue to scale fairly well. I think that you do want Transcendence early on. He's not trying to rotate necessarily. He's trying to take fights in the mid where they'll come to him, and getting that extra CDR certainly doesn't hurt as soon as possible, because remember, you're going to start stacking that up pretty soon to make sure. So especially once that change goes through, I'd expect to see Transcendence first be the majority of Hunter mid builds.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. And Hunters open up a lot of doors for you in that middle lane, and Heimdall in particular, kind of like what you were speaking to. You know, when he first came out, I felt like there was a lot of discussion about where you should value Heimdall, because there was a lot of people saying he was really, really strong. There wasn't much you could do to fight into him. His poke was too strong. His autos hit too hard. But I think when we saw him in practice, there were some opportunities to punish him. He wasn't kind of like a fit every single comp all the time type of god. I think that Heimdall is strong, but you got to make sure you're playing well around him too, if you really want to get that maximum value.
Definitely. He's not a god without weaknesses. I mean,
yeah.
If you can predict where that 3 is going to be, good use of the Bifrost is the skill separator with Heimdall at a pro level. That's what you have to really worry about. His damage output, I mean, he did take some nerfs, so that once upon a time, maybe that was true, that he was a one-size-fits-all type of god. Not anymore. I agree with your assessment. I do think that he's just a really strong pick if you can get some good peel for your team, if you can get some good initiation for your team, and pick him against compositions that aren't going to have phenomenal dive. Amaterasu is not a god that would scare me if I'm playing Heimdall. That ultimate is usually a backline destroyer, but it takes a long time to go off, and that's plenty of time to place down a Bifrost, and as long as you are placing your Bifrost teleporters correctly, there's no way it should take the full duration of Dazzling Offensive to teleport you out of danger. I actually like it quite a bit against gods like Ama. I think that this is a great composition for Crimson to put in support.
I think so too, man. Crimson should be in a pretty good spot here in this game. It's been a relatively slow pace these first 7 minutes, but Ryan, I don't know that it particularly surprises me. I feel like Habwa does want a little bit of time before he's ready to fight. I mean, I said it was slow, but that might change. Look at this rotation to solo lane, and Yuji could be the one that's caught out for it in a terrible position. He's going to try and get back into the tier 1 tower, but they've locked him down. Fear No Evil comes out, but that's first blood for Belugi and the Woogies, and now they want Brandon as well. Knocked up there. Doesn't have the crushing wave, so Brandon is able to reposition, and Minerals here to try and slow this down, but beads are used to close the gap. That's a 2 for 0 to start things off.
Not quite as clean as you would have liked it, but it still works as Crimson takes care of Shadow Chair nearly by himself on the rotation in. Got the beads and the ultimate from Shadow Chair, and that's the power of that Transcendence early on. Really good rotation there from Crimson, but it's just Brandon a little bit too far pushed up, takes a little bit too much poke damage towards the beginning of this, and then that kind of pulls Yuji over. And a good job by Mollusk to mirror exactly where that rotation is going to be, knowing that Yuji's going to come in that way. Bluegin's there first on the support rotation as well.
Yep.
That's an easy 2 kills for Bluegin and the Woods.
And we have this top-down view. I wonder if Yuji would have been better served once he realized how outflanked he was, just kind of dropping the ultimate right away. And I know that ends their kill potential, but it allows them to reset their positioning in the lane, which I think would have been huge. Again, I don't know how much information Yuji had there, and if he can make that assessment quickly enough. We've got all the information from looking at the top down, but the ultimate he ended up using just wasn't good enough, you know, at the tier 1 tower, obviously. He'd already died at that point.
Especially as soon as Bluegin's on top of you, with beads as the first pickup for Yuji, which I agree with. I think that you should be going beads on Hunt Bats early on, unless there's Athena, Naja, Fenrir is the enemy team. You know, you just insta-die for not having beads every time.
Yeah.
Without beads, though, you have to be very cognizant of where Bluegin is. You can't allow him to get into melee range, because as soon as he does, even if you drop Fear No Evil, Bluegin's going to react to that by casting his own ultimate, and that CC immunity for him and no CC immunity for you means that you're going to get picked up and tossed, and you're basically dead to rights as soon as that happens. So that's something that I think Yuji has to be a little bit more aware of. Even if he didn't get insta-killed by Gamma's Warcry, he would have been dead anyways to Bluegin's ult.
Just not a particularly good fight for him. Belugi and the Woogies had the out rotation there, and you love, right when you're talking about the game's slow pace, the action. starts to kick out. But I think that was the timing that made a bunch of sense for that action to start. I mean, had it not happened, I would have been saying exactly that. So a good rotation for looking at the Woogies, and it is a bit of a focus on solo, kind of as we thought might happen with that pressure advantage. Another one as they force out the dazzling offensive from Brandon early on, but that's left Mineral trapped between three. A good push there to reposition, and that should be the death there for Mineral. No way for the Kumbhakarna to get out of that one. Another good rotation of solo.
Looks like Trick Babushka did get the blue buff at the very least, so they've got something going for them, but not exactly what you would like. Losing Mineral, the least impactful member to lose at this point in the game, so that's another good sign. Did have the ultimate, but didn't get a chance to fire it off to give himself CC immunity. I don't think it saves him.
Instead, they're looking to see if they can maybe catch Brandon out one more time. Remember, there is no dazzling offensive, but he should be safe. So quick, man. I got to imagine he's put some points in the one here at this point because he is zipping around the map, and they could not lock Brandon down.
Yeah, a couple points in that one already, that aura. So not an easy target to catch at this point anymore. I mean, don't forget, Cullen does have movement speed built in. Whenever he transforms, he gets an extra bit of movement speed, and usually that's enough for him to chase down any other solo laner. Ama not included. She's the asterisk right there because of Divine Presence. Brandon going with the pretty typical at this point Berserker Shield build for Amaterasu. You want to use those auto attacks consistently. Goes into the Ninja Tabi right afterwards. This helps his laning phase more. I do get a little bit worried that he's not going to get many auto attacks off come team fight time.
Yeah.
Maybe that extra little bit of power from Warrior Tabi may be enough at times to secure some kills. Scaling is pretty solid on Ama, so maybe that 20 power makes a difference in the late game, but seems like a pretty small margin. If this Ninja Tabi helps him stabilize this lane at all, it's worth the pickup.
This is a big rotation over the left, though. 4 members on this side. They get the purple buff successfully, and they want to lock down Day to remember, but good peel there from Mineral allows him to escape. At the Kumbhakarna, again, dying for his team. In comes the Grasp of Death from Shadow Chair, but I don't think that's good enough to save Mineral. Mollis gets the kill there. Yuji, though, drops Fear No Evil, trying to see if he can lock down Blugan, and they do. Yuji manages to make it a 1-for-1 trade in the jungle.
Man, so close to such a great fight for Blugan the Woogies, but Blugan just uses an ultimate that he doesn't need to use. That should have been communicated that they would have the damage to kill Mineral off that ult. If Blugan holds that ult, and then Yuji tries to jump in and use that Fear No Evil, all that happens is that Yuji ends up dying, not Blugan. So a bit of a misuse of that ultimate cost the Xing Chen pretty heavily.
Yeah, I would say that Fluky and the Woogies are drawing up the right plays, and then when they get onto the court, maybe executing them a little bit not quite cleanly. I mean, obviously, they're still ahead, right? About 2,000 gold in their favor. They're up 4-1. But even in these fights, there have been some areas where they can clean it up a little bit. And some of these other really strong teams here in the SEC might be able to punish it for them. So just a little thing to keep in the back of their mind. But overall, this early game going well for Blugie and the Woogies, almost exactly the way that we'd expect. It's been this right side of the map for them that's been dominant. And normally, this is when I feel like Amaterasu has kind of finally hit her stride. I don't know if that's going to be the case for Brandon. He is level 13 and feeling cozy, but that tier 1 tower is already down.
He did actually end up beating Gamma to level 13, which is noteworthy that he's been able to find some amount of farm on that right-hand side. But the real concern for me is how dominant Crimson's been so far. He has really single-handedly taken people out of team fights, been really pushing his lead quite well. And this is where you expect the Hunters to just do more damage. I mean, he's got 3 full items. Shadow Chair has him back to start working on his 3rd, but I doubt that he's got his.
In some trouble, the Fear No Evil drop, but it's Mollis, the one that gets caught inside it. Shadow Chair gets the kill credit for that one. They'll break the cage and try and get who they can out of the fight. But that's much better. This is, I think, the first time Trick Babushka were the aggressors to start the fight off, and it ends up working.
Really good use of that timer as well, knowing that Mollis didn't have purification beads. They punished him accordingly. Mineral blinks in, and Mezzes, that buys you so much time. You don't have to time your engages super well whenever one of your guys has a 2-second long mesmerize, and it just buys time for Yuji to close the gap, get in range for a blink Fear No Evil of his own. And Shadow Chair actually is able to back and buy a full Divine Ruin.
Yeah.
Divine not necessarily the first item that pops to mind when you look at the enemy team's composition, but it's very smart when you factor in the build that Mollis is going for Bancroft's talent into what is going to be a Typhon. That's a lot of it. That's a lot of healing. You have to be able to shut down at some point. Otherwise, that Hebo is going to be able to sustain up. This build will basically, you know, if Mollis is half HP, no anti-heal around him, one water cannon on a group of archers full heals him. you get so much healing because you're doing so much damage with your abilities. I like the Divine Ruin quite a bit here for Shadow Chair, and I think a lot of players sort of missed it.
And I feel like Divine Ruin's kind of become the pickup for flat pen that we see often, even if there's just not a ton of healing over there. I mean, I think there's some other options. I feel like we see it a good bit from some of these mid mages, so I do like it here for Shadow Chair in this spot, and I wonder if it'll just become more popular. We saw Bluegie and the Woogies fight for vision control around the Gold Fury. I thought that might pull more of Trick Babushka in, but they had the read, they weren't starting it up. But now with Gamma on the left side, this fight has gotten a lot more serious. Brandon is the one that they've locked down. Don't get a ton of damage, and he's able to reposition, but look at this zone. The rest of Bluegie and the Woogies have started up the objective, and Data, remember, can't come in. He gets the dash.
Wow.
Interrupted, forced to use the beads too, and the Aegis. They're just gonna wait that out easy. Bluegan gets the kill, and Data, remember's already out.
Crimson played that perfectly. Auto cancels, CC chain, perfect.
Mineral in some trouble too, stuck right in the middle, but what about Yuji? He's got Bluegan sitting right on top of him and bringing him down to half HP. The rest of Bluegie and the Woogies still control the Gold Fury pit, but Crimson's been locked down. He gets interrupted. That's a huge play for Mineral to try and stop him getting inside the actual Bifrost, but Aegis allows him to finally make it back out there. Crimson now trying to retreat from the fight, but he's being chased down by Brandon, who closes the gap and finds a critical kill.
Man, such a great fight from Crimson, but didn't use the relics. It cost him.
Gamma, though, finds a big knockup. That interrupts the rest of what Trick Babushka are trying to do and allows your Bluegie and the Woogies to reposition, get back in, and help. So this is still a good thing, I would say, for Trick Babushka. They stop the Gold Fury from going down and find a nice kill.
Man, that play from Crimson right off the bat here, look at how he uses his auto chain. He actually throws his first two autos at the Gold Fury and then comes around the corner and hits Data Remember with the over-the-hand swing right there. 297, catches his dash with a knockup, CCs him perfectly, and allows Bluegan to get the job done. Only problem after that was the relic usage. He got Mez right on top of his Bifrost crystal, so he was just waiting, thinking, okay, I'll be all right. Mineral finds a good initiation, epic uppercut if he's just going to stand there and hold that. Then he takes too much damage. The Bifrost crystal wasn't far enough to get Crimson out of there. Great start to the fight, but that's the problem with Heimdall, is that if you get jumped on, you get found without using your relics properly, your Bifrost usage isn't perfect, you get killed pretty easily, and that's exactly what happened to Crim.
Especially against someone like Amaterasu, who can be so good at chasing down those stragglers at times, all that extra movement speed. A good punish by Brandon. And just heads up to recognize how valuable Crimson is, taking him out of that fight in particular. But I think as this game goes on, this double Hunter composition is going to mean that just getting rid of Crimson or just Half Ghost won't be enough to cut off some of their potential around their objectives. They're still going to have plenty of DPS. It looks like Bluegie and the Woogies are looking to reposition around this Gold Fury one more time.
This should be a pretty good opportunity for them. They're up about 2k gold. They just got the Typhon Spang done for Hebo, so Mollusk is going to be a lot stronger. Rage now completed for Half Ghost as well. So this looks like a fight that should be pretty solid, but Crimson's relic should still be on cooldown at this point. So that's something that Yuji has to be very attentive to. Mineral should be looking for him. Brandon's going to have a tough time finding that dive, I think, with the way that the crystals work. But overall, Yuji or Mineral can really take Crimson out of this fight instantly.
And it looks like this is a pause coming up here, so we're going to be working on getting us back into the action, see what ends up happening, if this ends up being a Gold Fury fight. But we talked about these compositions a bit. Do you feel like this is enough space that's been created here? We'll talk about it a bit later, as the Gold Fury fight is absolutely happening. They go right for Crimson, knowing that he doesn't have the relic. Shadow Chair sends the ultimate in as well with the Grasp of Death, but that's the ultimate for Crimson, allowing him to reposition, and Yuji took a ton of poke. Fear No Evil's down, Grasp of Death, and the epic uppercut. Bluegie and the Woogie's in a good spot, and they want to try and lock down Brandon on the right-hand side, but they peel off of that. They just send Gamma to zone, and the rest of the group near gold.
I mean, that should have been really good for Trick Babushka. No one puts Mineral in combat. That's something that has to be communicated. You've got to keep that Kumbhakarna in combat. Krim made a full duration Fear No Evil. He started a full the Grasp of Death as well. It didn't work.
Gold Fury low, Bluegie and the Woogies get it, and they take down Data. Remember, this is a huge fight now for the Chaos team. They've got Brandon low in the back line. Huge airstrike from Half Ghost gets him the kill and gets him out. Now they have left Mollusk, but he's trying to heal up off the camps. Remember, he has all that life steal in the build. Is able to get some healing off of Shadow Chair too. The mess comes out, beads, allows the reposition, and Mollusk buys so much time for the squad. He should be out. Crimson gets the kill on the UG, and now Mineral in trouble. What a team fight from Bluegie and the Woogies. That's a big ult from Shadow Chair, though. He keeps a bad fight from getting worse.
Man, that could have been a lot worse. Good identification of that. But Mollusk's sustain is nuts. Full health again, by the way, as Crimson finds a lazy backing Shadow Chair. Yeah, he can see you, by the way. That's Heimdall. You actually get the
Exactly.
notification that he can see you at all times. You can't be back there. A tough fight to lose right here because this looks like it's going to go pretty well. Mollusk gets jumped on. He misses that water spout right there. So he needs that full overhand smash. But Yuji's next overhand smash, not quite as clean. Coming up right there. He's got to just get a little bit closer. That kills Mollusk 10 days a week. But without hitting that, I mean, Yuji's probably a little bit scared about dying for it. He's dying no matter what.
Lugan is the target here now. They got the tier 2 tower. We'll talk a bit about the replay, but now it's aggression from Trick Babushka. They want to see if they can punish them on their backs before they can spend that gold and really actually put their lead into effect. But what a clean disengage here from Blugan and the Woogies. They should now be out relatively safely. And it is a good fight. I want to give plenty of credit to Mollusk because I think there were some good jukes there, maybe a couple missed abilities, but as you pointed out, not the cleanest from Trick Babushka on the back end of that fight.
No, a lazy back to top it off, which opens up the tier 2 tower mid. I mean, it's the little things that add up very, very quickly to lose you games at this level. And Trick Babushka's done a lot of things very well so far this game. The end of that team fight was sloppy enough that it's really broken the game open for Blue.
And they're going to try and absolutely put this game to bed here with this Fire Giant call. It's still being held onto by Half Ghost for now, so I don't think they want to give it up. Finally, they choose at least the objective and go to the fight. Mollusk has found Yuji. They've got Brandon caught too, and in goes Half Ghost, trying to be aggressive. Gamma right there to clean up the kill to make it 2-0. Blugie and the Woogies now finally, I think, starting to get a bit out of reach for Trick Babushka.
Man, I love the Heimdall Jingwei combo. It's just such guaranteed CC on a frontliner. You've got the knock up there from Heimdall, sets up his ultimate perfectly. You know exactly when and where that frontliner is going to land, and there's a persistent gust waiting for you on the back end, which guarantees another auto or two from these ADCs. It's so potent, and there's really not a whole lot of counterplay for these tanks. They basically just have to get beads if they want to try and make it work.
I know Mollusk is being chased, but now he has information where everyone on Trick Babushka are. That makes that Fire Giant on the right even more free. Plus, I think Mollusk actually relatively safe over here in left, so Trick Babushka get nothing for it. FG for the entirety of the Blugie and the Woogie squad. And this exactly, I think, Agro, what we were talking about, what this draft could do really, really well. They've got these double hunters, so they're the ones who can pull the objectives and threaten to burn it. Then they've got Gamma on this aggressive support that can frontline really well, and they put that magic damage in the jungle to kind of mess up the builds from Trick Babushka. Mollusk has played well around that. I really think this draft has come to fruition well.
No doubt. I think that their CC chain has been a problem for the frontliners. They're mobile enough that there's no easy dive targets. I mean, who is Yuji really supposed to 1v1 on that enemy team when he falls behind? Nobody. It's just not happening. And Crimson would just got off to such a great lead in the early game. Look at this damage.
Yeah, not bad at all from this Heimdall, huh? And Shadow Tear ends up falling. I imagine he is going to elect to use the passive, it looks like, to try and get some damage off, at least the best he can. Comes in and drops a Grasp of Death, and does put in at least a little bit of disruption before the rest of Blugie and the Woogies come in, but that should be the last tier 2 tower falling in left. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad with their auxiliary hunter are going to come threaten the mid-Phoenix. Into the backline goes Blugan, getting aggressive. They pick up Yuji early on, and Crimson pops him like a zit. They get the mid-Phoenix, and Aggro, they might be trying to just make this game end right here, right now. They've got 5 members up against 3. Onto the Titan. Mollusk deletes Data Remember from the equation. Titan down below half HP. See you later to Brandon as well, and that's it. Blugie and the Woogies, 22.5 minutes. They shut down game 1.
Man, that ended quickly. That was a pretty slow early game, Finch. First blood, not until 7-8 minutes, and then just 22 minutes in, the game ends up over. And that's the snowball potential that I was worried about with this draft. The amount of CC, if you don't have relics, if you get caught without those relics, you're going to get killed pretty much instantly. It's exactly what happened to Yuji. Didn't have beads for like 20 more seconds. Never got his Fear No Evil off. Blugie did a good job there. Then Data Remember did have relics, but oftentimes that doesn't matter too much against Hebo. He gets knocked up and insta-killed. A tough loss there for Trick Babushka.
It really was, and we talk a lot, I think, about how you have to make sure that you're drafting pressure somewhere, and I just don't think that Trick Babushka did that here in this game. Maybe you can make the argument that Yuji should be able to make more plays, but what lane is he supposed to go to try and set up some ganks when the Amaterasu is almost certainly not going to be the aggressor in her lane, and you cannot come over there and gank the Jingwei in that left side, and you don't have pressure in mid either. I mean, do you have the same read on that, where they just didn't have pressure really anywhere?
Definitely. You can't go mid because Heimdall is just too strong in that spot. I mean, Brandon is never going to have enough pressure in that lane to really open it up for a totally free gank. Now, you can start a CC chain. Maybe you can get that kill, but that was a good rotation over by Mollusk and the rest of Blue the Woogies to make sure that Brandon was always under siege. A couple blue buffs go the wrong way, and all of a sudden, Crimson gets huge in mid because he forced Shadow Chair back a couple times, and every team fight just goes the way of Blue and the Woogies.
That's a good point. That very first gank, maybe if they rotate 3 instead of 4, maybe this whole game looks a bit different, right? If Trick Babushka can get that first gank off the ground, but instead, it's Bloogie and the Woogies that dominate game number 1. It's a best of 3, though, so we got another game coming up on the backside of this break, potentially even a third, but just give us a few minutes. Welcome back to the SCC, where it is absolutely not the morning, and I've regained my sense of what time of day it currently is. Not just that, but a special bonus tree. We got some Mackenzie here, some Mac hanging out there with Aggro. Whenever we bring this in, I feel like the broadcast doubles in quality.
I'm telling you, dude, I keep asking, can I bring her into the studio? She'd be a great studio dog. She'd just walk around and get belly rubs from everybody, and they keep telling me no. I'm going to keep bringing her on broadcast, and hopefully chat's rage will demand that she's in studio with us.
Guys, Munch was there, so I mean, you know.
That's what I'm saying.
Maybe
dude.
we just have one we like more. Or,
Munch is the best. I love Munch. But Mackenzie's so cute.
Absolutely is. Well, Bloogie and the Woogies were dominant in game number 1 aggro, and I think it's just because they had pressure in just about every lane. We'll see if Trick Babushka can find some way to kind of bounce back from that now in the picks advance. It looks like they've elected to be the second pick. I do believe loser gets to pick which spot they're in. And we talked about how there's some advantages to that. There's so many good picks. Maybe you can end up with a lot of good ones. Athena banned again, though, by Bloogie and the Woogies. They really do not want to let that pick go to Mineral.
They really don't, and I wonder if that's just because they have struggled in scrims or something like that against the global pressure. Achilles' first pick is not what I was expecting. I was expecting Xingchen in this spot for Bluegen. That would have made a lot of sense to me personally, but they did ban the Achilles in game 1, so clearly this is something that they respect quite a bit.
Yeah, and it depends on where it goes too. I mean, I imagine it'll be solo for Gamma, and Gamma had a great game on the Kakulin, so if you're just gonna give him something else that's pressure, I'm totally on board with it. Trick Babushka though, like for Xing Chen and Chernobog, I'm a bit surprised he's getting valued that highly with so many other strong picks available. But if they really want double hunter, I feel like Chern's a really good hunter for them.
I agree. I think that if the enemy team is worried about global presence, and that's why they're banning things like Athena, why not pick Chernobog? It's that same global presence, and it's going to bring a whole lot of damage.
Sure.
I do think the Chernobog's very, very strong.
Wow.
I don't know about top 2 strong necessarily.
Well, the Scylla's being locked in, but don't worry, we won't talk about it all game long, but maybe a little bit, as the Jingwei gets selected on the opposite side alongside the Persephone here for Blugie and the Woogies. Those picks are fairly standard there for me, so I guess we can talk a bit more about how this Scylla and Chernobog are going to work together here a bit. I mean, I don't know, man. I feel like you're making life a little bit harder on yourself than it has to be with the Scylla pick, and she's not done all that well, I don't think, either. So, I mean, but people seem to like it.
I agree, but it does have really good setup with Xing Chen. The combination there is very, very strong because that knock up into the root from Xing Chen 2, then you root cripple them with Sikkim. Crush is basically going to kill them from that position. You pick up multiple frontliners with that Whirlwind of Rage and Steel. If you can land a multi-man Sikkim Crush on those frontliners, that's usually game winning. I understand the draw, for sure. It just takes a little bit of time to get there, and especially after the loss that Trick Babushka had in game number 1. Time was what they clearly did not have.
Yeah.
I don't know that this is the way that I would have said, okay, let's get us back in this game by picking something even later game this time around. That's where the real disconnect is for me.
Well, we're seeing that Chalk picked up. And before, I used to kind of say how much I didn't super love Chalk and didn't think it was that valuable, but I think he's actually in not that bad of a spot. It's going to be hard to bully him around in lane in particular, too. I think he should be able to do pretty well. But now that Bach is selected by Bluegeese, and we still don't know where they're going to go with their jungler here either, Aggro. This will show us about how aggressive they plan to be, and they elect to go with the Pele. Tons of knockups now available on their side.
Clearly, Bluegie the Woogies value the knockups. Last game, they had Jingwei, Heimdall, Xing Chen, Kakulin. They had all that. This time around, they go with something a little bit different. Speaking of different, this composition from Trick Babushka, that's looking like Poseidon Jungle.
Well, I know you love that. So.
Yeah.
Chalk Jungle, maybe? No, Chalk's got to go solo, right? There's no way. It's got to be Poseidon.
Yeah, I think Chalk's got to go solo. Mackenzie's telling me that she doesn't like this comp very much. Not me saying it.
Well, if she's saying it, then that's
not me.
That's that.
It's her. She's saying it, yeah.
Well, we are just about ready to move into game number 1 now, so we'll have the suspense ended. We'll know exactly where all this stuff is going. It is going to be Yuji taking the Poseidon into the jungle, Brandon with the Chalk over in solo. Everything else, though, looks fairly standard. Gamma is going to be playing the Achilles, especially when that Pele locked in. There really wasn't much doubt there. So we could just talk a bit how we expect this Poseidon to do. He's got the Hand of the Gods, as does Gamma, it looks like, as the solo pick for his side. So how do you think that, what are they looking for out of this Poseidon jungle?
Some magic damage a la what Mollusk had in the last game. That's kind of the ideal scenario, but that doesn't seem super likely to me with this Poseidon. You're really looking for team fights. You don't really want to take fights around blue buffs or anything like that.
Oh, this is trouble for Shadow Chair already. Mollusk with an early rotation to mid. I feel like we don't see this almost ever, Aggro, and it catches Shadow Chair off guard. First blood for Bluegie and the Woogies.
I can't blame Shadow Chair for that at all. That's a rotation we never see that happen
really
basically ever. That's one that you just kind of have to hold. And good job by Shadow Chair not using beads, understanding that they threw something new at us. I just got to take this L, but that's a bad time to take it because that should be red buff down on their side of the map. That should be back camps. Looks like Mollusk is just walking away from those right now. You're losing your whole left side jungle, and not only does that really hurt Shadow Chair, but it really hurts Yuji as well.
It does. This is going to throw off a lot of their jungle timing now for Trick Babushka to just kind of limit how much farm they have access to. What a good play from Mollusk. And this is the kind of thing that I think that Mollusk really does well. When he's able to kind of play in rhythm, when he's able to play aggressive, I feel like he is one of those top tier junglers. To me, for Mollusk, it's when he's kind of put him to the back foot, or the way I like to describe it is when plan A doesn't work. That's when I feel like sometimes Mollusk can look a little bit weaker. But in games like this is when he's really in his element.
Agreed. The dude knows how to push leads. It's just a matter of getting leads is usually the problem. And that's the case for a lot of players, but I think that it's fair to say that Mollusk is a really good pressure player whenever he gets it, even more so than what you would expect out of most junglers.
He should be in a good spot. Now, I will say Yuji does appear to have been able to establish a bit of an experience lead over Moss. Got ahead of him a little bit, hit that level 3 first, but take a look at where Crimson is. He's level 4 and Shadow Chair still behind. As they're aggressing on the purple buff, Yuji's on his way to this, and I don't know they recognize that he's here. He's biding his time to come in for the confirm. It looks like they were able to defend the actual buff itself. Now they're just on the full retreat. Are Blugi in the weakness?
And this is why Mollis is falling behind a little bit, because he spends too much time on that left-hand side. He took the Alpha Harpy over there when his back rights were up, his right side buffs were coming up. Doesn't back in time. I mean, there's a full jungle shrine there waiting for him. Those are, you get the lead by getting that first blood, you get a couple invades going, but I think keeping the ball rolling is pretty important. Would have liked to see Mollis just prioritize his farm at that moment, instead of trying to make plays on that left-hand side where they were already set up for a pretty good position.
All right, Aggro, you're our expert, but especially for mid lane, talk to me about this Bancroft's first item for Crimson. I feel like this is another thing that we just don't so much often see. Do you like that here? As Shadow Chair takes a ton of damage. Yeah, I guess it's gonna work. Grasp of Death doesn't land though. Needed the actual hit for that additional damage.
Yeah, I do like it because Persephone, when she goes into her passive, is at 0 health.
That's
So
true.
you get full Bancroft's benefit from that moment. Now, you do reduce damage, but having an extra 100 power when you're in that passive helps mitigate some of that. I think that she does lack MP5 with this build, and MP5 is really important for Persephone. You can see Crim very low on mana right now, and it looks like a lot of the coups are not necessarily going their way. But the only thing that's really going to lack towards the middle of this build, that's really where you got to ask yourself if this is worth it, is how much CDR can Crimson get? At this point, you're either sacrificing the Chronos Pendant, which you love to get as Persephone because you want to be able to dash as often as possible, set up your automatically enhanced plants, or you're going to lack pen early on. If you can get far enough ahead, that lack of pen won't hurt you too much. So the idea for Crimson is to leverage this early pressure, get a little bit of extra lead, maybe be up 3 to 4 levels on the enemy support instead of 1 to 2, and then you can start to buy that Chronos Pendant and not worry about it too much. But as a general, broad scope question, I do like the Bancroft's talent on Persephone quite a bit.
Well, and I think that they're playing to it, right? I mean, if you're gonna put Crimson on the Bancroft's talent, which you need to get ahead on, then also you should have Mollis rotate in and try and punish Shadow Chair early, and that's exactly what they did. So I think that it's not just that the item works for them, but I think that they are adjusting their playstyle to fit for it, right? Because, I mean, you saw the way Shadow Chair built last time. It was cooldown boots and Chronos Pendant, so if they're gonna kind of deviate from that somewhat standard build path, then they gotta play like this, and I think they've done that so far to make it work for them. Shadow Chair only only just out to level 6, whereas Crimson had kind of been level 7.
Especially if they can get this red buff invade to go their way. Blue's going to try and secure it with Intoxicate, and he does. Doesn't look like Mineral's going to be able to punish him for it either.
Yeah, Bluekin picks up Purification Beads on the Bacchus support, and I feel like we are sometimes seeing a bit more of these supports taking beads. There could be trouble. But Gamma rather, avoids getting hit by Yuji's ultimate, and that is enough for him to survive the gank. Brandon should be able to prevent him from getting this back off, though, with the pressure, and Mollusk is lurking. I don't know if there's much turnaround potential, though. Gamma's too low to fight.
Gamma must have been forced out of base, or forced back to base earlier than he wanted to, because he has boots 1 with that round shield, whereas Brandon was able to back him by the full glad shield, as you'd hope to do on the Chalk. There's one of Chalk's biggest problems, though, is that, okay, I'm casting my ultimate, watch out, you're going to get silenced in a little bit, and Gamma just immediately pops his ultimate to make sure that that doesn't happen, and he's able to get that CC immunity and dash out. Yuji, I think, has to be willing to play around that a little bit better. That could have been a kill for sure if he just holds onto his ultimate and lets Brandon walk in and tank up the first tower shot or 2 for him. He would have one-shot Gamma with that Kraken, no doubt.
We talked about how Mollis might be a bit behind. He is the highest net worth in the game right now, so I think gold-wise he's doing all right. It just feels like the experience where he's a bit surprisingly behind. Yuji was level 6 ahead of Mollusk here in that jungle. But he's still got plenty of time. He's been making plays here this game. I don't think that it's necessarily the end of the world or anything like that, but just based on the way that this game had gone earlier, I think you would have expected for Mollis to be in a bit more of a commanding lead than what we're seeing from him, at least right now, but can't really complain for it when the team is in a good spot like this. It looks like we do have a little bit of a pause happening here, Aggro, so you'll get a chance to hop on your soapbox here, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, Pele is one of those gods that you expect to get ahead kind of naturally because of her quickness through the jungle and her ability to clear quickly without expending a whole lot of mana. But I think that's credit to Yuji for finding good farm elsewhere.
Yeah.
But you can tell that it has had some sort of effect on the rest of the map. It's because Crimson is a little bit ahead consistently of Shadow Chair. Yuji's been able to find that farm, but Shadow Chair has struggled a little bit to do the same, and it's likely because Yuji has been there to either not allow Shadow Chair to solo backhand the Crimson soloing or something like that.
Oh, this is trouble, though. That's why you pick Vasilla. When they're set up, she looks pretty darn good. They get the first kill, but Mineral ends up falling for it in trade, so it's support for support. But the good news is they're getting a kill for Shadow Chair and some extra farm, but he's going to lose his red buff on the back of this. Yuji not in position to defend, and the red buff gets stripped away yet again.
Perfect timing to take a fight. You trade support for support, but it leaves you with a lot more pressure once that is all said and done. And
They might
so
die.
that's another red buff invade. Yeah, Shadow Chair's in trouble.
Shadow Chair absolutely is. He's already used the Volcanic Lightning. He hits with that first ability, but can't get any of the ticks on the backswing. Yuji ults, but it's not enough damage. Tidal Surge, he almost walks back into it. So Mineral's gonna come in and try and clean up the kill, but the knockup is there from the Jing Wei to provide some peel. Mineral finally closes the gap and makes Malas pay.
Surprised that Data Remember didn't actually show up with that ultimate. He used it just for the slows, but it ended up being worth it enough. Curious decision by Mollusk to lead with Volcanic Lightning in that spot.
Instead of chasing Sentinel, right? Yeah.
Right, exactly. You can just show up, toss a Pyroclasm out, and that'll probably end up forcing that dash away, and then you get to Volcanic Lightning afterwards. It is especially because he's not getting that auto attack off of the Volcanic Lightning. If you would have hit one more auto, that would have been good enough, but still ends up dying anyways. Maybe he dies for sure if he goes underneath that tier 2 tower, but I feel like you're kind of committing to that kill once you're using that ultimate one way or the other.
Yeah, it's been unfortunate there for Mollis, man. I mean, we start that one off kind of singing the praises, but it has been a bit curious at times since that very first start to the game that was looking so good for him. So we'll kind of keep our eye on his performance. They are still up about 1,000 gold as a team, and obviously they enjoy that experience leading the mid lane that Crimson has had all game. He's got the band cross now to the cooldown boots. I think the big question is, where is he going to go with this third item? Because he kind of wants pen, he kind of wants CDR. There's a lot of stuff that he really wants to make sure that he's getting, and it's kind of the perpetual mage problem right now. It feels like there's a lot you want to get, but you only have so many slots.
And most of your items are way more expensive than, say, like Hunter items, which
Yes,
are really
yes.
cheap and really efficient, and they're getting a lot of farm over there. Yeah.
What's
it's
your
tough life.
2300 30% crit item that you guys have? Yeah.
We don't have one. Yeah,
Oh, you just don't have.
Those don't exist for us. That's not really an option for us. No.
All right, sure.
We could get one, maybe.
No,
I'll talk to AJ about it.
I like how it's going. I like what we've got as Onyx.
Mm.
I feel
Yeah,
chill.
kind of weird how that goes. I think that if I were in Crimson shoes, he's up about 2 levels on Xing Chen. Xing Chen's building into the Gauntlet of Thieves, as I'd expect. I think I would probably try and go a CDR item here, but maybe that'd be a little bit too greedy. It seems like Crimson is taking the safer route in one that I should probably do, but can't say I necessarily would for sure. And that's going for some pen. This is going to be a Divine Ruin, almost certainly. You've got Data Remember with that sustain from the Evo gloves, and you've got Brandon Balls with that chalk. So I think that Divine is almost certainly going to be the pick for Crimson.
And it makes a ton of sense. It's just, I think, a pretty strong item just in general, and also feels good here to build in this spot as well. So very likely where Crimson's going to go next. We've had a lot of action, but it hasn't resulted in a ton of kills. People have been kind of making it out by the skin of their teeth. Only 4 kills here up until this point. But still, I think this favors Bluegie and the Woogies. I think that they are comfortable playing around this Persephone with Mollusk relatively even, kind of giving Crimson the keys, so to speak, putting him in the driver's seat to make plays here for this team. And it's going to be difficult for Trick Babushka to try and deal with.
I agree. I think that you want to fight around mid while you can, because look at the vast difference in power between Shadow Chair and Crimson at this point. I mean, Shadow Chair doesn't have his boots completed even. Crimson does have boots and has that enchanted spear, so a little bit of flat pen and power for him. This is a great time to try and pull gold right before Shadow Chair is able to back. You know he's got enough gold to finish those boots, just hasn't found an opportunity to do it yet. This is a great time to try and pull the objective, knowing that Shadow Chair either hasn't backed and is therefore a lot weaker than us, or has backed, and then we've got the numbers advantage. It's a win-win situation no matter if he's there or not.
So it does make it a good time. We have seen those, but despite all the Scylla, that has been going on lately, that the combo does work, right? When the setup is there, she's going to be able to find those Ima monsters, get tons of damage off in those team fights. It just feels like such a narrow situation that you're kind of building towards. But as long as they have it, as long as they can execute on it, I think they can defend. They do want this Scylla here, though, to try and defend on this Gold Fury. If we end up seeing a Gold Fury fight happening, it has been pulled. It looked like by Mollusk, who was the one that was starting it up. So I imagine we'll see some action on this. We're ready to hop back into the game. It's been pulled down to half, and Mollusk took a good amount of poke forward. Mineral's close and could steal, but doesn't get there in time. Blugan the Woogies managed to burn the Gold Fury quickly, but can they escape? Blugan is the one being chased. But if they only lose this Bacchus for it, I think it's still worth. But I don't know if they recognize Brandon's coming on the backside. Beads means there's no backup, or knockup rather, and Blugan the Woogies make it out. They even get the kill in the Shadow Chair.
That's huge. And great use of bees by Blugan, but Mollusk may be overextended. Mollusk had to use that ultimate to try and kill Shadow Chair.
It allows for to make the disengage. Blugan wants to come back in, but they know his bead's already down. Jumps in with the flop, looks for the belt to the back end, but he's happy if he ends up falling here. He got Gamma out. He could easily be the sacrificial lamb. I think that's still pretty worth for Blugan the Woogies.
I love the way that Blugan has built and played so far. It's the beads early on to make sure you don't just get Xingqian ulted into immediate damage from Scylla, and then the Onis as well. That's dedicated magic defense. Look at the 3v3 in mid. That's 3 magical damage dealers. You can build Gauntlet afterwards. This is going to make it so tanky in that 3v3. Bacchus already the tankiest character in the entire game because of his Drunko meter, so you're going to add in even more damage mitigation to his already existing damage mitigation. That's why these Krakens have done very little so far. Yuji has no pen at all. Shadow Chair has no pen at all. And not just because of the point of the game we're in. It's not necessarily a build problem for either one of them. It's just reality so far. Building a dedicated magic defense item in this slot makes Blugan unkillable to this mid 3v3.
Yeah, I love this Oni Hunter's garb here for him to keep talking about builds. Spear of Desolation for Crimson. He thought would end up being a Divine Ruin. This is more power, undoubtedly, and maybe he's kind of missing that normal power bank item. And it's some CDR. We said he might be lacking a bit in CDR, so I know he gives up the utility of some of that anti-heal, but they are ahead. Maybe this item makes a bit more sense here.
I think it's fine. Like you said, they're ahead, so he can leverage this extra power really well. And I know I mentioned, watch out, Yuji, another Kraken that doesn't really find a home. Blugan's on the way.
Blugan does want to try and catch him with this belt. That will find a 2-man stun, actually, but there's really not a ton of follow-up there. So you can go ahead and make the point.
Yeah, look, Chalk has sustain, yes. Do I care about it? Not really, no. I don't really care about just about anything that Chalk is doing, to be honest with you. He's one of those warriors we talk about a lot with Wukong that you can kind of just walk away from a lot of the time. Chalk is that to the nth degree. You're getting Dove as a backliner and you go, Chalk, not again. It's the fly that's annoying you in your room. You can afford to not build Divine and just say, well, we'll kill him later. You know, we don't have to kill him off this first rotation of skills. We'll kill him later.
Yeah, or just kill everybody else. Yuji gets caught by Gamma, who set up the trap. The whole team is here. He can't find the ultimate, but doesn't even need it. Essentially, a 3v1, he manages to turn it around and then gets some backup from Blugan, who comes in with the flop. What a play from Gamma. Mollusk is in some trouble in the tier 1 over in right, but Brandon couldn't find the kill, and now he has to try and catch up to this Pele. A difficult task. Blink, but can't. But Mollusk had a blink of his own to get back. What a play from him to make it out of there. But Data Remember's on his way with his ultimate, avoids getting hit by the root, so that means he's got to get it done with the autos. He has him, and Mollusk gets punished.
Yeah, that was close. Mollusk knows that he can't really go underneath the tier 1 tower. That's where you usually try and hang out to avoid getting dove, but with Brandon there and healthy enough, especially with how much physical defense he has, that's not going to deter him too much. So good decision, I think, by Mollusk to just try and run out straight. Just ends up being good coverage by Data Remember, but it's going to cost him his tier 1 tower. The global ultimates are strong, but there is a cost, and Half Ghost is able to stick in lane and at least get something for Blugie the Woods.
Luckily, he gets the rotation from Mineral, too, because there's a chance he might even have lost this purple on the back of him. I know Half Ghost was considering stepping in to grab that. So Data Remember does end up paying the price of that tier 1 tower, a little bit of safety on this left-hand side of the map as well. I think slowing down Mollusk a good bit is worth it, but I don't know, man. I think I might have gotten personally a bit debated by Mollusk on this Pele. I don't know how much they're planning on relying on him being ahead, because it just hadn't happened yet. It feels like they're going to be playing around Gamma and Crimson and Blugan, who's had an excellent early game so far.
Yeah, I think that Krim is the guy. I mean, you just ride Crimson to the finish line, man, because he is doing it all for you. He did it on the Heimdall and do it again here.
Gamma getting ganked and right. They do find the Kraken and the knockoff for plenty of damage. Gamma still has that ultimate. He's holding on to the Fatal Strike, but Shadow Chair in trouble in mid too. Gamma gonna blink and just trying to run to the fight. I'm a Monster finds absolutely nada there in terms of damage, but it did allow Shadow Chair to reposition. And Gamma might even be looking to try and come around the back of this tier 2 tower. Maybe he should just take an actual back and TP back in. Looks like that'll be the call, as most of the League and the movies are out backing up.
That runic shield huge and decreasing Yuji's already fairly small power bank at this point. The itemization just isn't there for him. Needs pen or try and kill these mages or these frontliners or assassins. Frankly, I mean just about anybody on the enemy team. This Poseidon jungle has not been particularly impressive so far.
Oni Fury being started, but has been dropped. That's where Gamma's in a bit of trouble in the middle lane. Does find the stun that should allow for the reposition back towards that tier 1 tower. Looking to still have some presence on the left-hand side, but I think they've given up on the Oni Fury. Trick Babushka do show enough presence to slow them down. Yuji now getting the Karen's coin. We'll talk about the Poseidon jungle later. It's Trick Babushka who started the Oni Fury. This could be a great call. I think Luke and the Woogies might have expected him to just drop it. Half Ghost gets there, but not in time. Trick Babushka secure the objective.
And they get to hold on to the Kraken for Yuji, so if Boogie and the Woogies try and aggress into a fight at this point, it doesn't do them a whole lot of good. Good window of opportunity seized by Trick Babushka. Just good identification that Boogie and the Woogies weren't close enough, and even if they are, we have better secure than them. We've got Scylla and Poseidon. That's a lot of magic damage coming out at the same time on these objectives, so we can burn it pretty quickly. But man, look at this level deficit.
It's
right
bad.
now in the mid lane. Level 17 for Crimson. This is where I know everyone feels like Oni Fury is the best one, and the majority of the time it is, but this is where I'm not impressed by it.
Ultimate used by Crimson to avoid the knockup from Yuji, and he's got the turnaround play. Aegis has to be used, and he still cannot survive. Crimson in the 1v2 because Shadow Chair was there as well, able to get the kill and make it back out of there. Data, remember, I think used his ultimate too, as you saw him show up on the tail end of that fight, and Crimson has now become an absolute problem.
Yeah, level 17, by the way. I know that everyone in the chat is probably going to be going, oh, Persephone, Megalol. This is a level lead. And poor relic usage from Yuji. I mean, Yuji's got relics in this spot and just doesn't use them at all. I understand the temptation. Oh, we just saw him use Flourish. He can jump. He does no jump. Yeah, he's got Bancrofts. He doesn't care about getting low. He's going to get sustain. He's going to get more power. This Aegis is basically worthless to you. You have to beat in that spot if you're Yuji.
Yeah, he waits so long on all that relic usage and ends up paying for it. And in a situation where I think he can't afford to die, if I'm Yuji, I'm using my relics too soon in a lot of situations because it's just so important he stays on the map to farm. As Mineral ults, gets the beads out from Crimson, but now has to use the dashes to escape. But in goes the aggressive Blugan, not the play. Shadow Chair is a distant memory. We have to see Data Remember fall back as well. Blugan takes a ton of damage, but what about Yuji? He ends up getting collected by Gamma. In comes Chalk for the knockup, but as you mentioned earlier, everyone just basically shrugs it off. They do have it locked down, but Crimson just waiting on the cooldowns to come out, brings Mineral low, and an easy cleanup kill for Gamma. Now they get a little bit of backup from Half Ghost too.
Jeez,
How about
Gamma.
the ADC say hello? Trick Babushka are on their heels.
So Crimson was level 17, 2v1'd in mid, and then backed and bought full rod. That's where you just start running it down mid, because there's no reason to fight anywhere else than around your Persephone. Brandon goes in, gets executed for his troubles. Data Remember is going to be next. A double kill for Gamma, a
Damn.
aside for Bluey and the Woogies. And this one might be the same sort of story as game 1, Finch. A quick and very, very rapid end to what was a fairly close game not that long ago.
And for everyone keeping track at home in that game, Chalk did. I want to say nothing in that fight.
Hey, whoa. He got the Aegis out from Crimson, okay?
That's true.
And it had to be good timing by Crimson as well. This teleport in, not necessarily good timing. That's not good. I would even go as far as say that was a bad idea. Yes. But overall, we got a relic in the mid lane. And then he walked around and didn't acknowledge me.
Yeah, this draft really from the bottom up hasn't worked, right? The Poseidon jungle has been completely underwhelming. The Chalk's been underwhelming. Shadow Chair was taken out of the game, I feel like, by that early play from Moss where they got that gank, and then Crimson with that lead, never gave it back up. He used that pressure perfectly. It just has never come to fruition for Trick Babushka here in both these games.
I mean, it's just tough because Crimson is a beast. This dude is the real deal, man.
He is.
When I watch mid laners, this guy is really, really good. And you give him a god like Persephone, who's really, really strong in a high execution level, but if they can execute, you're probably going to lose. And then you give him a lead like he's gotten. And part of that is the Scylla pick in the sense that that's not a pick that can farm well enough to catch up when put behind.
He was never under any pressure, right? And at any point, yeah.
No, I mean, you'd get that first blood, but it's just speed with which you can move around the map and how quickly you clear mid waves. If that's Khan, you can move around the map and clear much more quickly to try and catch up.
Yeah, at this point, Shadow Chair does almost nothing to these frontliners. You saw with just the Divine Ruin, he wasn't able to get much off. I'm a Monster came out. Not much value there either. Data, remember, is getting the tier 1 tower in left and has his ultimate, so he can always rotate. I think he'll try and threaten the tier 2, hit as much as he can, and then when he has to rotate over the fight, as Brandon takes quite a bit of proc on the front line too, but the rest of the Wookies have fallen back. No one's going to stop Data. Remember, that's a tier 2 over in left. A good play from him, heads up, to get what value he could there.
And finally, someone's going to back. It's Gamma, who has upgraded teleports. It's probably the way to get enough gold to get that upgrade.
Wallace ults right away, trying to get some damage off, but not too much. But Shadow Chair catches the grasp of death from Crimson, make it a double as he shuts down Brandon too. And I don't know how many more times I got to say it, but you got to keep an eye on this Persephone at this point. She is the whole team, and now Yuji in some trouble. Aegis comes out a lot better. This time it is a good Kraken. At the very least spells the end for Mollusk, but Mollusk is third on the list of problems. At the top of its Crimson finds even more damage. They shut down Data. Remember, it's just Mineral left. Gotta get the tier 2 tower first, fellas, and then they can come back for the Phoenix.
Okay, I don't know if Trick Babushka needs to read the tooltip again or what, but that's another fight where someone gets trapped by Persephone ult and just takes their hands off the keyboard. Relics were up for Shadow Chair. He had both up, and he got one shot after Crimson hit him with that ultimate. If he stays alive, maybe this Phoenix goes a little bit more poorly. I mean, look at how low these health bars are. He could make a real difference here, but instead he's just now on the respawn.
Well, they still have not actually gotten this right side Phoenix. I think Mineral did enough work to delay them, keep the minions out of Phoenix range for the most part as well, and they were not able to quite take down that right side Phoenix, but still a dominant fight for the League and the Woogies. I don't think they're feeling bad about how that went at all. Gamma not gonna be able to get his back off as Mineral continues to provide what value he can here in this game, but that was nasty from Blue and the Woogies. And like you said, there has not been enough respect paid. I think I understand wanting to hold onto your relics, see what you can get away with, but it just hadn't worked here.
I mean, the only thing that goes poorly here for Blue and the Woogies that they shouldn't be feeling good about is the call afterwards. They get a tier 2 on right, and they try and siege the Phoenix. They don't have a wave. It's pretty difficult to do that because Mineral is able to distract them a little bit as well. And that should have been a Fire Giant for Blue and the Woogies. Instead, they're left with a really big lead, just not enough to where you can say we can absolutely end the game right now.
Well, I think the Fury was gotten by Trick Babushka, so they are the only ones that actually find an objective and all that. That's not true. Tier 2 tower went down from League of the Woogies, so they certainly got something, but one of those big neutral ones that you would consider happening on the map. The Fire Giant doesn't go down. And I do want to say, man, I think that UG does find a nice Kraken and all that, too, that helped out us on the tail end of that replay. There were some good things happening for Trick Babushka in that fight, but it was just overwhelmingly in favor of
Now Fire Giant full, but Trick Babushka has everybody up. And the good news, Finch, is that you know Shadow Chair has relics up.
That's right, he didn't use them in that last fight. Fire Giant low, and Trick Babushka on their way to try and contest. Luke and the Woogies barely managed to secure it, but they've got some low health bars. This is a risky fight for them. Mineral does pull 2 members back, but where was the follow-up? That Kraken in the end ends up doing nothing. Shadow Chair does manage to avoid getting executed. Mollusk gets the kill though on the UG, and this Scylla really in some trouble as Gamma hunts her down, finds the kill, now unstoppable as he found 7 in a row. Brandon left in the back line trying to get Crimson, but he doesn't do enough to threaten her by himself. Meanwhile, on the front line, Data, remember, is in some trouble. The rest of the team catches up, and Mollusk finally has a really good team fight. I think he found 2 in that one.
That's huge for Mollusk, and now Brandon's going to get chased down by Gamma. No way he lets him back. This should be an easy right side Phoenix now for Blue and the Woogies.
Yeah, basically it's just Mineral to defend because Gamma has Brandon taken out of the equation. The rest of the team should be able to threaten the right side. They don't have Mollusk here, so there's only 3 in right, but CC interrupts the teleport. That means Brandon won't be able to get that TP off in time. This right side Phoenix absolutely will fall. Now Brandon finally TPs to the tier 2 over in left, and will back from there to try and help. The right side Phoenix has already gone down.
Grim takes up some Phoenix shots, a little bit unnecessary. Bloom could have gone in first, but that's alright. Don't need to be splitting hairs necessarily. But now 10 tank.
Another.
2 shots. It's all to just get lower Finch so that his Bancrofts does
Right.
more damage, so then he kills Mineral. Genius play.
It really was just Galaxy Brain. They get the tier 2 in mid and the tier 2 in left, so now they can threaten the Phoenix
What?
in left.
Bancroft shots a little bit unnecessary. Bloom could have gone in first, but that's all right. Don't need to be splitting hairs necessarily. But now tank.
Another.
2 shots. It's all to just get lower Finch so that his Bancrofts does
Right.
more damage, so then
Really?
he kills Mineral. Genius play.
It really was just Galaxy Brain. They get the tier 2 in mid
Jeez.
and the tier 2 in left, so now they can threaten the Phoenix in left or the Phoenix in mid, and they're still relatively healthy except for Crimson, who is getting topped up. Gamma goes right to the back line, as does Beluga. No one is inside the Phoenix range of Trick Babushka at all except for Brandon. He's way too late. The left side Phoenix comes down too. They burn it quickly. Grasp of Death hits for 784. Yuji drops the Kraken at his own feet for approximately no value, and Crimson is able to find one more. So is Gamma as he shuts down Brandon. This really just might be the game. It's only the back line that's left to try and defend here, Aggro.
They've still got a
It's
5-0
probably-
Persephone to worry about. Data, remember's got to go off here. I'm a Monster doesn't hit for Shadow Chair, but that's a big string channel.
Oh,
Yeah, Mineral's done everything he can this game to try and keep this game alive. We're seeing shades of the
Oh.
past as Half-Ghost tries to stick around to get the win, but they can't do it. The Titan
Mineral.
remains standing. Trick Babushka
Oh,
really
shit.
off the back of Mineral almost by himself. Keep this game alive.
Huge by that Xing Chen. That does harken back to the open qualifiers for
Yeah.
sure. And what we saw at a Dinosaur with the Xing Chen. So this game not quite over yet.
Functionally, it might
It-
be, but
It will be soon. I mean, Bloogie the Woogie's kind of talking about what they want for lunch after this, because all they've really got to do is march it down and take the fight on the Titan room. If you're on Trick Babushka, you just can't let them get in there, because now you've got to try and get to, all right, let's fight them before they even get close to our Titan room. Let's try and ward up our jungle pathing and make a guess on which side they're going to walk down, because we just have to be there in force and try and catch them before they can get set to our Titan room.
look at the player damage charts, fellas. I mean, it ain't everything, but it's certainly something if the still is all the way at the bottom. It's just not enough value.
Yeah, you can't have your mid-mage be the
Yeah.
lowest player damage of the game. You just
No,
can't.
you're not going to win games like that, man. And I think this is an exceptional case. The Scylla did get punished early and never really had any pressure in that middle lane. But I don't know how many games have to go by where this happens to where we stop making excuses about it, right? It's such a narrow situation where the Scylla, I think, hits max value that you very rarely get there.
I agree. I think that we pretty much all said our piece on it.
Yes.
They're better mates.
Gamma's in some trouble though in the back line. Does manage to get out of there with a fatal strike and narrowly avoids the ultimate from Mineral. One of the few ones from him this game that have not been able to find any value. They forced the airstrike out from Half-Ghost defensively, but Crimson left on an island. That is a huge pick from Trick Babushka here this time to be able to find some damage. But Mollusk is way in the back. Is he going to try and go for the end now? The backs are coming out. I think Trick Babushka have recognized that they'll be here to defend. That means now the fight is split. Yuji left alone, and Blugan recognizes that, goes right to him. Mollusk makes a big play. He doesn't actually really do much of anything. This is a big Kraken. Doesn't quite get the kill on the Gamma, though. He survives it.
Gamma should just back and TP in. No reason to just stick around with this low health bar. You've got fire waves coming in on the left, but it looks like Trick Babushka pushed the ones on right. This is where you talk about games that should be effectively over. The way that you can lose this now is Boogie and the Woogies to reset this Titan and heal it up and let Trick Babushka get their Phoenixes up. This looks like an easy win, but they've got to do this.
They've got to make sure they're executing perfectly here. They lock down Data, remember, get relics out from him and bring him down low. Blugan's taking a ton of damage, but Mollusk just goes right
he's in
for
the
the Titan
background.
dive, gets the kill on the Data, remember, and now he's threatening the in-game objective. No one's there to defend, and that's
Mollusk.
the game. Blugan and the Wookiees shut it down in 29 minutes to win the set 2-0.
I mean, Mollusk just keeps his eye on the prize in that moment.
Yeah,
sure
Goes
did.
right for the ADC and then finds himself conveniently alone near the Titan. I guess I'll just end the game.
Yeah, maybe, you know.
Tough. I mean, it's a tough game. Mollusk gets off to that good start, really sets Crimson up.
Yeah.
Crimson had a phenomenal day on the Heimdall and on the Persephone. This is the guy to watch as we get deeper in this Challenger circuit. But the drafting, I think, needs some work for Trick Babushka. This team composition is ambitious, to say the least.
And there were a lot of solo laners banned out, but Brandon ends up on this chalk, which never gets to do anything. I don't know, man. For the life of me, I'm not so sure what the idea was with this Poseidon in jungle from Big Yuji. Usually when we see picks like this, you hope you get to see it in execution, but it never got there from Yuji. A lot of that stuff was off the mark for him. He covered Shadow Tier, I would say enough. Mineral, I think, did have a good game on the Xing Chen, but it just wasn't enough, man. I mean, they got outclassed here in this one, I think, for the picks and ban stage and on the execution in the battleground as well.
Agreed. And Krim just looked unstoppable. 30k damage for him
Yes.
in that game. A really good showing from Gamma. I liked how well he played in that solo lane, and I think Blugan did the same. I think that both the frontliners for Blugan the Woogies were very potent so far today.
They were, man. Blugan the Woogies looking good as they are the ones that take that set one pretty commandingly, I would say, with both those first two games. It's going to be a quick break here, guys, though, but don't worry, we got another game coming up. It's going to be Locked and Goated going up against two Deanies after this.
Okay. Well, if anybody's listening to me, I'm probably going to pause here for a moment because things are not working very well on my computer. I need to restart it. So, I shall return shortly, and then I'm going to play some Smite games. So, I'll put a thing in the chat. Be right back in a min. BRB in a min. Need to restart. Okay, that's cool music. Where are we at? 127. See if I remember that. That was the first game. Yep. Okay. So, on that note, I will be back shortly. Just give me a few to restart and get the camera working again and get the overlays working again and make things actually load on the computer instead of having them not load. Okay, so I'll be back in just a couple minutes, you guys.